Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, When Ninjas Faced the Unknown. Congratulations, Kagami. You're officially on your way to becoming a real ninja. The older one said with a smile. Kagami couldn't contain his excitement. Thanks, bro. And look at you, a real genin now. The headband looks awesome on you. The warm afternoon sun cast a golden glow over the ninja school gates. I-8 stood proudly, his new forehead protector shining in the light as he clutched his graduation certificate. Hey, little bro, he began, did you spot any potential friends or rivals today? He prompted, a faint smile on his pale face before a small cough escaped him. Kagami thought for a moment. There was this one kid with black hair and a fan symbol on his shirt. He looked super serious, like a grown-up, even though he's just a kid like me. Ah, the Uchiha clan, I-8 nodded. They're a pretty big deal around here. Yeah, I got that feeling. Especially after last year. Kagami remembered, his voice trailing off. The name Uchiha carried a certain weight within the village, and the events of the previous year still lingered in his mind. That boy, I'm pretty sure it was Itachi Uchiha, he said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recalled the encounter. I-8 leaned in, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Oh? What makes you say that? Kagami shrugged. Just a hunch. He seemed different from the other kids. He wasn't happy about making it to the academy, unlike the others. Not only that, but he was just quiet. Yo, I-8. Over here. Come join us. A green-clad ninja yelled, waving at them from a nearby dumpling shop. Beside him sat a red-eyed kunoichi and a burly male ninja. Is that? Kagami squinted. Yep, that's Kai, Kurenai, and Asuma, his brother confirmed. Sorry, guys, I was gonna head home and get some training in, he called back, but Guy was already signaling him over. No way, no way. Today's the day you made genin, this calls for a celebration. We'll even share some of our hard-earned wisdom, Guy insisted, dragging a mildly protesting Hyuga into the shop. I-8 sighed, but a smile tugged at his lips. Alright. Come on Kagami, let's join them. A toast. Guy declared, raising his cup high. To Hyuga, our newest genin, and to Kagami, future ninja. The room erupted in cheers as everyone clinked their cups together. Guy grinned at Kagami. Don't be shy, kid, raise your glass with us. Kagami's face lit up as he clinked his smaller cup against the others. A warm feeling spread through him, and it wasn't just from the tea. When the laughter died down, Guy's face turned serious. I-8, there's something you should know. As your senpai, it's my duty to fill you in. I-8 leaned forward, his brow furrowed. What is it? Guy took a deep breath. It's about Team 3's mission, the one they took 2 days ago to deal with those bandits. Asuma nodded grimly. I heard they ran into some trouble. Only Motaki made it back, and he's in the hospital now. Kurenai gasped. The others? They didn't. Guy shook his head. We don't know the details yet. The village is still investigating. Kurenai looked slightly relieved but still uneasy. Ninjas were known for their efficiency. When a mission went wrong, delays often meant the worst. But if Motaki is back, surely he can tell us what happened, right? Kagami piped up. Guy's expression turned grave as he turned to the young boy. If only it were that simple. Motaki. He's not himself. Kurenai and Hyuga exchanged a glance. What do you mean? They asked in unison. Guy's arms crossed over his chest. The truth is, Motaki didn't make it back on his own. He was found collapsed in the forest of death by some other shinobi returning from a mission. And when they found him, he was covered in bugs. I was on gate duty when they brought him back, Guy said. Motaki was lying limp on his rescuer's back. When they got the bugs off him, he just started screaming, thrashing around like a maniac. His eyes. I've never seen anything like it. Bloodshot, bulging, darting around like he was seeing things that weren't there. Kurenai shuddered. That's awful. Some people tried to calm him down, but he just lashed out with his whip made of bugs, keeping everyone at bay, Guy continued. Then, just as quickly as it started, he went still. Slumped right down, knees to his chest. And those bugs, They swarmed out, covering every inch of him. Guy paused, collecting his thoughts. It gets even weirder. Those bugs didn't behave like normal bugs. They formed this shell around him, like some kind of... He searched for the right words, his brow furrowed in concentration. A statue. Guy exclaimed. The bugs made Motaki look like that statue I saw on the ground. What kind of statue? Asuma prodded, thoroughly engrossed. It looked almost human, but with an octopus head. The bugs were hanging off his chin, wriggling in the air like tentacles. And it had these wings. Guy's voice trailed off. The statue. He whispered, lost in thought. Rely. His gaze drifted away, his eyes seemed to stare at something in the distance. The others exchanged confused glances, wondering what had caught his attention. They followed his gaze, but there was nothing out of the ordinary to see. Hyuga and the others looked back at Guy, puzzled. Hey, snap out of it. Asuma clapped his hands loudly, snapping Guy back to reality. You alright? Guy blinked, flashing his signature grin. Yeah, I'm good. So, what happened next? Asuma asked. Guy's grin faltered. The Aburame clan showed up, used their parasitic insects to draw the bugs off Motaki, and they then rushed him to the hospital. A wave of relief washed over the group, but his face remained troubled. When Motaki was trapped in that bug cocoon, I could have sworn I heard him chanting something. It was like Cthulhu, or something like that. The table fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them like a shroud. Each of them wondered what horrors Team 3 had faced on their ill-fated mission. Chapter 2, The Spider's Gaze. Cthulhu. What's that? Hyuga repeated, his head tilted in confusion. Guy shrugged, his bushy eyebrows knitting together. I'm not entirely sure. Motaki's voice was so distorted, I could barely make it out. The others sat in silence, nibbling on their dumplings as they tried to process the strange conversation. The sweet flavors usually brought them comfort, but today they did little to ease their growing unease. Hyuga suddenly stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. Well, as much as I'd love to stay and speculate about it, I should probably head back and get some training in. Thanks for the treat, senpai. Guy waved him off. No problem. You earned it. Just don't go pushing yourself too hard, yeah? Kagami hopped to his feet, bowing deeply to the older shinobis, before following his brother out of the shop. It was very nice to meet you all. Thank you for the food and the, interesting conversation. As the brothers made their way out of the shop, Kurenai couldn't help but smile. Hyuga's lucky to have such a polite little brother. Reminds me a bit of you, Asuma, before you discovered cigarettes and sarcasm. Asuma snorted, flicking a dumpling crumb at her. You're one to talk. Once the gecko siblings were out of earshot, the mood at the table turned serious once more. So, Asuma said, leaning forward, who do you think has the power to reduce a grown man to a gibbering mess like that? It's gotta be a ninja, right? Guy frowned, recalling the disturbing scene he'd witnessed at the village gates. I'm not so sure. What I saw. It didn't seem like something any ordinary ninja could do. Who else could wield such terrifying power? Asuma countered. Kurenai tapped her chin thoughtfully, her red eyes narrowing. It could be a Genjutsu. An incredibly powerful, long-ranged one. But even then, I've never heard of an illusion that could cause physical manifestations like those bugs. As the group's resident Genjutsu expert, Kurenai's words carried weight. If she believed it to be an exceptionally strong illusion, then it must be so. But if it is a Genjutsu, Kurenai continued, there's only one clan I know of that could pull off something like this. Guy and Asuma exchanged a knowing look. They didn't need Kurenai to say the name aloud. The relations between the village and the Uchiha had been strained since the Nine-Tails attack the previous year. In an effort to prevent further deterioration, the third Hokage had ordered all Hidden Leaf village shinobis to avoid discussing it and refrain from any actions that might escalate tensions. But these measures were merely a temporary solution. The growing distrust between the village and the Uchihas was an undeniable reality. Asuma rose to his feet, placing a comforting hand on Kurenai's shoulder. Hey, whatever's going on, I've got your back. We all do. Right, Guy? A blush crept up Kurenai's cheeks at Asuma's bold declaration, but a warm joy blossomed in her heart. Guy nodded, his trademark grin returning. Absolutely. The power of youth will prevail against any foe, be they man or beast. Just then, a flicker of movement caught Guy's eye. He turned to see a group of Anbu operatives leaping across the rooftops. Though their faces were hidden behind masks, Guy instantly recognized the silver hair that belonged to their leader. Kakashi. Guy murmured, his smile fading. Looks like something big's going down. The midnight moon cast its glow over the Gecko Dojo, where Hyuga practiced his sword swings with intense focus. 998. 999. 1000. After finishing his swings, He sheathed his sword and grabbed a towel to mop the sweat from his brow. It had been over 7 months since his parents fell in battle against the Ninetales, leaving him the dojo's legacy. As the eldest son, he felt the burden of carrying on the family tradition, no matter how heavy it seemed. The Gecko Dojo was famous for teaching the Hidden Leaf Village-style Kenjutsu, a technique developed by the second Hokage himself. Though it was now considered a secret art of the Gecko family, any Hidden Leaf Village shinobi could learn it, for a price. But after the Ninetales attack, many began to question the effectiveness of the sword style. Hi-8's own parents had fallen to the beast before their blades could even scratch its hide. What good was a sword against a demon of pure chakra? As a result, enrollment at the dojo had plummeted. Now, only a single student remained. But Hi-8 refused to let the art die. As long as there was even one soul willing to learn, he would teach, even if that student was barely a year his junior. With his nightly training complete, he made his way to Kagami's room. He eased the door open, and was met with the sight of his brother's back, illuminated by the gentle moonlight. Relief washed over him at the steady rise and fall of his brother's chest. The memory of his brother's month-long battle with a mysterious illness still haunted him. The doctors had been unsure if Kagami would survive, leaving his fate in the hands of his own will to live. Hi-8 had spent every waking moment at his brother's bedside, praying to any god that would listen. And when Kagami finally awoke, it was as if he'd been reborn. Gone was the carefree child he had known, replaced by a more somber, mature version of himself. Though he still had his moments of childlike innocence, Hi-8 couldn't shake the feeling that it was an act put on for his benefit. He knew it was more than just the illness that had changed his brother. The loss of their parents had forced Kagami to grow up far too quickly. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon the large glass terrarium that sat on Kagami's desk. After his brother recovered, he went to the Aburame clan and spent his entire life savings on this peculiar purchase. But it wasn't the terrarium itself that gave him pause. It was the creature that resided within. Hi-8 suppressed a shudder. He'd never been fond of spiders, but this one. There was something deeply unsettling about it. Inside the glass terrarium, a palm-sized black spider was hard at work, weaving a web that stretched from corner to corner. Under the moon's glow, Hi-8 could make out the creature's details. Its dark form was covered in fine, silvery hairs. The spider's limbs, while structurally similar to its smaller kin, were grotesquely oversized. But it was the face that truly sent shivers down his spine. Set into the spider's bulbous abdomen was a disturbingly human visage, its features twisted into an unreadable expression, anger, confusion, or perhaps even sadness? As if sensing his gaze, the spider suddenly shifted, its joints cracking as it turned to face him head-on. Its unblinking eyes seemed to bore into his very soul, and for a moment, he forgot to breathe. His mind went blank as he stared into the spider's eyes. It took every ounce of willpower to tear his gaze away from its intelligent, unblinking stare. He'd made the mistake of meeting that gaze once before, and the memory still haunted him. The sensation of having his consciousness being drawn into some dark abyss was a nightmare he couldn't shake. Only Kagami's timely return had snapped him out of that trance-like state, but even that brief moment had left him drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't that Hi-8 was afraid of spiders. But this creature was different. A monster, plain and simple. That was the only way he could define this spider. Any attempt to understand or rationalize its existence was beyond him. And it wasn't just the spider that unnerved him. Kagami, too, had begun to exhibit some unsettling behavior. Hi-8 had caught him conversing with the arachnid on more than one occasion. Not the simple exchange of information that the Aburame clan engaged in with their insect familiars, but a complex, almost human-like dialogue. The tiny minds of ordinary spiders were incapable of such communication. Yet he seemed to be getting answers, real answers, from his grotesque pet. The implications were too disturbing to contemplate. When Kagami realized Hi-8 was watching, he'd stopped having these one-sided conversations in his presence. But the damage was done. Hi-8 could not accept this abomination as a simple pet. Other children in the village kept cats, dogs, perhaps a mischievous monkey or brightly plumed bird. The Aburame, of course, bonded with their kika-ika from birth. But a human-faced spider? What purpose could such a monstrosity serve, beyond inducing nightmares and terrorizing the villagers? Still, he couldn't bring himself to deprive Kagami of his only companion. The boy had already lost so much, his parents, his innocence, nearly his life. If this creature, unsettling as it was, could provide some measure of comfort, who was he to take that away? Even if it meant living with the constant fear, the uncontrollable tremors that racked his body whenever he laid eyes upon it. He tore his gaze away, sliding the door shut with a soft click. Whatever his brother's reasons for keeping such a monstrosity, he trusted him. In a world filled with ninjas who possessed strange quirks and abilities, who was he to judge? He only hoped that, when the time came, he would have the strength to face whatever horrors it might bring. For Kagami's sake, if not his own. Chapter 3, The Silent Observer. As Yuma trailed behind the rest of the Anbu squad, he let out a frustrated sigh. The mission was simple enough, but something about today felt off. For starters, there were way too many spiders. Their webs crisscrossed the forest canopy like some kind of creepy decoration. "Hey, Inyo," he called out, his voice muffled behind his mask. "Is it just me, or are there a lot more of these eight-legged freaks out today?" Kakashi, leading the team from the front, barely spared a glance over his shoulder. "Focus on the mission, Taka. We can worry about the local wildlife later." "Easy for you to say," Yuma grumbled under his breath. "You're not the one with spider webs stuck in places they shouldn't be." It was no secret that he despised spiders. As an Anbu operative, he spent most of his days leaping from tree to tree, and those sticky webs were more than just a nuisance. The exposed shoulders of his uniform were particularly vulnerable, and the spider webs would cling to his bare skin, making his skin crawl. After every mission, Yuma had a ritual. He'd meticulously pluck the webs from his body, watching in satisfaction as the spiders swirled down the bathhouse drain. If he could, he'd wipe every last spider off the face of the earth in a heartbeat. But that was just a childish fantasy. In a land of dense forests, the spiders were the true rulers, their domain spanning nearly every inch of the terrain. Lost in thought, Yuma almost missed it when Kakashi suddenly halted on a sturdy branch ahead. The other Anbu followed suit, their movements perfectly synchronized. "The bandits' hideout is just beyond that ridge," he explained. "Our primary objective is reconnaissance. Here's the plan." With a few quick gestures, the squad was divided. Yuma would accompany him, approaching from the front, while the other two circled around to the rear. Kakashi's tone turned grave as he outlined the strategy. "We have reason to believe they have a Genjutsu specialist on their team. If you encounter them, don't engage directly. Remember, gathering intel is our top priority." "A Genjutsu specialist, great," Yuma muttered. "Just what we needed. Those guys are always a pain to deal with." "That's exactly why we need to be cautious," Kakashi said, his one visible eye narrowing. "Underestimating the enemy is a recipe for disaster." The Anbu nodded in unison, the gravity of the situation not lost on any of them. "Move out." The four Anbu members vanished into the darkness, splitting off in opposite directions. As they approached the bandit camp, Yuma could sense Kakashi's mind was elsewhere, probably still processing the Hokage's briefing. "Kakashi, the task ahead of you is a delicate one," the third Hokage said, his pipe smoldering as he relayed the mission details. "So it's true then? The bandits have a Genjutsu specialist of considerable skill?" Kakashi asked, kneeling respectfully before the village leader. The third Hokage nodded. "I had my suspicions when I first assigned the mission. That's why I sent Motaki and his team, a chance for the newly promoted Chunin to prove himself. But I fear I underestimated the threat." "How is Motaki now?" Kakashi pressed, always one to gather as much intel as possible before embarking on a mission. The third Hokage's expression turned somber. "He's in the care of our medical corps, but his condition is concerning. The Genjutsu used against him is unlike anything we've seen. Our best minds are still trying to devise a counter." The third Hokage's gaze drifted out over the village, his shoulders heavy with the weight of responsibility. "This is a formidable foe, Kakashi. Don't take unnecessary risks." Kakashi nodded. "Understood, Hokage-sama." Now, as they approached the bandits' gate, Yuma felt a growing sense of unease. By all accounts, this group numbered no more than 50 strong, with no known shinobi in their ranks. It was a C-rank mission at best, the kind usually reserved for experienced genin teams. So why had the Hokage assigned it to a Chunin? And why, after Motaki's team had been so thoroughly defeated, were they sending an Anbu, Kakashi, of all people? With 3 Jonins and Kakashi, a once-in-a-generation prodigy, they should have more than enough firepower to handle a single enemy ninja, no matter how skilled. Yet Kakashi's caution as they scouted the perimeter was not the demeanor of a man expecting an easy fight. The lack of guards, traps, or even a single sentry posted was unsettling. It was as if the bandits were entirely unconcerned about retaliation for their attack on Hidden Lee Village shinobi. Yuma shifted uncomfortably, a pesky spider web clinging to the back of his neck. He just wanted to get this over with, to scrub his skin clean of this creepy sensation. "Let's move," Kakashi signaled, apparently satisfied with his reconnaissance. They dropped from the treetops, landing silently within the camp's walls. And that's when they saw the bodies. The first one lay crumpled against a wooden fence, a dark stain marring its throat. "Kunai wound," Yuma observed as he rolled the corpse over for a closer look. "Probably from a shinobi." "No shit," one of the other Anbu muttered, prodding another body with his toe. "Look around. They're all like this." But Kakashi's attention was elsewhere. his brow furrowed beneath his mask. Then they saw it. The thing at their feet was barely recognizable as human. Its hairless skin was smooth and distorted, like a half-formed clay sculpture. And the skin. It was textured like fish scales with an oily sheen. But what really sent a chill down Yuma's spine was the puddle of viscous fluid seeping from beneath the corpse. Strands of it clung to the body as he moved it, like sticky, gooey fingers. "What the hell is this?" Yuma hissed, his stomach churning. "Some kind of new jutsu?" "I don't think so," Kakashi said, his voice grim. "I've seen a lot of techniques in my time, but nothing like this. Whatever did this? It's not normal." "You think it's connected to that Genjutsu specialist the Hokage mentioned?" one of the other Anbu asked. Kakashi's gaze was cautious. "It's possible, but we can't jump to conclusions. Our mission is to gather information, not speculate." As his eyes traveled upward, taking in the dozens of identical bodies strewn throughout the camp, he felt that something was very wrong here. Even the usually unflappable copy ninja felt a creeping dread that set his teeth on edge. "Spread out and search for survivors, or anything that might give us a clue about what happened here. But be on your guard. Whatever did this could still be nearby." The Anbu dispersed, their senses on high alert. Yuma couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. As he picked his way through the carnage, a glint of something caught his eye. Kneeling down, he brushed aside a tangle of sticky webbing to reveal a small, silver pendant. It was shaped like a spider, its multiple eyes seeming to stare directly into Yuma's soul. A chill ran down his spine as he pocketed the strange trinket. Somehow, he knew it was important. A piece of the puzzle they were trying to solve. But then, a soft clicking sound made him freeze. It was coming from above, from the thick canopy that stretched over the bandit camp. Slowly, hardly daring to breathe, he raised his eyes. And there, perched on a web that spanned the entire clearing, was the biggest, most grotesque spider he had ever seen. Chapter 4, The Spider's Lair. Yuma's heart stopped as he gazed upon the monstrous spider looming above them. Its body was as big as a horse, covered in thick and black fur. 8 eyes, each as large as a human fist, stared at him. "Inyo," he hissed, not daring to look away from the creature. "We've got company." The other Anbu were at his side in an instant, weapons at the ready. Even Kakashi seemed taken aback by the sheer size of the beast. "Easy," he warned, his Sharingan eye whirling to life beneath his mask. "We don't know what it's capable of." The spider let out a chilling hiss, as if responding to his words. Then, with a speed that defied its size, it attacked. The Anbu scattered, barely evading the creature's grasping legs. Yuma dove to the side, throwing a brace of shuriken that bounced harmlessly off the spider's armored shell. "Fire style, fireball jutsu!" Kakashi yelled, unleashing a blazing inferno that engulfed the spider. But as the flames died down, the beast emerged unscathed, its black fur only slightly charred. "Its hide is too tough," he muttered, frustrated. The spider seized the opportunity, spitting a stream of webbing that narrowly missed Yuma's head. The sticky strands wrapped around a nearby tree trunk, the bark sizzling and smoking where the web made contact. "Watch out!" Yuma shouted. "That web is acid." The Anbu dodged the spider's attacks while searching for a weakness in its defenses. Kakashi's Chidori severed one of its legs, but the creature hardly seemed to notice, its remaining limb striking back with full force. Yuma spotted their chance. He realized that the spider's underbelly was softer than the rest of its body. If they could just get a clear shot. "Inyo," he called out. "Use an earth-style jutsu to lift it up." "I've got an idea." The copy ninja understood immediately, slamming his hands to the ground. Earth-style, mud wall. A massive pillar of rock erupted from beneath the spider, launching it into the air. Its legs flailed wildly, exposing its underside. Yuma was ready. Leaping high, he channeled his chakra into his kunai. Wind-style, vacuum sword. His kunai, enveloped in a vortex of razor-sharp wind, plunged deep into the spider's belly. The beast let out an agonized shriek, its innards spilling out in a gush of foul-smelling ichor. But as the spider's lifeless body crashed to the ground, a swarm of smaller spiders emerged from the corpse. The spiders poured out like a dark, living tide, their legs skittering against the ground as they spread out in all directions. "You've got to be kidding me," Yuma groaned, readying his blade once more. The baby spiders swarmed them, their movements erratic and hard to predict. Yuma found himself back-to-back with Kakashi, fending off the creatures as they lunged from every direction. "Any more bright ideas?" Kakashi asked, his kunai flashing as he dispatched another spider. "Just one," Yuma replied, gritting his teeth. "Don't die." The spiders were relentless, their numbers seeming to multiply with each passing moment. One of them managed to latch onto Yuma's arm, its fangs sinking deep into his flesh. He cried out in pain, frantically stabbing at the creature until it released its grip, leaving behind a burning, Throbbing wound. Taka. Kakashi called out with concern. Are you alright? I'll live, Yuma grunted, pushing through the pain. But we can't keep this up forever. Kakashi's eyes scanned the area, his mind racing for a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The webs. We can use them against the spiders. Yuma's face lit up with understanding. The acid in the webs. If we can lure them in. Exactly, Kakashi confirmed, already forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A barrage of small fireballs burst from his mouth, setting the webs ablaze. The spiders, drawn to the heat and movement, scurried towards the flames. Yuma and the other Anbu took advantage of the distraction, herding the creatures towards the burning webs. As the spiders made contact, the acidic strands began to dissolve their exoskeletons, their agonized shrieks filling the air. It was a gruesome sight, but the acid webs alone weren't enough to turn the tide. Even as dozens of spiders dissolved into steaming puddles of goo, more surged forward to take their place, driven by an insatiable hunger and a blind rage. There's too many of them. Yuma shouted, his arm throbbing where the spider had bitten him. We need a new plan. As the spiders were getting closer, Kakashi Sharingan spun, analyzing the swarm for any weakness. And then he saw it, the larger spiders directing the movements of the smaller ones from the center of the horde. Taka, get ready to use your wind style. Kakashi yelled. I've got a plan. Yuma grinned beneath his mask, his hands ready to form seals. Just say the word, Captain. Kakashi quickly formed the necessary seals. Earth style, triple mud wall. 3 thick walls of earth erupted from the ground, blocking the spiders from the right, left, and rear. The Anbu quickly leaped onto the walls, using them as vantage points to rain down attacks on the swarm. Now, Taka. Kakashi roared, sprinting towards the larger spiders at the center. Yuma's hands blurred as he formed the seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Yuma inhaled deeply, then expelled a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. The blast sent the smaller spiders towards the rear wall. But the larger ones were too heavy to be moved, and they didn't budge. They skittered forward, their fangs bared, ready to strike at the Anbu in reach. The Anbu on the left and right walls leaped out of the way, avoiding the wind jutsu and the spiders it swept up. As the smaller spiders crashed against the rear wall, the Anbu pounced, cutting down the stunned creatures before they could recover. Meanwhile, the cave was filled with the chirping of 1,000 birds as Kakashi closed in on the larger spiders. With his Sharingan guiding him, he ducked the spider's web attacks and struck back with his Chidori, piercing the largest spider's head. One by one, the larger spiders fell, their bodies twitching and spasming as his jutsu fried their nervous systems. Yuma and the other Anbu picked off the stragglers, their blades and jutsu making short work of the disoriented creatures. As the last of the spiders lay dead at their feet, Yuma slumped against the rear wall, exhausted and in pain. He glanced at his arm, wincing at the red puncture marks left by the spider's fangs. Kakashi appeared beside him, examining the wound with a critical eye. We need to get you back to the village. That venom could be deadly. Yuma nodded, then looked down at himself and grimaced. He was covered in the spider's foul-smelling innards, with goo dripping from his hair and oozing beneath his mask. He was paralyzed with disgust, unable to move. Ugh, he groaned, trying in vain to wipe the slime from his face. I hate spiders. I really hate spiders. To his surprise, Kakashi let out a soft chuckle. Well, look on the bright side, Yuma. At least now you smell as bad as you look. Yuma stared at his captain, momentarily stunned. Did Kakashi just crack a joke? Haha, very funny, Yuma muttered, trying to sound annoyed but failing to suppress a small smile beneath his mask. You know, I think I preferred it when you were just a humorless hard-ass. Kakashi's expression turned serious again. Don't get used to it. We've still got work to do. Yuma's smile faded, and he nodded. Right. The cocoons. Together, they turned their attention to the webbed sacks hanging above. They cut them down, revealing the dried remains of the spiders' victims. But as they examined the bodies, it became clear that the spiders weren't the killers. The wounds on the bodies were unmistakably human-made. Kunai wounds, Kakashi said, his voice grave. Just like the bodies we found below. Yuma's frown deepened. So the spiders were just scavenging, feeding on the leftovers of whoever really attacked this camp. It would seem so, Kakashi agreed. Which means we're dealing with something far more dangerous than a simple bandit gang. He turned to face his team, his expression deadly serious. We need to report back to the Hokage immediately. If there's a new threat out there targeting shinobi, the village needs to be prepared. The other Anbu nodded, their own faces grim beneath their masks. As they gathered the remaining bodies, Yuma couldn't resist one final jab at his captain, despite the throbbing pain in his arm. Hey, Kakashi? Next time we're up against a giant, Man-eating spider, you're taking point. I've had enough of being bug bait for one lifetime. Kakashi's eye glinted with amusement. Duly noted. But for the record, spiders are arachnids, not bugs. Yuma rolled his eyes. Smartass. Chapter 5, The Sinister Statue. 32 bodies, all taken out by kunai, Yuma reported. Kakashi nodded grimly, his one visible eye scanning the scene. Looks like we found the whole gang. Or what's left of them, anyway. The two Anbu agents had quickly surveyed the area, taking in the scattered corpses. It was clear that whoever had done this was a professional. Each kill was swift and precise, leaving no room for resistance. Yuma's gaze drifted back to Kakashi. You think it could have been Motoki's team? He asked, distractedly brushing a spider from his shoulder. Maybe they finished the job before. You know. But Kakashi wasn't convinced. The wounds, while expertly placed, were surprisingly shallow. Some hadn't even fully penetrated the skin. And then there was the distinct lack of blood. If these bandits had been slain by Hidden Leaf Village shinobis, the ground should have been soaked with it. Even more strange were the bodies themselves. They were hairless, with distorted features and skin that resembled fish scales. And the puddles of slime beneath them. It was all just too bizarre. No, something else was at play here. We keep moving, he told Yuma. There's nothing more to learn here. They pushed deeper into bandit territory, driven by Kakashi's hunch that this camp was just an outpost. The real base, where they stored their ill-gotten gains, would be hidden nearby. It didn't take long to find it, a cave, its entrance concealed by a tangle of branches and boulders. To the untrained eye, it would have been invisible. But to a pair of elite Anbu, it might as well have been marked with a neon sign. Just as they prepared to enter, a flurry of movement above caught their attention. Figures dropped from the trees, landing silently on the rocks that flanked the cave mouth. Kakashi's blood ran cold as he took in their appearance. The distinctive armor, the stylized masks. His grip on his blade tightened as he whispered, the Hidden Mist Village Anbu squad. His eyes locked onto the figures. What are they doing here? This was a worst-case scenario. The presence of Hidden Mist Village shinobis, deep in the heart of the Land of Fire, could mean only one thing, an act of war. His mind raced, calculating odds and angles of attack. They were outnumbered, and with no idea how many more lurked in the shadows. A direct confrontation would be suicide. Their only chance was to fall back, to warn the Hokage of this new threat. But before he could signal Yuma to retreat, the lead Hidden Mist Village ninja stepped forward, hands raised in a calming gesture. Stand down, he called out, his voice muffled behind his mask. We're not here for you. Kakashi hesitated, his instincts at odds with protocol. He knew the old code, a way for shinobis to avoid unnecessary conflict when their missions didn't align. But he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. This is the Land of Fire, he said evenly, letting his hand fall from his weapon. Your presence here is an act of aggression. The Hidden Mist Village leader paused, considering his next words carefully. In truth, he would have liked nothing more than to take advantage of their superior numbers and slaughter the Hidden Leaf Village Anbu where they stood. It would be fitting retribution for the 4 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village who had fallen to Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin 2 years prior. But the Mizukage's orders had been clear, deal with the missing ninja swiftly and silently. Completing that mission took priority over even the chance for revenge. And so, with great reluctance, the Hidden Mist Village leader held his bloodlust in check. We're pursuing a missing ninja from our village, he explained. Once we have him, we'll leave your lands immediately. It was a thin story, but one Kakashi couldn't openly challenge without risking an international incident. He glanced at the assembled Hidden Mist Village shinobis, taking note of their positions. 6 visible, guarding the entrance. Likely more inside. Even with Yuma and their hidden team member, the odds weren't in their favor. No, the smart play was to gather what intel he could and report back to the Hokage. Let the village leadership decide how to handle this unexpected presence of Hidden Mist Village shinobis in their territory. The bandits back there, Kakashi said, jerking his head towards the camp. Was that your handiwork? The Hidden Mist Village ninja shook his head. They were like that when we arrived. Figured it was your doing. Weren't they your mission? So, Motoki's team had taken out the bandits after all. But then they'd run afoul of this missing ninja, whoever he was. He opened his mouth to press for more details, but a blood-curdling scream from deep within the cave cut him off. In an instant, the Hidden Mist Village shinobis were on alert, weapons drawn. We need to move, their leader barked, already turning towards the cave. Came, heavy, with me. The rest of you, hold this position. Without another word, half the squad vanished into the darkness, leaving Kakashi and Yuma alone at the entrance. What's the play, Captain? Yuma asked worriedly. Kakashi frowned behind his mask. Every instinct told him to pursue, to unravel the mystery that had claimed Motoki's team. But charging blindly into unknown danger was a rookie mistake. Something he couldn't afford to make. "We wait," he said finally. "And watch. If the Hidden Mist Village come out with their missing ninja, we let them go. Our priority is getting this information back to the village." Yuma nodded, but then winced, rubbing his arm where the spider had bitten him earlier. "You alright?" Kakashi asked, his eye narrowing. "Yeah, just a bit numb. Don't think it was venomous." "I'll be fine," Yuma replied. They jumped into the trees, finding a vantage point that gave them a clear view of the cave entrance while keeping them hidden from sight. Minutes ticked by with no sign of the Hidden Mist Village shinobis. The forest was unnaturally still, as if even the animals were spooked by the atmosphere. "They're taking too long," Yuma muttered, shifting uneasily on his perch. Another spider crawled up his leg, and he flicked it away with a shudder. "I don't like this. Something feels off." Kakashi silently agreed. For an elite squad to take this much time subduing a single target, something wasn't right. Another scream echoed from the depths of the cave, followed by a silence that was somehow even more unnerving. "We're going in," he decided, dropping soundlessly to the ground. "But we take it slow. No unnecessary risks. Our mission is reconnaissance, not rescue." "Understood?" Yuma nodded. "Lead the way, Captain." Kakashi knew that although it may be very dangerous inside the cave, their mission was to obtain all the information. They had only obtained half of it so far, and it was definitely not enough to complete the mission. They had to press on, no matter the risk. The cave was dark and damp, the air thick with a foul smell that made their stomachs turn. Kakashi and Yuma moved silently, keeping close to the walls as they made their way deeper into the cave, every sense on high alert. As they rounded a corner, a faint light became visible ahead. He signaled for Yuma to hold position as he edged forward, using a small mirror to peer around the bend. What he saw left him confused and uneasy. The cave opened up into a large chamber, lit by flickering torches that cast shadows on the walls. Scattered across the floor were the unmistakable weapons of the Hidden Mist Village Danzō squad. They were all kneeling in prayer, facing towards the center of the room. Towards the statue. All except one, who moved as if in a trance towards the statue on the raised platform. The statue itself was a thing of nightmares. Carved from an unknown stone, it depicted a figure that was both human and something else. Its face was a twisted mass of tentacles, its body a grotesque hybrid of man and octopus. Kakashi tore his gaze away. Whatever this thing was, something didn't feel right. Chapter 6, The Cult in the Dimly Lit Cave. A group of ninjas gathered around a twisted statue on a raised platform. Kakashi's trained eyes scanned the uniforms, identifying 9 Hidden Mist Village Anbu and 2 Hidden Lee Village Chunins. They stared at the monstrosity with obsessive smiles, their eyes reflecting the statue's twisted form. Beside the platform stood a man in Hidden Mist Village Chunin attire, his expression the most composed among the group, yet still hinting at a deep-seated obsession. The statue itself was far from beautiful, its grotesque features seeming to draw the group in with an otherworldly power. Yet, despite its ugliness, it had captivated everyone present. "Rely. The Hidden Mist Village believers murmured, their words devolving into mindless chanting. The missing ninja's gaze swept across the new believers, and then he began to speak. "Hail great Cthulhu, the sleeping god, Lord of Rely," he declared. "He'll transform our bodies, grant us eternal life, and welcome us into the endless ocean. In the underwater city, our ancestors celebrate and rejoice. We'll join them, the most faithful of his followers. We'll rest alongside our ancestors in Relia's vast vaults, protected by Cthulhu's power until the stars align, and we rise again in triumph. In his house at Relia dead Cthulhu waits dreaming." As the missing ninja's sermon reached a fevered pitch, a disturbing transformation began to take hold of his followers. Their hair fell out in clumps, and their skin turned a sickly pale, as if drained of all life. The believers' faces reflected a mix of emotions, awe, fear, and ecstasy. It was as if the missing ninja's words had shattered their sense of identity, leaving them lost and disconnected. Witnessing this from his hiding spot, Kakashi fought to keep his grip on reality. He bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain to ground himself and prevent his own mind from slipping into chaos. As he regained his composure, he tore his gaze away, catching a glimpse of the statue's edge, but strange images still flashed in his mind. He pictured the sunken city, Relia, hidden deep in the sea, where Cthulhu slumbered, waiting for the stars to align and bring disaster to the world. He pushed the revelation aside, knowing he'd have to process it later, if they made it out of this nightmare alive. Survival was their top priority now. He assessed their situation, sizing up the threat. He turned to Yuma, intending to order a tactical retreat. But Yuma was already rising to his feet, his face slack and expressionless, moving towards the statue like a sleepwalker. Kakashi lunged to grab him, But Yuma shrugged him off with an unnatural strength. "Snap out of it," he growled, trying to shake his comrade back to reality. But Yuma kept moving, his eyes fixed on the statue. Thinking fast, he clapped his hands over Yuma's eyes, blocking his view of the statue. Instantly, Yuma went limp, the strange force controlling him dissipating like a bad dream. Seizing the moment, he hauled Yuma back into the relative safety of the cave wall. Yuma's eyes fluttered open, confusion and fear written across his face. What happened to me?" he asked, his voice shaky. "The statue had you under its control," Kakashi said grimly. Yuma's eyes widened in horror. I don't remember." "Kakashi, what do we do?" Kakashi weighed their options. A frontal assault was out of the question, they were outnumbered, and more importantly, they had no defense against the statue's power. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had been lucky to break free from the statue's control. Catching only a glimpse of the statue through the small mirror had likely saved him. Yuma, on the other hand, had looked directly at the statue and had fallen under its control almost instantly. Motoki's sunglasses, standard issue for his clan, might have slowed down the statue's effects, giving him a bit more time before he fell under its control. The nature of the threat was becoming clearer. The statue's influence seemed to require direct line of sight. As long as they avoided looking at it, they might be able to resist its allure. He searched his mind for any technique that might help them escape this nightmare. Then, an idea flickered through his mind. His Sharingan. Could its power be used to counter this power? As soon as the thought occurred to him, he dismissed it. If the statue could project its will across vast distances, trapping minds even from afar, what chance did his Genjutsu stand? It was absurd to even think about trying to hypnotize a statue. Kakashi almost laughed at the ridiculousness of it. "It's pointless," he muttered to himself, more than to Yuma. "We can't fight this, not here, not like this. We need to regroup, report back to the village." But before they could go, a mocking voice called out from deeper in the cave. "Hey, you two little mice hiding back there. Come out, come out. Let me introduce you to our Lord and Savior." Kakashi stiffened. It was the missing ninja, the only one of the fanatics who seemed somewhat sane. Was he behind this Genjutsu? The leader of this cult? Yet, despite his authority, he seemed like just another servant, trapped under the control of the one he called Cthulhu. Silence was their only response. Kakashi and Yuma remained crouched behind their meager cover, hardly daring to breathe. They remained frozen behind their cover, barely breathing. When it became clear they wouldn't take the bait, the missing ninja dropped the act. Kakashi heard the soft rustle of hands forming seals, and then, water-style, exploding water shockwave. A massive wave burst out of the cave, filling the small space in an instant. They were caught off guard and swept away like leaves in a flash flood. They tumbled through the air, barely avoiding being smashed against the trees as the jutsu violently expelled them from the cave. Finally, the waters dispersed as they reached the open area of the bandit camp. They stumbled to their feet, gasping for air and disoriented. As they surveyed the destruction, the tents and shacks of the camp reduced to splintered wood, Kakashi couldn't help but be amazed by the jutsu's sheer power. "What's the plan, boss?" Yuma asked, looking around nervously. They were alone and vulnerable, their teammates nowhere to be seen. Every instinct screamed at them to get out of there, to put as much distance as possible between them and the horror they'd just witnessed. Kakashi was about to give the order to retreat and regroup, but the words stuck in his throat. A strangled, agonized moan sounded from behind him, making him spin around. What he saw was unbelievable. One of the bandit corpses, pale and stiff, had somehow come to life and bitten down on Yuma from behind. Its teeth sank deep into Yuma's skin, refusing to let go. Yuma was paralyzed with fear, too scared to move in case he made it worse. The corpse's head, once misshapen and deflated, had somehow regained its shape. Beneath its waxy skin, sickly blue veins pulsed with a faint sign of life. Even more terrifying were the other bodies scattered around the camp. They, too, began to twitch and stir, slowly getting to their feet. Their dead eyes fixed on the two living shinobis with a predatory glare. Chapter 7, The Statue's Secret. As Kakashi drew his Danzō blade, the shambling corpses closed in, driven by a primal urge to feed. But instead of attacking right away, he took a moment to assess the situation. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. These weren't true corpses, but rather reanimated bodies trapped in a state of suspended animation. They were likely former bandits, transformed by some unknown process into these monstrous forms. When Motoki's team arrived, these walking dead must have fallen dormant en masse. That's why he and his team had let their guard down, thinking they'd won after inflicting what seemed like shallow wounds. But what really caught Kakashi's attention was that even the walking corpses with gaping wounds showed no signs of blood or internal organs. The gashes were just dark, empty holes. Now, revived by the water-style jutsu, They'd broken free from their deathly stillness, rising from their dormant state with a hunger for the living. He realized that ordinary wounds wouldn't be effective against these unnatural beings. The key to taking them down was to target their joints, immobilizing them, or removing their heads entirely. Just then, Daisuke and his partner appeared at Kakashi's side. "Captain, what's going on here?" Daisuke asked, his voice laced with concern. "Yeah, since when did our mission involve fighting zombies?" His partner added, eyeing the approaching corpses nervously. "Less talking, more fighting," Kakashi ordered. "Target their joints or go for a clean beheading. That's the only way to take them down for good." The three Anbu formed a defensive circle around Yuma, still trapped in the grip of the corpse clinging to his throat. Their priority was to protect their comrade from further harm. The Walking Dead shambled towards them in waves, their attacks clumsy and instinctual. For the elite Anbu, dodging such uncoordinated assaults was child's play. But the corpse's pale, waxy skin proved surprisingly resilient. Even direct hits from shuriken barely left a scratch. Brute force, applied with precision to critical points, seemed to be the only reliable way to take down the corpses. Kakashi gripped his tando with both hands, channeling chakra to enhance the blade's cutting power as he targeted the necks of the attacking corpses. Heads rolled, but instead of blood, a viscous, white mucus oozed out. "Ugh, gross!" Daisuke exclaimed, dodging a glob of the mucus. "What are these things made of?" "Forget that for now," his partner said, decapitating another corpse with a well-placed kick. "I want to know what's causing this. Is it some kind of jutsu?" "Maybe," Kakashi grunted, dispatching two more of the creatures. "But let's focus on surviving first, theories later." After a grueling battle, the copy ninja and his team finally managed to dispatch the last of the Walking Dead. As they caught their breath, Kakashi surveyed the motionless faces of their attackers, sprawled in the shallow water. He allowed himself a brief sigh of relief before turning his attention to Yuma's predicament. The situation was more complicated than he'd hoped. The corpse's bite had inflicted a severe wound. Trying to forcibly remove it now would likely cause blood loss. The prudent course was to secure the area first, then carefully consider their options. The problem was, none of them were medical ninja, making effective hemostasis a dangerous task. After a moment's thought, he came up with a bold plan. He would remove the corpse's head while leaving it attached to Yuma's neck. This way, they could transport Yuma back to the village without risking severe blood loss, while also preserving the head for study. The challenge would be severing the head without making the corpse's jaw move. A blade wouldn't be precise enough, he needed something more exact. "Chidori!" Kakashi cried, lightning chakra crackling to life around his hand. His comrades quickly stepped back, wary of the jutsu. With a precise strike, he cleanly separated the corpse's head from its body, leaving Yuma's neck untouched. As the headless corpse collapsed, Kakashi caught Yuma, preventing him from falling. "Secure the head to his neck and get him back to the village, now," he commanded, entrusting Yuma to Daisuke's care. Daisuke hesitated, sensing his intention to stay behind. "What about you?" "The mission isn't over yet," Kakashi replied, his gaze fixed on the cave. His father's fate and Obito's sacrifice had made one thing clear, the mission and his comrades were equally important. He would see this through. "Inyo, this is crazy," Daisuke protested. "We barely made it out of that first fight. You can't take on an unknown threat alone." "I'm not asking permission," Kakashi said firmly. "Get Taka to safety." "That's an order." Daisuke looked like he wanted to argue further, but Kakashi's sharp glance silenced him. With a frustrated grunt, he carefully lifted Yuma onto his back, making sure not to disturb the gruesome attachment to Yuma's neck. "Just be careful in there, yeah?" Daisuke said, his anger giving way to genuine concern. Kakashi nodded curtly. "I'll do what I have to. Now go." With a final, worried glance, Daisuke and his partner disappeared into the trees, carrying Yuma back to Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi re-entered the cave, alone once more. The silence was unsettling, as if the chaos that had erupted earlier had never happened. He moved cautiously along the wall, straining his ears to pick up any sign of movement in the chamber ahead. But there was nothing. Nothing. Not even a breath. Still, with the statue's power at play, he didn't dare look directly. Instead, he used a mirror to scan the area. He carefully scanned the area. The platform stood empty, the assembled ninja from before nowhere to be seen. But as the mirror's reflection swept over the platform, he caught a glimpse of a sickly green glow. He let out a reflexive gasp and dropped the mirror, which shattered on the stone floor. They'd left the statue behind. Kakashi had been careful to avoid even a glance at the figure, but that flash of weird light confirmed its presence. Were the others still hiding in the cave, waiting to strike? Unlikely. His sharp senses would have picked up on anyone lurking in the confined space. For now, he was alone. But why had they abandoned the statue? Kakashi knew it was no ordinary statue, but a vessel for a powerful genjutsu. Wouldn't it be a prize worth claiming? It seemed like a valuable asset, one that could give them a significant advantage. Unless... His mind flashed back to Kiri's previous scheme with the three tails, sealing the beast within Rin and setting her on a collision course with Hidden Leaf Village, a ticking time bomb of destruction. Could this be a similar ploy? But upon further reflection, probably not. The statue's power was different, relying on direct line of sight. It could be neutralized by simply covering it up. His course was clear. He had to secure the statue and bring it back to the village. Even if it was too dangerous to study directly, it could at least be contained. Closing his eyes and trusting his spatial memory, he approached the statue. As his foot touched the platform, a sudden chorus of whispers filled his ears. The sighs and murmurs were nonsensical, sourceless, and in no language he could identify as human. But one word rose above the strange whispers, repeated like a dark mantra: Cthulhu. Cthulhu. There it was again. That name, the same one spoken by the missing ninja. What did it mean? Unnerved, Kakashi quickly wrapped the statue in cloth, muffling its power. As the last fold of fabric fell into place, the whispering stopped, leaving only silence. He lifted the shrouded statue, surprised by its lightness despite its stone-like construction. A mystery for the experts back in Hidden Leaf Village to figure out. Slinging it across his back, he made his way out of the cave. Chapter 8, Burning Questions. With the mysterious statue safely wrapped, Kakashi headed back to the bandit camp. As he approached the camp, he was met with a desolate and haunting scene. The floodwaters had drained away, leaving behind a gruesome sight. Headless bodies scattered everywhere, like fish washed up on the shore. He let out a deep sigh. Even though the immediate danger had passed, he couldn't just leave these bizarre bodies for innocent civilians to stumble upon. Cleaning up was an essential part of any mission, no matter how gruesome. The severed head they'd used to treat Yuma's injury would be enough for study. The rest of these monstrous bodies needed to be disposed of, right away. He set the statue down and began gathering the scattered remains. It was a slow and tiring process, but he worked steadily, piling the bodies and their severed heads into a massive, towering bonfire that seemed to stretch up to the darkening sky. Once the last body was in place, he formed a series of hand seals, channeling his chakra. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. A blast of flames erupted from his lips, engulfing the pile of corpses in a raging inferno. As the fire crackled and roared, he retrieved the wrapped statue, his gaze fixed on the flames. The mission had left its mark, draining him both physically and mentally. Securing the statue felt empty, considering the missing ninja had escaped, and he'd been powerless to save his fellow Hidden Leaf Village ninja from its control. Now, all 9 Hidden Mist Village Anbu were likely under the same dark influence that had consumed their quarry. What drove them now? What terrors would they unleash? And what was this Cthulhu, anyway? Lost in thought, Kakashi almost missed the funeral pyre burning out, leaving only ashes of the fallen. With one last glance at the scorched earth, he turned and disappeared into the trees, the statue feeling strangely heavy on his back. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, his departure didn't go unnoticed. High in a nearby tree, 2 figures watched in silence. "Check it out," one of them said, holding up a severed head that matched their own pale features. "It's your cousin, Zetsu." The other figure swatted at the grisly trophy, unamused. "Hardly. If anything, it's your side of the family tree. I'm the good-looking one, remember?" The head's bearer caught it before it could fall, cradling it with mock-offended look. "Hey, watch it. This is a valuable research sample. No ruzzing with the goods. Why bother taking it in the first place? What if that Hotake kid notices he's 1 head short? We can't afford to tip our hand, not yet." The first figure shrugged. "Call it professional curiosity. Besides, Obito's gonna want to see this. Might even crack a smile for once, the miserable bastard." His companion nodded in agreement. "You're right. Too bad about the statue, though. That would have been awesome to bring back." The moon cast its glow through the trees, illuminating the figures as they stood there, identical in every way. "Win some, lose some," Zetsu said with a shrug, tucking the severed head under his arm like a trophy. "Let's get out of here. This place is dead." He turned to leave, but paused, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Oh, by the way. There's a spider on your shoulder." The other's eyes went wide with alarm, frantically brushing at his pale skin. "What? Where? Damn it, Zetsu, you know I hate those creepy little..." "Wait a second. There's no spider, is there?" Zetsu burst out laughing, already leaping through the treetops. "Oh man, your face. I can't believe you fell for that again. You prick." His companion cursed, giving chase. "Just wait till I get my hands on you." Their bickering faded into the night, leaving the forest silent once again. The third Hokage stood on the platform, addressing the new students of the Ninja Academy. Congratulations, everyone, on your acceptance. I hope you'll all work hard to become exceptional ninjas and dedicate yourselves to your studies. The entrance ceremony was in full swing, just a day after the previous class had graduated. The village needed new blood badly, especially after the recent war. But despite his inspiring words, the young students' attention wandered. They were more interested in sneaking peeks at their future classmates than listening to the familiar speech. Kagami was no exception. He scanned the crowd, recognizing the clan affiliations, Inuzuka, Okimaki, Hyuga. But most of the kids, like him, came from ordinary families. To his right stood a girl with long, dark hair. She was smiling and waving at someone in the second row. Following her gaze, he spotted a familiar face, Itachi. Ah, that must be Izumi, he thought, remembering the rumors about her close friendship with the talented Uchiha heir. As the Hokage's speech finally ended, Kagami looked back at the crowd of departing parents. Among the adults, his brother figure caught his eye. Though he couldn't hear the words, he could read the encouragement on his brother's lips. You got this. With a smile and a nod, Kagami silently promised himself he'd make his brother proud. Instructor Daiko led the class to the training field, where they'd learn to work together and hone their skills. Some of you may have already started learning ninjutsu at home, but here at the academy, you'll be working as a team. Remember, a strong foundation is key. Give it your all. The students lined up, eager to show off their skills with the provided shuriken and kunai. Most started with the shuriken, but a few, like those from established shinobi clans, went straight for the kunai, their prior training obvious. Itachi was one of them. With a smooth motion, he launched 4 kunais, each one hitting the bullseye dead center. The loud thud of metal on wood drew gasps of amazement from the onlookers. Wow, did you see that? He's incredible. Kaigo, a boy with spiky hair and a small sickle strapped to his back, scowled beside him. He had been hoping to wow his classmates with his own skills, but it seemed that wasn't going to happen. But compared to Itachi's flawless performance, his own scattered kunais looked clumsy. Kagami, on the other hand, hadn't made a single throw yet. It wasn't because he wasn't trying, he just had no idea how to hold the unfamiliar weapons. Despite his brother being a ninja, he had never learned the basics of ninjutsu. His brother had always put it off, saying he needed to focus on recovering from his illness. As a result, he was a complete beginner, not even knowing his family's signature Hidden Lee village-style kenjutsu. Kagami suspected that his brother had been hesitant to teach him because he wanted to keep him out of the shinobi life. The worry in Hayate's eyes when he saw his name on the academy roster said it all. It made sense. As a ninja, death was always a possibility. The Nine-Tails attack had driven that point home. Civilians could flee to safety, but shinobi had to rush towards danger. But for now, Kagami had a more pressing problem. How was he supposed to throw these shurikens? First time handling one of those? A girl asked, interrupting his thoughts. He turned to see a classmate smiling at him. She had short, brown hair and wore a bright red jacket with white fur trim. But what really caught his attention were the twin red fang markings on her cheeks, a clear sign she was an Inuzuka. Yeah, Kagami admitted sheepishly. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let me show you, she said, demonstrating the proper grip. You want to hold it like this, keeping your fingers clear of the sharp edges. Then, the girl sent the shuriken flying. It hit the target with a loud thud, sticking point first in the center circle. He mimicked her stance and took aim. To his surprise, his own shuriken flew straight, hitting the bullseye. The girl grinned. Nice one. You're a natural. Feeling more confident, he reached for another shuriken. And another. Each throw was just as accurate as the first. Daiko stopped by Kagami's target, nodding in approval at the tight grouping, before moving on to the next student. He seemed satisfied that Kagami didn't need any more instruction. I'm in Yuzuka Hana, by the way, the girl said, turning back to Kagami. And you are? I'm Gekko Kagami. Nice to meet you, he replied. Hana's eyes widened in recognition. Ah, that explains it. No wonder you picked it up so quickly. Guess it runs in the family, huh? He smiled, choosing not to mention his brother's reluctance to teach him ninja skills. A few minutes later, Daiko called the class to order. Alright, everyone, gather around. Next up, we're doing some basic sparring. I want to see your combat skills. When I call your name, step forward. The students clustered around their teacher, an excited murmur running through the group. First pair, Itachi Uchiha and Inuzuka Hana. Daiko announced. Hana grinned as she made her way to the front, clearly eager to test herself against the acclaimed Uchiha prodigy. Chapter 9, Clash of the First Years. Itachi and Hana exchanged a surprised glance as their names were called. With a nod, they stepped out of line and faced each other before Daiko. As children of shinobi clans, they knew the drill. They raised their hands, formed the seals of confrontation, and waited for the signal. Begin. Daiko barked. In an instant, the two combatants sprang back, creating a safe distance between them. They began to circle each other, eyes locked, each waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Itachi fell into a classic defensive stance, knees bent, arms raised, weight balanced on the balls of his feet. Hana, on the other hand, opted for a more unconventional approach. She crouched low to the ground, one hand splayed in the dirt, the other curled into a claw. Her teeth were bared in a feral grin, and the red fang marks on her cheeks made her look like a wild beast ready to pounce. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then, faster than the eye could track, Hana sprang into action. She darted in low and fast, lunging at Itachi like a wolf going for the throat. At the last second, she launched herself into a corkscrew jump, whipping her hand around in a vicious open palm slap. The girls in the audience gasped in shock. Some covered their eyes, unwilling to see Itachi's face bloodied. But he was ready. He leaned back at an impossible angle, and Hana's strike whistled harmlessly past his chin. Her arm was left hanging in empty air, completely unguarded. Itachi didn't hesitate. His hand shot out, clamping around Hana's wrist in an iron grip. In one swift motion, he twisted, using her arm to flip her over his shoulder. But Hana was quick to counter. Her free hand flashed out, striking Itachi between the shoulder blades, and his momentum stalled. He adapted instantly. He released Hana's wrist and launched into a lightning-fast flurry of punches and kicks. Hana matched him blow for blow, strike for strike. The sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed through the training field as they clashed, their movements almost too fast to follow. The onlookers were stunned. "These are supposed to be first years?" Someone whispered. "I can barely keep up with them." Another spectator exclaimed. As the fight wore on, Hana's aggressive pressure began to take its toll on Itachi. His blocks slowed, his dodges lost their finesse. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he struggled to keep up with Hana's intense attack. Her grin turned vicious. She sensed weakness and smelled victory within her grasp. One clean hit would seal the deal. She feinted left, then right, before unleashing a fast haymaker with every ounce of strength she had, aiming to take Itachi's head off his shoulders. But instead of connecting with his face, her fist crashed into splintering wood. "Stop." Daiko called the match. "Winner, Itachi." Hana spun around, her eyes locking onto Itachi's, his fist hovering mere inches from the crimson fang tattoos on her cheek. The spectators' confused chatter erupted as they lowered their hands from their faces, blinking in the sudden light. "What the heck just happened?" someone asked, bewildered. "How did he get behind her?" Another spectator wondered aloud. As a seasoned Chunin, Daiko had witnessed many battles, and he had seen it all. At the last possible second, just as Hana's punch was about to connect, Itachi had substituted himself with a log, allowing it to avoid the blow while he reappeared behind Hana. This was a masterful execution of the substitution jutsu, one of the three fundamental techniques that formed the basis of all ninjutsu. Impressive enough for a fresh academy student. What's more, unless his eyes had deceived him, Itachi had pulled off the jutsu without using any hand seals at all. He couldn't be certain if the boy was simply too quick to see, or if he had achieved such mastery that he could skip the signs altogether. Either way, if this was the level Itachi was starting at, he was destined for greatness as a shinobi. Perhaps the greatest of his generation. Hana may have been the only one to truly challenge him. Daiko filed that fact away for future reference as he called the next pair to the ring. As she rejoined the line, Hana's face was a picture of frustration. The top kunoichi of the Inuzuka clan had just been beaten in her first academy spar. How was she going to explain this to her strict mother? Itachi approached her. "Your taijutsu is impressive, worthy of the Inuzuka. Doesn't change the fact that I lost." Hana scowled, but her anger was fading. Itachi's expression turned thoughtful. "If you had your ninja hound with you, I doubt I'd stand a chance." At this, Hana brightened. "You really think so?" "Absolutely," he said. "I'm looking forward to facing you again, when we can both fight at our best." He held out his hand. Hana ducked her head, trying to hide the blush rising to her cheeks as they shook hands. The other girls watched with envy, noticing the exchange. The rest of the class flew by in a blur, with students pairing off in spirited but mostly one-sided matches. Before long, only the final match was left. "Final match." Daiko barked. "Izumi Uchiha and Gekko Kagami, take your positions." The two students walked out to face each other. Izumi moved with a confident stride, while Kagami's steps were heavier, almost hesitant. They faced off, Kagami dropping into a basic academy stance, while Izumi stood with her hands on her hips, a small smirk on her face. "Begin." She burst into action, attacking Kagami with a flurry of quick movements and powerful strikes. He struggled to defend himself, stumbling backward as Izumi pushed him towards the boundary line. Her eyes were fixed on her opponent as she kept the pressure on. Daiko's brow furrowed as he watched Kagami struggle. He had heard that the boy was a bit fragile, maybe not cut out for the demands of being a shinobi. But even considering Izumi's obvious talent, he shouldn't be having this much trouble. Just as Izumi was about to deliver the finishing blow, Kagami vanished in a puff of smoke. A log thudded to the ground where he'd been standing a heartbeat before. Izumi didn't hesitate. Her instincts screamed at her to react. She spun around, throwing a back fist, expecting him to reappear behind her. But her fist went through his figure, leaving her to swing at empty space. Kagami suddenly appeared at her side, already throwing a picture-perfect straight punch aimed directly at her jaw. No time to block, no time to dodge. Izumi braced for impact, squeezing her eyes shut. "Stop!" Daiko roared, but it was too late. The sound of flesh striking flesh echoed through the training field. But to Izumi's surprise, no pain followed. She cautiously opened one eye to find herself staring up at Itachi's face. His hand was locked around Kagami's wrist, halting the punch mere inches from her face. Something in his expression gave Izumi pause. His dark eyes were hard as flint as he stared Kagami down, his jaw clenched tight. Izumi's eyes widened as she finally identified the unfamiliar emotion that had been playing on Itachi's face. It was anger. Chapter 10, a hurried goodbye. They held their poses for a long moment, their eyes locked in a tense stare. Neither was willing to back down. Finally, Itachi released his grip on Kagami's wrist. Kagami lowered his fist, taking a step back as Daiko called off the match. The two boys made the sign of reconciliation before returning to their places in line, but Kagami couldn't stop himself from stealing glances at Itachi. The prodigy's face had already returned to its calm mask, as if the flash of anger had never happened. But he was certain of what he'd seen. The question was, why? Was Itachi upset that he had gone all out against Izumi? He shook his head. After living through war, Itachi had to know that a real shinobi duel held nothing back, no matter the opponent's age or gender. Maybe Itachi was upset because he had copied his tactics from his match with Hana, using the substitution jutsu. It was true that his skills were limited to the 3 basic techniques he'd learned from watching Hyuga train. But what he lacked in variety, he made up for with raw power and precise chakra control, honed through hours of solo practice. Besides, Itachi wasn't so petty as to begrudge the use of the basic techniques. Was he? In the end, the simplest explanation was probably the right one. Itachi's anger hadn't been about Kagami at all, but about protecting his own clan. He must have thought Kagami was targeting the Uchiha. It was the kind of misunderstanding that happened easily in the ninja clans, where family ties and loyalty meant everything. He pushed the puzzle aside for now and focused on the day's final lesson, a relaxed introduction to basic shuriken throwing. After that, it was time to head home. As Kagami walked down the path, a voice called out behind him. "Kagami, wait up." He turned to see Hana hurrying to catch up, slightly out of breath. "What's the big rush?" she asked, falling into step beside him. "You got somewhere to be?" "No, not really," he said, glancing up at the towering Hokage residence. "Did you need something?" Hana's hands fluttered behind her back, and she looked suddenly shy. "I just wanted to say, your ninjutsu back there was really awesome." Kagami blinked. "Oh. Thanks, I guess. Do you think? Could you teach me? I mean, the 3 basic jutsu?" She bit her lip. He stopped dead in his tracks, taken aback. "You want me to teach you? But you're from a ninja clan. Can't you ask one of your senpais?" Hana looked down, scuffing her sandal in the dirt. "I have my reasons, okay?" He frowned, thinking it over. He didn't mind teaching her, but he wasn't sure his methods would work for her. His training relied on his chakra reserves, which Hana couldn't replicate. And besides, he was pretty sure the Inuzuka clan had their own techniques, different from the standard academy ones. He didn't want to mess with her family's traditions. Seeing his hesitation, Hana spoke up quickly. "I can teach you taijutsu in exchange. You know, the foundational styles they don't cover in class." That caught Kagami's attention. Taijutsu was a major gap in his skills, and her performance in their match showed she knew her stuff. "All right," he said finally. "It's a deal." Hana's face lit up like a lamp. "Great. When do you want to start?" He held up a hand, stopping her. "Sorry, not today. I've got something I need to do. How about this weekend instead? We can meet up and train then." "Sure, that works," Hana said. "Let's say Saturday morning, 8 o'clock? At the Inuzuka training grounds." Kagami raised an eyebrow. "Won't I need permission to enter your clan's grounds?" She waved it off. "Leave that to me. I'll make sure you can get in, no problem." "Okay then." He nodded. "Saturday at 8 it is." With their plans set, he turned to leave, but she called out one more time. "Hey, Kagami? He turned back. Yeah? She flashed him a bright, quick smile. I'm really looking forward to it. Before she could wave goodbye, Kagami was already walking away, his pace a little faster than usual. He could feel his face growing hot, but he didn't look back, keeping his eyes fixed on the path ahead as he headed towards the Gecko Dojo. Really, is he in such a hurry? Hana watched his back with a hint of annoyance. Kagami burst into the Gecko Dojo, setting a new personal record for speed. As he slid open the training room door, he found his brother in the middle of a sparring match with a purple-haired girl around his age. She didn't have a forehead protector, so she wasn't a genin yet. Hyuga paused mid-swing when he caught sight of his brother. Kagami. Welcome home. How was your first day? It was fine, Kagami said, pulling off his sandals. Just school stuff, you know. Hyuga's brow furrowed. You sure? You're not hungry or anything? I can start on dinner if you want. Kagami shook his head. I'm good, thanks. I'll eat later. And with that, he dashed up the stairs to his room, leaving Hyuga looking puzzled. He seems a bit off, the purple-haired girl said. You don't think he got bullied or something, do you? I know he hasn't learned much ninjutsu or taijutsu yet. It might be tough for him to keep up. Hyuga's expression turned serious. I don't think so. And to be honest, I'm not even sure I want him to become a ninja in the first place. Not after everything. The girl's eyes softened in understanding, and she fell silent for a moment. Then, she reached out and gently placed a hand on his arm. I'll keep an eye on him at school, she promised. I'll make sure he's settling in okay. The first years are on a different floor, but I'll check in when I can. He covered her hand with his own. Thank you, Yudao, he whispered. That means a lot to me. Their eyes met, and for a long moment, they just looked at each other. Their hearts were racing, their cheeks were flushing. Then, slowly, carefully, Hyuga leaned in, but his stomach chose that exact moment to let out a loud, rumbling growl. Yudao burst out laughing. Hyuga's face turned bright red as he buried it in his hands, the moment shattered. I guess that's my cue to start dinner, he said with a wry smile. She took his hand, and they walked together towards the kitchen. Why don't I help you out? She offered. My mom taught me some great recipes that are perfect for growing shinobi. Hand in hand, they left the training room behind, both of them trying to ignore the way their hearts were still racing. Chapter 11, The Next Generation. Kakashi knelt before the Hokage's desk, a large black bundle placed respectfully in front of him. The bundle, about the size of a wine jar, was tightly wrapped, its contents hidden from view. The third Hokage stood behind his desk, eyeing the bundle critically, but didn't make a move to unwrap it. Is this the statue, the one with Genjutsu capabilities? He asked. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi confirmed. The third Hokage took a deep breath, then turned to gaze out the window, deliberately turning his back on the mysterious object. He knew all too well how human curiosity worked. The more forbidden something was, the more tempting it became. He decided that keeping his distance was the wisest choice. Tell me about the mission, he said, his eyes fixed on Kakashi. Leave nothing out. Kakashi recounted every detail, from investigating the bandit camp to the clash with a hidden mist village ambush. But he left out the strange visions the statue had shown him. When he finished, the third Hokage leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. So, let me get this straight. We're dealing with a statue of a deity named Cthulhu from a cult in the Land of Water. Kakashi nodded. It was the most logical conclusion, given the evidence. A missing ninja stole the statue and fled to the Land of Fire, pursued by Kiri's Anbu, the third Hokage continued. He paused, his brow furrowed. And this statue? It can trap anyone who looks at it with a powerful Genjutsu. Civilians lose their minds, while shinobi. He trailed off, frowning. Their bodies are ravaged, but their minds are enslaved, turned into followers of this cult, like those hidden mist village shinobis. Is that about right? Kakashi nodded again. Yes, Hokage-sama. The room fell silent as the third Hokage turned the problem over in his mind. As a master of ninjutsu, he racked his brain for any technique that could compare to the statue's power. The Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan came close, with its ability to cast a powerful illusion through mere eye contact. But even that paled in comparison to what Kakashi described. His thoughts turned to Motoki's treatment, and he realized that the difficulty of breaking this Genjutsu seemed to exceed his understanding of the Mangekyō Sharingan. And this statue clearly had nothing to do with the Sharingan. What really baffled him was how the illusion could affect the human body. This went far beyond the power of typical Genjutsu. A Genjutsu that could warp both body and mind? It was unprecedented. Unnatural. For a brief moment, the third Hokage wondered if there truly were gods in this world. He quickly shook off the thought, focusing on the task at hand. Now was not the time for idle speculation. After a long pause, he spoke. This artifact is too powerful and dangerous to be trifled with. Hidden Mist Village couldn't control it, and we'd be foolish to underestimate it. I think it's best we seal it away permanently, using the Scroll of Seals. No good can come from meddling with such things. His tone was final, and Kakashi knew the decision was made. The loss of one Anbu, one Chunin, and 2 Gainans was a harsh lesson, but a necessary one. He wouldn't risk more lives in pursuit of this dark power. Just then, a sudden knock at the door broke the silence, snapping Kakashi back to attention. The third Hokage swiftly hid the statue beneath his desk. Remember, this conversation never happened, he warned. The statue's existence is now an S-rank village secret. I'll take care of its sealing myself. You're dismissed, Kakashi. Good work. With that, Kakashi vanished from the room. The third Hokage cleared his throat. Enter, he called, leaning back in his chair. The door swung open, and Daiko, the academy instructor, stepped in. Hokage-sama, he said with a bow, I have the analysis you requested of this term's new students. Excellent, the third Hokage said, his expression softening. Let's hear it. Daiko began his report, detailing the strengths, weaknesses, and potential of each young ninja in training. But the third Hokage's mind kept wandering back to the strange statue, and he only listened with half an ear. That was until Daiko mentioned 2 names that snapped him back to full attention. 2 students of particular note, he was saying. Itachi Uchiha and Gekko Kagami. Both show remarkable potential. The third Hokage leaned forward, his interest piqued. Oh? Tell me more. Daiko's expression turned thoughtful. As per your instructions, I had Itachi Uchiha spar with Inuzuka Hana. Despite her clan's impressive beastly taijutsu, she only managed to gain the upper hand at the beginning. And then. He paused, a hint of awe creeping into his voice. Itachi used the substitution jutsu. Mid-fight, with no hand seals. It was astonishing, Hokage-sama. Then he added, the boy is only 6 years old. Even Kakashi couldn't manage such a feat until his second term at the academy. The third Hokage's eyes widened in surprise. While it was impressive for an Uchiha to display such skill, the clan was known for producing prodigies, after all. Considering Itachi's background, it wasn't entirely unexpected that he could use the substitution jutsu. His father, the Uchiha clan leader and head of Hidden Leaf Village's police force, would have likely taught him some basic ninjutsu from a young age. But to surpass even Kakashi, hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius, was a different story altogether. Could it be that Itachi was something even rarer, a genius the likes of which the village had never seen? As for him being outmatched in taijutsu by Hana, that wasn't surprising. She was a year older, and at that age, girls tend to develop physically faster than boys. So, it was only natural that Hana would have a physical advantage. Despite this, Itachi still managed to defeat her. Gears turning, the third Hokage motioned for Daiko to continue. And what of Kagami? How did he fare? Daiko hesitated, looking troubled. Kagami is an unusual case. From his bout with Izumi, it seems he has little to no taijutsu training. But he took a deep breath, as if to steady himself. Like Itachi, he used academy techniques without hand seals. But Hokage-sama. It wasn't just the substitution. He used the clone jutsu as well. In rapid succession. With no seals at all, the third Hokage finished, slumping back in his chair. The statue, the mission, all of it was momentarily forgotten in the face of this revelation. Chapter 12, A Brother's Concern. The third Hokage's eyes narrowed in thought. He can do both. Daiko confirmed it. Yes, Hokage-sama. And he executed them perfectly in the heat of battle. Mastery of the 3 basic jutsus was the standard for graduating from the academy. If the boy had already mastered 2 of the 3 without needing seals, he murmured to himself, with skills like that, he could pass the graduation exam today. Enroll in the morning, graduate by afternoon. It would be unprecedented. But he quickly shook off the thought. Being a ninja was about more than just ninjutsu. What about his other abilities? He asked, leaning forward. Daiko hesitated before responding. His throwing techniques were decent, on par with most clan children. The third Hokage's brow furrowed. And what about his combat instincts? How's his strategic thinking under pressure? Daiko's eyes lit up. That's where he really shines, Hokage-sama. The way he used those techniques in sequence to misdirect and confuse his opponent, it's not something you typically see in a beginner. It's as if. He paused, searching for the right words. It's as if he's no stranger to battle. As if he's witnessed true ninja combat and learned from it. The third Hokage leaned back, taking a moment to process this information. In his years of leading the village, he'd seen countless young shinobi train. He knew that real combat intuition, the kind Daiko was describing, couldn't be taught, it had to be earned through experience. For the boy to already possess such instincts raised questions. Ones that he wasn't sure he wanted answered. But that was a concern for another day. For now, there was a more pressing issue. Does anyone else know of this? He asked sharply. Has word begun to spread? Daiko shook his head. No, Hokage-sama. I came straight to you. Good. See that it stays that way. For now, this information is classified. The third Hokage steepled his fingers. Itachi and Kagami are to be treated like any other students. No special attention, no advanced training. Let them develop at their own pace. Daiko looked like he wanted to argue, but the third Hokage's stern look silenced him. If we push them too hard, we'll break them or drive them away. Hidden Leaf Village needs to be a safe haven for them, not a prison. Their loyalty must be genuine, not forced. Understood? Daiko bowed deeply. Yes, Hokage-sama. I understand perfectly. The third Hokage nodded. Keep a close eye on them, but be discreet. Report any developments to me. And Daiko? The teacher straightened up. Yes, Hokage-sama. For the first time since the conversation began, a hint of a smile touched the third Hokage's lips. Well done. Your service to the village will not be forgotten. With a deep bow, Daiko took his leave. Alone in his office, the third Hokage searched through the piles of paperwork on his desk until he found what he was looking for, Kagami's ninja recommendation letter. He scanned the page, his brow furrowing. The letter, written by his older brother Hyuga, said the boy was too sickly to be a shinobi. It was a common excuse, especially after the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine Tails attack. Many families were hesitant to send their children into such a dangerous profession. But the village needed new blood to rebuild its strength. So, he had overridden Hyuga's recommendation and admitted Kagami to the academy. Now, it seemed that decision had been more than justified. The boy was a prodigy, with the potential to become one of the greatest ninja the village had ever produced. And yet, he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease as he remembered Daiko's words. That uncanny combat sense, the way Kagami wielded advanced techniques with ease. The third Hokage stood up from his chair and walked to the window, gazing out at the village. For a moment, he thought he saw the face of his late wife, Hueco, in the distance, as if she were still watching over Hidden Leaf Village. What would you make of all this, my love? He whispered. These gifted children. Are they a blessing or something more? Lost in thought, he didn't notice the spider's web in the corner of the window frame at first. When he finally saw it, he frowned. When was the last time he'd opened this window and let in some fresh air? Too long, it seemed. With a sigh, he unlatched the window and pushed it open. The cool breeze that swept in was refreshing, carrying the scents of the village, cooking food, blooming flowers, and the faint smell of metal from the blacksmith's forge. The spider, startled by the sudden gust, scurried along its web and disappeared into a crack in the woodwork. Kagami? Hyuga knocked on his brother's door. Dinner's ready. I made your favorite, broiled sori. No response. He frowned. His brother had been so excited about his first day at the academy. He'd barely been able to sit still long enough to eat breakfast. For him to skip dinner. Kagami, you in there? Is everything alright? Still nothing. He tried the door handle, found it unlocked. I'm coming in, okay? The door swung open, revealing his tidy room. The bed was made, books and scrolls lined up neatly on the shelves. And there, at the desk, sat Kagami himself. Hyuga's relief was short-lived. He was leaning forward, his nose almost touching the glass of the spider's terrarium, his mouth moving as if he were talking to it. And the spider, with its creepy human-like face, seemed to be listening. Its big eyes followed Kagami's every move, its mouthparts twitching in a weird rhythm. Hyuga's blood ran cold. He'd seen his brother like this before, caught glimpses of these weird one-sided conversations. But never this close, never this intimate. He strained his ears to hear what his brother was saying. But his voice was too quiet, the strange clicking noises he made too weird, for Hyuga to understand. And then, suddenly, Kagami laughed. It was a sound unlike any Hyuga had ever heard from his brother. High-pitched, almost crazy, with a dark edge that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Kagami? Kagami spun around, his eyes wide. For a split second, Hyuga could have sworn they flashed an inhuman silver in the fading light. But then he blinked, and a moment passed. His eyes were back to normal, his face calm and surprised. Bro. Sorry, I didn't hear you come in. Did you need something? Hyuga swallowed hard, trying to calm down. Dinner's ready. I called for you, but... He trailed off, glancing past Kagami to the terrarium. The spider stared back at him, unblinking. He looked away quickly. Sorry, Kagami said again, standing up and stretching. Guess I got caught up in my studies. I'll be right down, okay? Hyuga nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He watched as Kagami gave the terrarium one last look before heading for the door. As he passed Hyuga, he paused, placing a hand on his brother's arm. Hey. You don't have to worry about me, you know. I'm not going anywhere. The words were meant to be reassuring, but there was something in Kagami's tone, in the way his fingers dug into Hyuga's skin, that made them sound more like a threat than a promise. He forced a smile. I know. I want you to be careful, Kagami. The ninja world is tough. Kagami's returning grin was sharp, almost wild. Don't worry, big brother. I can handle myself. And with that, he was gone, his footsteps echoing down the hall towards the kitchen. Hyuga stood there a moment longer, trying to shake off the chill that had settled deep in his bones. His gaze was drawn back to the terrarium, to the spider that watched him with a gaze that was almost too smart for any animal. Whatever dark path his brother was on, whatever secrets he kept, Hyuga feared that this creature, this abomination, was somehow at the heart of it all. And for the first time since their parents' death, he found himself wondering if he truly knew his brother at all. Chapter 13, The Forbidden Tome. In the dim, flickering light of the laboratory, a figure slumped into a chair, exhaustion etched into every line of his pale face. This was Orochimaru, one of the most brilliant minds Hidden Leaf Village had ever produced. And one of its darkest. Before him, a young test subject lay lifeless on the operating table. Blood seeped from the child's eyes, the only sign of life in an otherwise still body. A few final twitches, and then nothing. He gazed at the corpse with cold detachment. To him, the child had ceased to exist the moment they'd outlived their usefulness. They were just a failed experiment, nothing more. In his world, life had no inherent value. Its only worth lay in its potential for extension, for immortality. Mourning the dead was pointless. The deceased existed to be used, not mourned. And he had used them. In the past 3 days, 13 subjects had died in his pursuit of greatness. 13 lives lost in the name of his grand ambition. Orochimaru's voice was a soft hiss in the silent lab. Pathetic, he muttered. Are human bodies really so fragile? It was a question he already knew the answer to. He was well aware of the limits of mortal flesh. But to achieve his goal of eternal life, he needed more than the weak villagers he'd been experimenting on. He needed strong shinobis. A cold, sharp smile spread across his face. If only I had a village of my own. Drip. Drip. The sound of dripping blood pulled him back to reality. The test subject was dead, their blood staining the floor crimson. Orochimaru didn't rush to clean up the mess or move on to the next subject. He needed time to think, to review his research and find a way to overcome this latest obstacle. He rose from his chair and wandered over to a bookshelf, his fingers tracing the titles he knew by heart. The shelves were lined with texts on ninjutsu, kinjutsu, fuinjutsu, all fields he'd long since mastered. His hand stopped mid-trace as he scanned the bookshelves. Tucked between 2 massive tomes was a slim volume he'd never seen before. The single word etched in faded silver leaf on the spine caught his attention. Necronomicon. He whispered the word. When had he acquired this book? He carefully pulled the book from the shelf, and a thick layer of cobwebs clung to the cover, revealing how long it had sat untouched. Well, he purred, his interest sparked. What do we have here? He brushed away the webs and opened the cover. The flyleaf was mostly blank, except for a single line of text in the center. Orochimaru read it aloud, his voice a low, rasping whisper in the dimly lit lab. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. Below the quote was a name, Abdul Al-Hazred. His eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. It was as if a door had swung open in his mind, revealing a new world of possibilities. Eternity. That was what he'd been searching for all along, wasn't it? The driving force behind his experiments, his sacrifices. But now, faced with these words, his efforts seemed laughable, childish even. Stealing bodies to extend his life was a pale imitation of true immortality. But this spoke of an eternity beyond mortal comprehension. An eternity where even death itself could perish. Ultimate eternity. A grin stretched Orochimaru's face, his lips curling up in an unnatural smile. His hands trembled as he turned the page, his heart racing with excitement. This was no ordinary book. It was a treasure beyond measure, beyond imagination. And it was his alone. As he devoured the cramped, spidery script, he felt his worldview crumbling, reshaping itself to accommodate the revelations before him. This was knowledge unknown to any shinobi. Forbidden knowledge, ancient and terrifying in its implications. The tome revealed secrets of beings that existed long before humanity. These beings, known as the Great Old Ones, possessed immense power and alien intelligence. They ruled over all creation in the primordial darkness before time began. These entities were composed of matter beyond human understanding, untouchable by physical laws. They could only be glimpsed in the deepest, darkest corners of the human mind, their true forms hidden behind the lens of humanity's deepest fears. Above them all stood Athoth, the blind idiot god, a chaotic force at the center of infinity. Its mindless piping shook the very foundations of the cosmos. From its amorphous mass sprang three powerful progeny. There was Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, born from darkness. Yog-Sothoth, the all-in-one and one-in-all, spawned from nameless mist. And Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, was vomited forth from the gibbering madness of its progenitor. Together, this unholy trinity of Athoth, Shub-Niggurath, and Yog-Sothoth brought order to the void, creating the fabric of space and time. They shaped matter and energy to their will, forming the universe as humanity knew it. But even now, the Great Old Ones lurked in the shadows, beyond the boundaries of reality. Unseen and unbound, they moved with serene and primal power, waiting for the stars to align in their favor. For though humanity might rule the earth for a brief moment, the Great Old Ones had ruled before. And would do so again. The seasons would turn, civilizations would crumble, and the elder gods would reclaim their rightful place as masters of all. Orochimaru devoured the words like a starving man at a feast, his mind racing with dark possibilities. The secrets of immortality, of transcending the mortal plane. Could it be that the answers lay not in ninjutsu, but in the worship of these ancient beings? He turned another page, his breathing quickening. The cramped writing seemed to writhe before his eyes, pulsing with an otherworldly light. As he read on, delving deeper into forbidden knowledge, he began to transform. His body shook, racked by tremors that built in intensity until it seemed he would shatter apart. His skin rippled, his bones shifted beneath his flesh, warping his frame into new and terrifying forms. Orochimaru read on, lost in the world of forbidden knowledge, oblivious to the sounds of his own transformation. What was physical agony compared to the thrill of uncovering secrets? Only when the convulsions became too intense did he snap out of his trance. He slammed the book shut, his chest heaving, his yellow eyes blazing with a mad, feverish light. He staggered to his feet, steadying himself against the operating table. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body of his latest test subject, and he chuckled. It grew into a wild, high-pitched laugh, brimming with a terrible glee. For he understood now. He grasped the true path to immortality, to godhood itself. And with the Necronomicon as his guide, he would follow that path to its ultimate conclusion. The world of shinobi, with its petty struggles and fleeting lives, seemed so small now. So insignificant in the face of the cosmic truths he'd glimpsed. But it would serve its purpose. Orochimaru would use it, mold it, shape it to his will. And when the time was right, he would ascend, shedding his humanity like a snake shedding its skin. He would become one with the Great Old Ones, and rule for all eternity in their dread dominion. And heaven help anyone who stood in his way. Chapter 14, Unholy Obsession. Orochimaru's eyes locked onto the page, his breathing quickening as he devoured the words. Each new revelation sent a shiver down his spine. Fascinating, he murmured, his voice a soft hiss in the lab's silence. Absolutely fascinating. The Necronomicon was no ordinary book. It spoke directly to his soul, resonating with his deepest desires. Every sentence, every phrase, left an indelible mark on his mind, fueling his insatiable hunger for knowledge and power. As he read on, his body began to tremble, caught between excitement and numbness. He felt like he was standing on the cusp of a groundbreaking discovery, staring into the unknown. The possibilities both thrilled and terrified him, leaving him breathless and wanting more. As he delved deeper into the Necronomicon, he encountered beings that defied his wildest imagination. There was Cthulhu, the great dreamer, slumbering beneath the waves, and Haster, the unspeakable one, who whispered secrets on the wind-swept plains. Then there was Cthulhu, the living flame, and Shub-Niggurath. But one being in the Necronomicon captivated Orochimaru like no other, Yog-Sothoth. Second only to Athoth in the pantheon of the Great Old Ones, Yog-Sothoth was said to be the master of time and space, the keeper of all knowledge and wisdom in the universe. His form was infinite, spreading across countless dimensions and realities like ripples on a pond. Every moment, every existence, was connected to him. And he knew all. Past, present, future, nothing was hidden from Yog-Sothoth's all-seeing gaze. According to the Necronomicon, those who proved worthy could even communicate with this god, learning the secrets of the cosmos from his ageless lips. All one needed was a silver key. Orochimaru's heart pounded in his chest as he read on. A silver key, the key to unlocking the secrets of immortality and ultimate power. It was the ultimate prize, the final piece of the puzzle that would make all his dreams come true. According to the Necronomicon, the key would unlock a door to a great stone tower, where the priest Amrit sat upon his throne. Those brave enough to gaze upon his face would be granted a glimpse of Yog-Sothoth himself, and with it, the secrets of the universe would be theirs to claim. An immortal, older than the Sage of Six Paths. Older than ninjutsu itself, he murmured as he struggled to comprehend the enormity of the claim. The implications were mind-boggling. If the Great Old Ones were truly eternal, as the Necronomicon claimed, then their secrets could grant him immortality as well. All he needed was the key, and the universe would be his to command. But where to find such an artifact? The Necronomicon hinted at its existence, but offered no clues about its whereabouts. For all Orochimaru knew, it could be hidden anywhere in the world. Or beyond. Doubt began to creep in, whispering in his ear. What if this was all just a myth, a madman's ravings scribbled in some ancient tome? The claims of omniscience and immortality defied all human logic and reason. Even the most deluded dreamer wouldn't dare make such outlandish claims. And yet, his grip on the book tightened, his knuckles white with tension. No, he refused to believe it was all a lie. The Necronomicon spoke to something deep within him, a primal yearning for truth that could not be denied. He would find the key, no matter the cost. He would unlock the secrets of the Old Ones, and then... Just then, something slipped from between the pages of the book, falling to the floor with a metallic clink. He froze, his gaze snapping to the glinting object at his feet. Slowly, he bent to retrieve it, his heart pounding in anticipation. Orochimaru's eyes fixed on the silver fragment in his hand. It was a piece of a key, exquisitely crafted with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and twist like living vines. Even incomplete, it was a masterpiece, unlike anything he'd ever seen. The silver key, he whispered. The key to the door of truth. But how did it end up hidden within the pages of the Necronomicon, waiting for him to discover it? Was it a clever trick, designed to make the book's wild claims more believable? His lip curled in a sneer. If so, it was a cheap ploy, unworthy of his attention. And yet, the key felt real enough in his hand. Cool and solid, pulsing with an unmistakable aura of power. Just as he pondered this, a sharp knock at the laboratory door made him tense. His hand instinctively went to the hidden pocket where he'd stashed the key and the Necronomicon. Enter, he called, his voice steady despite the racing of his heart. The door swung open, and a man in a brown robe walked in. His hair was messy, and one eye was hidden behind a patch. Danzo strode into the room like he owned the place. His gaze flicked over the body on the operating table without flinching. Another failure, I see, he said, his tone as dry as dust. Orochimaru shrugged. Ordinary bodies can't handle my experiments. As I've told you, I know what you need, Danzo cut in, waving his hand dismissively. And I've told you, my root operatives are off limits. At least for now. There was a warning note in his voice, one that Orochimaru knew better than to ignore. For now, Danzo was content to supply him with test subjects from the dregs of the village. But if Orochimaru pushed too hard, demanded too much, well, even a snake could be crushed underfoot. In any case, Danzo continued, I didn't come here to discuss your experiments. I have news. Orochimaru cocked his head. Oh? What is it? Kakashi and his Anbu team had a run-in with some hidden mist village shinobis yesterday. They were after some kind of statue. A statue? Orochimaru repeated, his interest piqued. Danzo nodded. One with the power to cast Genjutsus on all who look upon it, if the reports are to be believed. Kakashi brought it back to the village, but the Hiruzen has ordered it sealed away. Like the scroll of seals. Orochimaru's brow furrowed. A statue that could trap people's minds. It sounded like something from the Necronomicon. Something connected to the Old Ones. Where did it come from? He asked, trying to sound casual. This statue? Danzo replied, some cult in Kiri, if the reports are right. They worship something called Cthulhu. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. His breath caught in his throat, and his eyes widened in shock. Cthulhu. The name jumped out at him from the pages of the Necronomicon, a siren call he couldn't resist. The Great Dreamer. The High Priest of the Old Ones. The key and the gate. It all clicked into place. The statue, the Necronomicon, the silver key. They were all part of a larger puzzle, one that he knew he had to solve it. If he could unlock the secrets of the Old Ones, harness their power for his own, then immortality would be within his grasp. And with it, the entire world. Cthulhu, Orochimaru mused, a menacing smile spreading across his face. How very, very interesting. Danzo eyed him warily, sensing the shift in his demeanor. You know something about this. Cthulhu. Orochimaru chuckled, a low, sinister sound that sent shivers down even Danzo's spine. Oh, I might have come across the name in my studies. Ancient legends, dusty old tomes. You know how it is. He waved a hand, as if dismissing the matter entirely. But beneath the surface, His mind was racing, his genius intellect working at lightning speed. His teacher had the statue. The statue was linked to Cthulhu. And Cthulhu held the key to everything. Orochimaru's smile grew, his eyes burning with an obsessive intensity. He would stop at nothing to claim that statue, to unlock its secrets and tap into the power of the old ones. And then, nothing would stand in his way. Not his teacher, not the village, not even death itself. For he would be immortal. A god in human form. Chapter 15, The Path of No Return. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he watched Orochimaru, his tone sharp with suspicion. "What were you saying?" he asked. Orochimaru didn't look up from the corpse on the operating table, his head bowed low in concentration. "Nothing," he replied, his voice neutral. Danzo's gaze pierced through his back, searching for any sign of deception. He knew the snake Sanin all too well, recognizing the same driving ambition that fueled his own actions. For now, Orochimaru still showed the proper respect, playing the loyal soldier. But he wasn't naive. He knew that if Orochimaru ever left the village, he'd be impossible to control. That's why he had always sought a way to keep him in check. He needed leverage, something to balance the scales. But Orochimaru seemed to care for nothing and no one. He had no family, no friends, and not even his own student, Anko, could be used against him. He was the epitome of a shinobi, devoid of human attachments, driven solely by his insatiable curiosity and ambition. That same curiosity made him a formidable threat. His thirst for knowledge, for the secrets of ninjutsu and the very nature of truth, was unquenchable. Danzo feared that one day, that thirst would lead him down a path from which there would be no return. For now, their alliance held. Each had something the other needed, Danzo's access to test subjects and village intel, Orochimaru's unparalleled genius in the shinobi arts. But if that delicate balance ever shifted... He cast one final, searching glance over his shoulder before turning to leave the lab. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind him, the clang echoing through the room. Orochimaru remained frozen, hunched over the operating table, his eyes the only thing that moved. They darted to the side, confirming Danzo's departure before returning to their intense focus on the task at hand. As soon as he was sure he was alone, Orochimaru straightened up, pulling the Necronomicon from the folds of his robe. He flipped through the pages with feverish intensity, his fingers coming to rest on the passage that had so captivated him before. "Cthulhu," he read aloud. "The sleeping god, lord of Relia, one of the old ones representing water." His mind raced, connections forming at lightning speed. A god of water, worshipped by a cult in the land of water. It couldn't be a coincidence. If Cthulhu was real, and the statue Danzō had spoken of seemed to suggest he was, then what of the other beings described in the Necronomicon? What of Yog-Sothoth, the all-knowing and all-powerful one? The gate and the key to the secrets of the universe itself? His hands trembled as he held the book aloft, its red cover shining like a bloody sunrise in his vision. In that moment, the Necronomicon transcended mere pages and ink. It was a roadmap to his destiny, a promise of power beyond his wildest dreams. Immortality. Everything he had ever coveted was within his grasp. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He laughed, high and wild and tinged with madness. It echoed off the walls of the lab, making the spiderwebs in the corners dance and shiver. "Good morning, Kagami." Kagami turned at the caliph, his name, a smile already forming on his lips. He'd recognize that voice anywhere. And there was Hana, jogging to catch up with him on the way to the academy. But this wasn't the Hana he was used to seeing. Gone was the bulky, old-fashioned coat she'd worn the day before. In its place was a sleek white vest adorned with a cartoon wolf dog, paired with stylish black cropped pants. The transformation was striking. With her new outfit highlighting her natural good looks, Hana looked adorable. Really adorable. "Morning," Kagami said, trying to sound casual. "You look nice today." She ducked her head. "Thanks. I was forced to wear that old coat yesterday. It was my mom's, from when she was a kid. She made me wear it, saying it was like reliving her own first day of school all over again." Kagami chuckled. "Moms, right?" They fell into step beside each other, chatting easily as they made their way to class. Hana seemed a bit self-conscious about all the curious looks they were getting, but Kagami paid them no mind. He was just happy to have a friend to walk with. As they reached the classroom, they parted ways, with Hana heading to the front row of the girls' section and Kagami making his way to his usual spot near the back of the boys' section. Just as he sat down, a commotion erupted by the window. A group of girls were clustered there, giggling and whispering excitedly. "Look, it's Itachi." "Where?" "Oh, I see him. He's so cool, even just walking." "Ooh, he looked this way." Kagami rolled his eyes, already burying his nose in his textbook. He had more important things to worry about than schoolyard crushes. But the boys sitting in front of him had other ideas. They started muttering among themselves, clearly annoyed. "This is getting out of hand," one of them muttered. "Itachi's letting all this attention go to his head." "Yeah," another chimed in. "Someone needs to take him down a peg or two." Kaigo, the ringleader, turned to Kagami with a sly grin. "Hey, Kagami, you in on teaching Itachi a lesson?" Kagami looked up from his book, his expression blank. "What do you mean?" "Knocking some of that arrogance out of him," Kaigo said, as if it were obvious. Kagami just shrugged. "No thanks. I've got studying to do." Kaigo's face twisted in a scowl. "Fine. Be that way. We don't need you anyway." He turned back to his friends, huddling close to plot and scheme. Kagami tuned them out, focusing on the upcoming ninjutsu lesson. A few minutes later, Itachi walked into the room, surveying the seating arrangements before making his way towards the boys' section. Kaigo was quick to intercept him, blocking his path with a forced smile. "Sorry, this seat's taken." Itachi nodded calmly and moved to another desk, but Kaigo's friend beat him to it. "This one too," the boy said, not sounding apologetic at all. In fact, a third boy chimed in, "This whole row is full." The lie was blatant, and the attempt to ostracize Itachi was transparent. But the young Uchiha didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he turned and headed for the front of the room, his expression as calm and unruffled as ever. That was when Izumi called out to him from the girls' section. "Itachi-kun. There's a seat here, next to me." She patted the empty desk beside her, surrounded by a sea of admiring female faces. Itachi hesitated for only a moment before nodding his thanks and taking the offered seat. Instantly, he was surrounded by girls, all clamoring for his attention. They chattered and giggled, fawning over him like he was a rock star. From the back of the room, Kagami could see Kaigo's face turning an alarming shade of purple. The boy was practically vibrating with jealousy. If looks could kill, Itachi would have been a pile of ash. Just as things were getting heated, their teacher, Daiko-sensei, walked in and put a stop to the drama, at least for the time being. "All right, class," Daiko said, clapping his hands for attention. "Today we'll be reviewing the hand seals for fire and water style techniques." He turned to the blackboard and started drawing diagrams, each one a perfect representation of a different hand seal. When he was done, he turned back to the class with a smile. "Let's see who was paying attention last time. Itachi, can you identify this first seal?" Itachi barely glanced at the board before answering. "Water style, water bullet jutsu." Daiko nodded, impressed. "Good job." He pointed to Kaigo next. "How about this one?" Kaigo studied the diagram, then shrugged. "No idea." Daiko's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, you don't know?" "We just covered this yesterday." Kaigo smirked. "I forgot, sensei. It's a tough one. I bet no one else knows it either." Daiko's gaze swept the room, stopping at Kagami. "Is that so? Kagami, do you know this seal?" Kagami looked at the board, then answered. "It's the fireball jutsu. Fire style." "Excellent," Daiko said. "And this one?" Kagami looked at the board again, then replied. "Water bullet again. Same as the first." Daiko turned back to Kaigo. "See? Kagami knows them all. So what's your excuse?" Kaigo retorted. "It's not fair. You already gave away the answers." Daiko smirked. "Fine then. Kagami, how about this one?" "No one's named it yet." Kagami didn't hesitate. "Fire style, Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenixes." Daiko's smiled. "Well done, Kagami. I can see someone's been studying." He turned to Kaigo. "As for you, since you seem to have trouble sitting still and paying attention, you can spend the rest of the class on your feet. Up. Now." Kaigo jumped up, his chair crashing to the floor behind him. For a moment, it looked like he might argue, but a stern look from Daiko shut him up. Muttering under his breath, Kaigo kicked his chair aside and stood stiffly beside his desk, his arms crossed and his glare fixed on the back of Itachi's head. Kagami just sighed and turned back to the lesson. This was going to be a long day. While the students were engrossed in their studies, a very different sort of education was taking place deep beneath the village. Orochimaru studied the Necronomicon with an intense focus. Every word, every syllable, etched itself into his mind, reshaping his understanding of the world and his place in it. He had always known he was destined for greatness. His genius, drive, and lack of limitation set him apart from the common crowd. But this was beyond even his wildest dreams. The secrets of the old ones, the true nature of reality itself, lay before him, waiting to be claimed. And claim it he would. No matter the cost. No matter who or what he had to sacrifice along the way. For Orochimaru had gazed into the abyss. And the abyss had gazed back. And in that infinite darkness, he had seen his future. A future of endless power, of immortal glory. It was a vision of madness. Of hubris beyond measure. But to him, it was a vision of pure beauty. And he would stop at nothing to make it real. Chapter 16, The Shadow in the Background. As ninjutsu class came to an end, Daiko gathered his notes and exited the classroom, leaving behind a fuming Kaigo. The young student slumped back into his seat. Throughout his punishment, he had been brewing with resentment, his thoughts growing darker by the minute. Now, with the class over, he'd made up his mind. "I'll deal with him," he growled, his hands clenching into fists. His two friends exchanged a confused glance. "You mean Itachi?" one of them asked. Kaigo shook his head, his eyes narrowing. "No, Kagami." "But why?" the other friend pressed. "What did Kagami do?" "What did he do?" Kaigo scoffed. "He didn't back us up against Itachi, for starters. And then he got me in trouble. He's going to pay for that." In his mind, Kagami's actions were unforgivable. He didn't care that his own ignorance and attitude had landed him in trouble. To him, Kagami was now an enemy. And enemies had to be dealt with. "Let's go," Kaigo said, rising from his seat. His friends followed, falling into step beside him as they strode out into the corridor. The three of them made an intimidating sight, walking abreast with their hands shoved deep in their pockets and their faces set in identical scowls. The other students, sensing trouble, quickly moved aside to let them pass. As they approached the teaching building's entrance, a tall figure burst through the doorway, blocking their path. The collision sent Kaigo and his friends flying, their feet leaving the ground as they crashed onto the hard tile floor. "Ouch," one of his friends groaned, rubbing at his bruised head. Kaigo, however, was already back on his feet. "Watch where you're going, idiot," he snarled at the newcomer. The figure stepped into the building, the bright sunlight behind him casting his features into shadow. As he moved closer, the boys could see that he was no student. He was a shinobi, a genin by the look of his vest, and he towered over them, his broad shoulders and muscular frame making them look like children in comparison. "Who are you calling an idiot, brat?" the genin growled, cracking his knuckles. Kaigo's tough talk evaporated, and he paled. He took a step back, his friends scrambling to hide behind him. You ran into us," he stammered, trying to muster some defiance. "We were just walking, and you," the genin laughed. "Walking? You were strutting around like you owned the place, is what you were doing." He took a step forward, standing over the terrified boys. "Looks like someone needs to learn some manners." And with that, he slammed his fist into the ground at their feet, the impact sending them sprawling once more. "Ah!" Kaigo yelped, scrabbling backwards on his hands and knees. His friends were already running, their footsteps echoing down the corridor as they fled. Kaigo stumbled to his feet and took off after them, the genin's mocking laughter chasing him as he ran. Ahead, he spotted a familiar figure, Kagami, with his dark hair, and calm, almost bored expression. At that moment, Kaigo saw his chance for help. Kagami was strong, one of the few students who could use ninjutsu. He'd surely help, would stand up to this bully of a genin. All thoughts of revenge flew out of Kaigo's head. If Kagami got him out of this mess, he'd gladly do anything he wanted. "Kagami!" Kaigo shouted, his voice high and desperate. "Help us!" Kagami turned, his eyebrows rising slightly as he took in the scene. Kaigo and his friends, running for their lives. The angry genin, hot on their heels. For a moment, their eyes met. And then, to Kaigo's horror, Kagami turned and ran. No shout for a teacher, no attempt to reason with the genin, no backward glance. Kagami just ran, leaving him and the others to their fate. Kaigo stumbled, nearly falling, but the sound of the genin's pounding footsteps drove him on. He had no choice. He ran, his breath ragged, his heart racing. Ran, until his foot caught on something, and he went sprawling, his chin cracking hard against the floor. Dazed, he looked up. And found himself staring at a pair of sandaled feet. He followed the feet up, past dark pants and a high-collared shirt, until his gaze landed on a face. A face he knew all too well. Itachi. The Uchiha prodigy stood calmly in the middle of the corridor, blocking the genin's path. His expression was unreadable, his posture relaxed, as if he faced down angry shinobi every day. "Out of the way, kid," the genin snarled. "Unless you want a beating too." Itachi didn't move. He raised his left hand, forming the seal of confrontation. The genin's eyes widened, then narrowed. "You little punk," he spat. "You think you can take me? You and what army?" Itachi remained silent, his hand still raised. For a long moment, no one moved. The only sounds were the genin's breathing and the muffled whimpers of Kaigo and his friends. Then, the genin charged. His fist flew towards Itachi's face, a blow that would have shattered bone and sprayed blood. Would have, if it had landed. But he was gone. Faster than Kaigo could blink, the Uchiha prodigy sidestepped the punch. His hands flashed out, grabbing the Geinin's wrist and shoulder. And then, with a twist of his body, Itachi threw the Geinin across the room. The Geinin crashed to the ground, his face a picture of shock. He didn't get up. Itachi stood over him, not even breathing hard. He nudged the fallen shinobi with his toe, nodded, and turned to the stunned students. "Someone take him to the infirmary," he said calmly. "He'll be fine, but he might have a concussion." Kaigo stared, his mouth hanging open. He couldn't wrap his head around what he'd just seen. Itachi, the boy he'd underestimated and plotted against, had just saved him. Had taken down a Geinin like it was nothing. "Itachi-kun," he blurted, scrambling to his feet. "That was. You were amazing." Itachi raised an eyebrow at the sudden honorific, but said nothing. Kaigo couldn't help but keep going. "The way you fought was incredible, you're so strong, Itachi-sama." The other boys quickly joined in, showering Itachi with praise. "Yeah, you're the best, Itachi-sama. We've never seen anyone fight like that. Please teach us, Itachi-sama. We'll do anything." Itachi remained silent, his face a mask of calm. But Kaigo thought he saw a flicker of annoyance or resignation in those dark eyes, as if this was all too familiar to the young Uchiha. Meanwhile, Kagami watched from the sidelines, his face as impassive as ever. But his mind was racing. Earlier, he had turned and run because he didn't want to get involved in Kaigo's trouble. Even if he had intervened, he might not have easily defeated the Geinin. He knew the 3 basic jutsus, but that was it. He lacked other special attack methods, including physical techniques. This was one of his major weaknesses, and he knew it. He'd seen how Itachi took down the Geinin. The Uchiha heir's movements were effortless, precise, and far beyond what a first-year student should be capable of. What struck him most was the way Itachi had ended the fight. Not with some flashy jutsu or a flurry of punches, but with a simple, almost gentle throw. The same throw he'd used against Hana during their sparring match. He realized that Itachi's choice was smart. It was a quick and efficient way to take down an opponent without causing unnecessary harm. It was the mark of a shinobi who understood that violence was a tool, not the goal. Now he was even more excited about the weekend's physical training. As he stood by the window, Kagami glanced towards the Hokage monument and spotted someone climbing the spiral stairs. But the distance was too far, and he couldn't make out who it was. Oh well, it didn't matter. The next class was about to start, and he didn't want to be late. With one last look at Itachi, Kagami turned and headed back to the classroom. High atop the Hokage monument, Kakashi climbed the endless stairs. The sun beat down on him, but he didn't break a sweat. As one of the village's elite, he was no ordinary shinobi. After what felt like an eternity, he reached the top. Before him stood a simple, unassuming building carved directly into the rock face. A wooden sign above the entrance read, Hidden Leaf Village Archive Library. Chapter 17, Beneath the Surface. Deep within the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, a secret lay hidden in the stone of the Hokage rock. Many people knew about the shelter hidden in the mountain, a place of refuge during times of crisis. But few knew about the Hidden Leaf Village Archive Library, located deep within a granite stronghold. This treasure trove of knowledge held ancient texts and scrolls that dated back to the village's founding, and even further back to the legendary era of the Sage of Six Paths. Kakashi headed to this place, searching for answers to the questions that had haunted him since his encounter with the mysterious statue. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, the musty smell of old parchment and leather filled the air. At the entrance, 3 Chunin guards sat behind a long, curved desk, their eyes fixed on him as he approached. One of them stood up, hand outstretched in greeting. "Can I see your authorization?" the guard asked, his tone brisk but friendly. Kakashi pulled out a small, official-looking scroll from his vest and handed it over. The guard unrolled it, scanned it quickly, and nodded. "All right, you're good to go." He handed the scroll back to Kakashi and gestured to his colleagues. "They'll show you around." The other 2 Chunin stood up and motioned for him to follow them. They led him into the main chamber of the archive, a massive circular room lined with towering bookshelves that seemed to touch the ceiling. "As you can see," one of the guides explained, "we have a specific system here. Each section is organized by era or discipline, history, ninjutsu, ganjutsu. It's all here." Kakashi's eyes widened as he took in the endless rows of books and scrolls. It was almost overwhelming. He could spend a lifetime here and still not read everything. The other Chunin led him to a far corner of the room. "This is the section you'll want. Pre-village history. Some of these texts date back to the time of the sage himself." Kakashi's finger trailed along a shelf, tracing the faded gold lettering on an ancient-looking book. "Impressive," he whispered. The Chunin nodded. "We're here to help if you need anything. But let me warn you." His expression turned serious. These materials are priceless. Irreplaceable. Handle them with care, and only take what you need. Anything else is strictly off limits. Kakashi met the man's gaze, his own eye solemn above his mask. I understand. With that, the guide slipped away, disappearing into the stacks. Only one remained, a hooded figure who took up a position a short distance away, watching Kakashi with an unreadable gaze. A guard, or maybe a babysitter. Either way, he ignored them. He had more important things to focus on. Slowly, he reached for the first scroll. In his mind, Kakashi saw it again, the haunting vision that had plagued him since he first laid eyes on that cursed statue. An ancient city rose from the depths of a sea. Its architecture was bizarre and strange, making his skin crawl. At the heart of the city, a monstrous presence towered over everything. Vast, incomprehensible, and radiating an evil that made his soul shudder. The creature was vaguely human-like, but that's where the resemblance ended. And it had a name that echoed in Kakashi's mind. Cthulhu. It was one of the Old Ones, beings of immeasurable power that ruled the earth long before mankind drew its first breath. 14 billion years ago, they came from the stars, from dimensions beyond human understanding. And Cthulhu was the most powerful of them all. Now, it slumbered, buried beneath the waves in its city of Relia, waiting for the stars to align, for the time to be right. For the day it would rise again, and plunge the world into madness and ruin. This was the knowledge that had been burned into Kakashi's mind in that instant. The terrible truth that he couldn't shake, couldn't forget. Part of him still refused to accept it. Still clung to the desperate hope that it was all just a Ganjutsu. But deep down, he knew better. The Hokage himself had studied the statue, pouring all his vast knowledge of ninjutsu into unraveling its secrets. And even he had been stumped. No, this was no trick of the mind. The threat was real. And if he was going to have any chance of facing it, he needed to understand. Therefore, he needed proof, evidence that they existed or didn't exist, to put his mind at ease. Kakashi pushed a cart through the shelves, searching for ancient texts about gods, beliefs, and legends. He gathered texts from every historical period and country, no matter how old or obscure. Then, he dove in, devouring scroll after scroll, book after dusty book. He was on the hunt for any hint of Cthulhu, Relia, or the Old Ones in the myths and legends from around the world. As the hours dragged on, the Chunin guards grew tired, their attention waning. But Kakashi's focus remained sharp. He read until his eyes blurred, and his head throbbed, driven by sheer force of will. Time lost all meaning in the archive's depths. There were no windows, no way to mark the sun's passage. All that existed was the endless sea of words, and his commitment to uncovering the truth. Finally, as he set down the last scroll, the weight of his discovery hit him. Throughout all of history, in every legend and lore of the Shinobi world, Kakashi found nothing. No mention of Cthulhu, no whisper of Relia, no hint of the Old Ones or their ancient cities. He thought it through, considering every possibility. The lack of information in Hidden Leaf Village's library was puzzling. One possibility was that this was a new cult, one that had emerged recently and hadn't yet made it into the history books. Cults often operated in secret, and their beliefs and practices might not be widely known or documented. Another factor to consider was the library's location. Hidden Leaf Village was in the Land of Fire, and its library focused mainly on the region's history and knowledge. If the cult or ancient cities from the visions really originated from the Land of Water, it was possible that the information hadn't reached Hidden Leaf Village's library yet. The distance and differences in historical records between the two lands could explain the absence of any mention of Cthulhu or Relia. Kakashi let out a sigh as he scanned the shelves. He closed the book in front of him and returned it to its place on the shelf. As he stood up to stretch, he realized he'd been too quick to judge. He'd been relying on limited information, and that wasn't enough. The library was vast, with countless books and scrolls waiting to be explored. He grabbed a nearby cart and began navigating the rows of shelves once more. Chapter 18, The Hidden Truth. Kakashi stared at the piles of scrolls and tomes scattered across the table, a sense of unease growing in his stomach. After hours of searching through the Hidden Leaf Village archive library's ancient texts, he'd found nothing. No mention of Cthulhu, Relia, or any cult that worshipped this god. It was as if the visions he'd experienced, the memories that haunted him, were just a product of his imagination. But that couldn't be true. He'd seen the statue with his own eyes, felt its power coursing through his veins. So why was there no record of it? No hint of the horrors it promised? He leaned back, his brow furrowed in thought. Maybe this Cthulhu cult was really a new development, a fledgling religion that hadn't left its mark on history yet. In remote, impoverished areas, villagers might develop blind faith due to their isolation and lack of livelihood. But such beliefs were just a form of self-consolation, with no real power behind them. Even if that were the case, it didn't explain the statue. An artifact with such undeniable power couldn't have come from mere blind faith. Kakashi had once thought that people from remote regions might have mistaken tailed beasts for gods, gaining power from them. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was impossible. For one, tailed beasts were known for their destructive power, not for granting power to statues or casting genjutsus. And secondly, the land of water would never allow a tailed beast to wreak havoc on their territory. No, there was something more at play here. Something ancient and unspeakably powerful. His mind raced as he tried to make sense of the legends that had been implanted in his mind. Cthulhu, the old ones, Relia. What did it all mean? And then, it hit him like a bolt of lightning. The key wasn't in the details of the myth, but in its timeline. 14 billion years ago, Cthulhu was said to have descended to Earth. That was eons before the first human was born, before civilization even existed. If this were true, and Kakashi's gut told him it was, then it was no wonder he couldn't find any record of the creature. Human history simply didn't go back that far. The oldest texts in the library, the most ancient legends and myths, spoke of the Sage of Six Paths. But even those were just whispers, fragmented tales passed down through generations. The sage, revered as he was called, had lived only 1,000 years ago. A blink of an eye compared to the vast expanse of time that separated the present from Cthulhu's arrival. If beings like Cthulhu had walked the earth in those primordial days, then who was to say they were gone for good? Maybe they just slumbered, waiting for the stars to align, for the time of their return. It was a chilling thought. But it wasn't entirely new to him. He remembered the scroll he had read, the one about the Kaguya clan. Their ancestors were said to have descended from the heavens, led by a princess of unearthly beauty and power. Could she have been one of them? An old one, or something like it, who came to Earth in an age long past. There was no way to know for certain. But the parallels were too hard to ignore. He straightened in his chair. The truth was out there, hidden in the mists of prehistory. And if he was to have any hope of unraveling the mystery of the statue, he would have to find it. But he couldn't do it alone. The third Hokage had sealed the statue away, denying him his most direct avenue of investigation that left Kakashi with only two options. He could investigate the cult in the Land of Water, or he could go after the missing ninja. Pursuing the cult was a risky move. If Hidden Leaf Village was caught meddling in the affairs of another nation, especially one as volatile as Kiri, it could spark a war. But the missing ninja was fair game. And if his hunch was right, he might hold the key to everything. With his mind made up, he gathered the scrolls and returned them to their shelves. He nodded his thanks to the Chunin guards, ignoring their curious stares, and left the library. Outside, the sky was darkening, the first stars twinkling over the distant mountains. His stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since dawn. He thought about going home and making himself a meal. But the thought of his empty apartment didn't appeal to him. Instead, Kakashi's feet carried him towards the bustling heart of the village, where the smells of cooking food and the chatter of happy voices filled the street. As he walked past a lively barbecue joint, a familiar voice called out to him. Kakashi! Over here! He turned to see Guy waving at him from a large table, his grin wide and slightly flushed from drinking. Asuma and Kurenai were with him, along with two faces Kakashi didn't recognize, a serious-looking young man in a Genin vest, and a smaller boy who could only be his brother. Come on, pull up a chair. Asuma called, raising his cup in invitation. We're celebrating. Hyuga here just finished his first mission as a Genin. The older of the two strangers, Hyuga, apparently, stood and bowed as Kakashi approached. It's an honor to meet you, senpai, he said, his voice earnest. I've heard so much about you. Kakashi waved off the formality. Just Kakashi is fine, he said, sliding into an empty seat. Congratulations on your mission. Hyuga flushed, ducking his head. Thank you, Kakashi. It was nothing special, really. Nonsense. Guy exclaimed, slapping the young man on the back hard enough to make him wince. Every mission is a step on the path of youth. A chance to fan the flames of your, what Guy means, Kurenai cut in smoothly, is that we're all very proud of you and your brother. She smiled at them. The conversation flowed easily from there, with old friends and new acquaintances chatting comfortably. Kakashi let it wash over him, only half listening as he picked at his food. His mind was still racing, trying to make sense of the day's revelations. The archives had raised more questions than answers, and the path ahead was unclear. But he couldn't let it go. Not now, not when the stakes were so high. Kakashi? Kakashi? He blinked, realizing that Guy was talking to him, his bushy brows drawn together in concern. You okay there, rival? Guy asked. You seem a million miles away. Kakashi shook his head, forcing a smile beneath his mask. I'm fine, he said. Just thinking. About what? Guy asked. A new secret jutsu? A mission? Or maybe. He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. A lady? Kurenai smacked him on the arm. Don't be crude, she scolded. Then, to Kakashi, but seriously, what's on your mind? You've been quiet all night. Kakashi hesitated. He trusted these people, but the weight of his knowledge was his alone to bear. Just some research, he said finally, shrugging one shoulder. I was in the archives today, looking into old myths and legends. It wasn't a lie, but it felt like one. He couldn't quite meet Asuma's gaze. If the others noticed his evasion, they didn't comment on it. The conversation moved on, to lighter topics and more sake, and Kakashi let himself be swept along. But even as he laughed and joked with his comrades, his mind kept circling back to the mystery. To Cthulhu, Erlia, and the statue that had started it all. And to the gnawing certainty that the truth was far more terrible than he could imagine. Across the table, unnoticed by Kakashi or anyone else, the figure smiled into his water glass. A small smile, full of amusement. For he alone knew the truth. And he had no intention of sharing it. Not yet, anyway. Chapter 19, The Eyes That See. The barbecue restaurant was alive with laughter and chatter, a warm refuge from the evening chill. Kakashi sat among friends, cradling a cup of sake, his mind drifting away. Hey, Kakashi, you in? Asuma waved a hand in front of his face. Want another round? He blinked, forcing a smile beneath his mask. I'm good, thanks. Guy, his face flushed from the drinks, leaned in. Come on, Kakashi. The night's young, and so are we. Kurenai chuckled. Speak for yourself, Guy. Some of us have missions in the morning. Hyuga, sitting beside Kakashi, chuckled softly. His little brother Kagami sipped on a glass of water, observing the scene. As the conversation flowed around him, Kakashi's gaze kept drifting to the corner of the room. A spider was spinning its web, almost hidden in the shadows. It was a small, easily overlooked thing, but something about it made his skin crawl. He couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling. He shook it off, turning back to his friends. Well, that was fun. Guy declared as they stepped out into the night, the restaurant's warmth fading behind them. We should do this more often. Asuma chuckled. Definitely. Maybe with a little less sake next time, though, Guy? Guy grinned. Nonsense. Youth has no limits. Kurenai smiled, shaking her head. On that note, I think it's time we called it a night. Kakashi nodded, his mind already wandering back to the mysteries that awaited him. Hyuga, Kagami, see you around. Hyuga bowed slightly, saying, good night, senpai. Kagami waved, a small smile on his face. As the group dispersed, Kakashi turned towards home, the cool night air enveloping him. The village was quiet, but his thoughts were loud. As they strolled home together, Hyuga kept a watchful eye on his younger brother. The night air was quiet, with only the occasional cricket breaking the silence. Hey, Kagami, Hyuga said, breaking the comfortable silence. You know you can always talk to me about anything, right? I know I'm not always around, but I'm here for you, little brother. Kagami looked up at Hyuga, a small smile on his face. I know, bro. And I appreciate it. Honestly, I'm doing okay. Hyuga nodded, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Kagami was hiding something. As they approached their house, he sensed that his brother was carrying a secret burden, one that he kept to himself. Kakashi's apartment was dark and still as he entered, the silence broken only by the soft click of the door closing behind him. He didn't bother turning on the lights, navigating the familiar space by memory and the faint glow of the moon through the windows. His gaze fell on a small picture frame on the shelf, and he paused. The faces of Obito, Rin, and himself stared back, frozen in a happy moment, with Minato-sensei standing behind them. He picked up the picture. Those had been simpler times, before the weight of loss and responsibility had settled so heavily on his shoulders. He wondered what Minato-sensei would make of the strange visions haunting him. Would he have answers, guidance, or be just as lost? Kakashi sighed, his finger tracing the frame's edge. That's when he spotted it, a small spider perched on the corner, watching him with glittering eyes. A shiver ran down his spine as he stared at the spider. It was just a tiny creature, he told himself, no different from the many others sharing his space. But something about it felt off, like it was a sign of something darker lurking just out of sight. He set the picture back, his hand trembling slightly. He forced himself to focus on the present and surveyed his apartment. It was a mess, scrolls and books scattered everywhere. When had he last bothered to clean? Kakashi chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He was supposed to be an elite shinobi, but his apartment was a mess. Minato-sensei would have had a field day with this. Rolling up his sleeves, he got to work. He needed a clear head and a clear space to unravel the mysteries plaguing him. He gathered scrolls, stacked books, tossed out trash, and wiped down surfaces. It was mundane work, but it brought a sense of control he'd been lacking lately. As he cleaned, his mind wandered, piecing together the fragments of knowledge he'd gathered. The name Cthulhu, the strange statue, the cult in the land of water, it was all scattered and disjointed. But he would make sense of it. He had to. For the sake of his village, his friends, and his own sanity. He paused, his gaze drawn back to the picture on the shelf. The spider was gone, vanished as silently as it had appeared. He took a deep breath. Whatever the future held, he would face it head-on. For the sake of those he had lost, and those he still had to protect. He turned back to his cleaning, finding comfort in the simple tasks. They kept him grounded in the present, away from the mysteries and horrors that lurked in the shadows. For now, he had a home to set right and a heart to ease. It was enough, for now. It had to be. Deep beneath the village, in a labyrinth of tunnels and hidden rooms, Orochimaru pored over the Necronomicon's pages. Days blurred into nights, and the passage of time became irrelevant as he devoured the forbidden knowledge. Power, knowledge, the keys to eternal life, it was all here, waiting to be unlocked. As he read on, a shiver ran down his spine, and he felt an unsettling presence watching him. He looked up to find a spider lurking in the corner, its multiple eyes fixed on him. A cruel smile twisted his lips. "Watch over me, little one," he whispered. "Soon, I'll unleash horrors upon this world unlike anything it's ever seen. And you, my friend, will feast on the terrorizo." The spider stared back, its gaze unreadable and patient. Waiting. Always waiting. The Hokage stood at his office window, gazing out over the peaceful village he'd sworn to protect. The night was quiet, but a sense of unease prickled at the back of his neck. In his long life, he'd faced many threats, both within and outside the village. But this was different. The Hokage's gaze fell on a small spider crawling across the window frame. Most people would have dismissed it as insignificant, but he knew better. In the world of shinobi, coincidences didn't exist. Every action, every event, was connected, influencing the course of history in subtle but powerful ways. As the spider disappeared, he couldn't shake the feeling that these hidden threads were converging, drawing them all towards an unknown destiny. He let out a heavy sigh, the weight of his responsibility settling on his shoulders. All he could do was stay vigilant, guiding and protecting his people to the best of his ability. And hope that when the storm finally broke, they'd be strong enough to weather it. Kagami sat cross-legged on his bedroom floor, his eyes fixed on the glass terrarium in front of him. "I know," he murmured, as if responding to an unspoken question. "I feel it too." He reached out a hand, his fingers hovering just above the glass. The spider paused, as if waiting for something. A moment of silent understanding passed between them, and then he smiled. He pulled out a handful of glowing blue spheres from his pocket and sprinkled them into the terrarium. The spider pounced, devouring with lightning speed. As it fed, he felt a flicker of worry. The spider was growing, changing. It wouldn't be long before this small enclosure wouldn't be enough to hold it. What then? Kagami didn't have an answer, but one thing was certain, he wouldn't be alone. Never. Chapter 20, The Birth of a New Era. In the lavish throne room of the daimyo's palace, a stout figure sat on the ornate throne, his crown slipping down his forehead. He gazed with disinterest at the small man standing before him, hands clasped together in respect. The man was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, complete with small sunglasses and a neatly trimmed mustache, giving him a refined look. "Daimyo-sama," the man began, his voice dripping with flattery, "I am Gato, president of the Gato Company. I've come to propose a deal." The daimyo didn't respond right away. He opened his mouth, allowing a maid to pop a grape into it, before he deigned to speak. "And what," he drawled, "might that be?" Gato's smile grew even wider. "Why, to bring prosperity to the land of waves, of course." He produced a map of the island nation, spreading it out before the throne. "Daimyo-sama, the land of waves is rich in natural resources, but its remote location makes it hard to turn those resources into real wealth. As a result, the country's finances have suffered." He paused, letting the words sink in. "But if the Gato Company took over all shipping and trade for the nation, we could turn those resources into real wealth. The land of waves would thrive like never before." Gato's gaze flicked to the daimyo, his eyes glinting behind his shades. "Imagine it, daimyo-sama, this palace could be even more magnificent. Golden thrones, lavish tapestries, the finest delicacies from around the world." A murmur of approval went up from the assembled ministers, many of them nodding in agreement. Even the daimyo seemed intrigued, a spark of greed igniting in his eyes at the thought of such luxuries. It was clear that Gato had done his research. He had already won over key ministers, and he knew exactly how to appeal to the daimyo's desires. But not everyone was convinced by his persuasive words. "I object." A lone minister stepped forward, bowing low before the throne. "Daimyo-sama, the sea is the lifeblood of our nation. Our economy, our way of life, depends on it. Handing control of our shipping to an outsider is unthinkable. I agree, another minister chimed in. The risk is too great. More voices joined the chorus of dissent, until the throne room erupted into argument. Gato's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing in annoyance. If only he had arrived sooner, he thought bitterly. He could have bribed a few more officials, arranged a few convenient accidents. But no matter. He would still come out on top. He always did. The daimyo, for his part, seemed uncertain. He raised a hand, silencing the bickering ministers. What, then, do you propose as an alternative? He asked. How would you fix the Land of Waves' maritime problems? I believe the answer lies in cutting back, daimyo-sama. The first minister stepped forward again, his head held high. If we reduced spending, both in the palace and in the ministries, we could save enough over a few years to fund the construction of a bridge to the mainland. He turned, spreading his arms wide. And if we called on the people of the Land of Waves to help build it, as a national project, it would bring the country together like never before. The bridge would be a symbol of our strength, our independence. And it would open up new opportunities for trade and travel, securing our prosperity for generations to come. The throne room erupted again, the ministers divided. Ridiculous. One cried. Cut back on palace spending? Unthinkable. The daimyo's court is the face of our nation. Another agreed. To scale it back would be to diminish us all. The argument raged on, with voices growing louder and more heated. Finally, the daimyo slammed his fist on the throne, silencing the room. Enough. He bellowed. I've had enough of this bickering. I'm tired of this nonsense, he said, his voice petulant. We'll table this discussion for now and revisit it later. He waved his hand dismissively. You're all dismissed. The ministers bowed and began to file out, some shooting angry glances at their opponents. Gato remained standing, his smile now a tight, forced thing. But before anyone could leave the throne room, a figure emerged from the shadows. It struck one of the ministers in the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground. As he fell, the others saw clearly what had brought him down. A shuriken, its edges glinting in the torchlight. Assassins. Someone yelled. Guards. To arms. But it was too late. As the palace guards rushed in, a dozen figures emerged from the shadows. They fell upon the ministers and guards like wolves among sheep. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the walls and floor in a gruesome pattern. Screams echoed off the ceiling, the stench of blood and death filling the air. It was a scene from a nightmare. Gato, paralyzed with fear, could only watch as the massacre unfolded around him. He had seen violence before, but this was something else. His bladder let go, a warm wetness spreading down his leg. He hardly noticed, his eyes fixed on the bald, grinning killer who now stood before him. The man was clearly from Kiri. He held a short curved blade, its edge still wet with blood. Please, Gato begged, his voice trembling. Please, I have money. I can pay you. Anything you want. But the ninja's cold, cruel smile sent chills down his spine. Then, the blade sliced across Gato's forehead, exposing the bone beneath. His high-pitched scream echoed through the room as blood poured down his face, blinding and choking him. He stumbled, tripped over a body, and crashed to the floor. As his face hit the marble, his teeth shattered. The ninja's blade struck again and again, biting deep into his back. And then, everything went black. The daimyo cowered by his throne, frozen in horror as the 12 assassins finished their brutal task. They moved methodically, ensuring no one was left alive to tell the tale, their blades rising and falling like scythes in a wheat field. And then, as one, they turned towards him. Wait. The daimyo cried, throwing up his hands. I am the daimyo of the Land of Waves. We can come to some arrangement, I'm sure. He fell to his knees, groveling shamelessly. Take the throne, the palace, it's all yours. Just spare my life, I beg of you. The lead ninja, a towering figure with blue skin and gill-like slits on his cheeks, stepped forward. His cold, dead eyes regarded the daimyo with contempt. Is this what passes for faith in this land? He asked, his voice a rasping growl. Offerings of wealth and power? He shook his head, a sneer twisting his lip. Our great father, the savior, has no use for such petty offerings. Nor for such pitiful creatures as you. The daimyo's eyes widened in horror as the truth dawned on him. He opened his mouth to scream, to beg, to pray to gods who had long abandoned him. But all that emerged was a wet, choking gurgle as the ninja's blade sliced his throat from ear to ear. The daimyo collapsed, his lifeblood pooling on the cold stone floor. The ninja watched with a dispassionate gaze as the light faded from his eyes, as the last, fitful twitches stilled. And then, with contempt, he kicked the body aside and ascended the dais to take his place on the throne. Kojiro smiled out at the carnage he had unleashed. At the birth of a new era. This land, he declared, is now a holy place. A kingdom of the faithful, blessed by the touch of our Savior. He raised his blood-soaked blade to the heavens. In his house at Reliad Cthulhu waits dreaming. And we, his chosen, shall pave the way for his glorious return. The silence that followed was broken only by the steady drip, drip, drip of blood. Something stirred in the shadows. Something ancient, and hungering, and unutterably evil. And it smiled. Chapter 21, The Value of a Good Partner. On a warm weekend morning, Kagami headed to the outskirts of the Inuzuka clan's training ground. As he approached, a familiar voice called out to him. Kagami, over here. He turned to see Hana waving at him, a bright smile on her face. She was dressed in a black tank top and capri pants, showcasing her athletic build. Good morning, he said, jogging over to her. Morning. She replied, bouncing on the balls of her feet with excitement. Ready to get started? Kagami nodded, but his attention was drawn to the three small, gray puppies squatting at her feet. They were almost identical, with fluffy fur and curious eyes. Oh, these are my Ninken. Hana said, noticing his gaze. The Hymaru brothers. They're triplets, so they all share the same name. Kagami raised an eyebrow. Isn't that confusing? How do you tell them apart? Hana laughed, looking a bit sheepish. It can be a challenge, yeah. That's why I don't bring all three to school, I don't want to cause any mix-ups. As she scratched one of the puppies behind the ears, a soft smile spread across her face. Don't worry, though. The more we train and bond, the easier it'll be for me to communicate with them. Eventually, I won't even need to use their names to give commands. He'd heard of the Inuzuka clan's partnership with Ninken, but he'd never thought about just how deep the connection ran. That's incredible, he said, genuinely impressed. I had no idea the bond could be that strong. Hana's grin grew wider. Just wait until you meet my mom's partner, Kiromaru. He's like a human in every way. It's amazing to see. It made sense, given the world's dynamics, that animals with high intelligence and longevity could develop the ability to speak. It wasn't surprising at all. Given that Hana had 3 ninja dogs of her own, it was clear that the Inuzuka clan held her in high regard. After all, the Inuzuka clan was renowned for their partnership with ninja dogs, and the number of dogs a clan member had could significantly impact their combat prowess. A collaboration of 3 dogs and 1 person using the fang over fang technique would be far stronger than a single dog and 1 person. But he wasn't interested in playing with dogs right now, his priority was getting started with the training. Hana clapped her hands, turning her attention back to the task at hand. Enough chit-chat, let's get started. Hymaru, you 3 go play for a bit, but don't stray too far, okay? The puppies yelped in agreement and took off, chasing each other's tails as they went. She led Kagami across the training field, past the various obstacles and equipment, until they reached the quiet of the forest's edge. This should be a good spot, she said, turning to face him. Alright, shall we begin? She asked, her voice a little softer than before. He nodded, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Alright, let's start with the clone jutsu. Show me what you've got so far. Go through the hand signs and try to create a clone. He thought back to his own learning process. He remembered how it had clicked for him, like breaking through a thin barrier. Once you got it, it became second nature. The only real limitation was chakra capacity. But for now, he was more interested in seeing Hana's progress. Show me what you've got, Kagami said, his eyes locked on Hana. She complied, her hands went through the hand signs with impressive speed. There was a puff of smoke, and a second Hana appeared at her side. Except this Hana was only a quarter of the original size, like a miniature version of herself. Kagami bit back a smile, trying not to laugh at the tiny clone. It was a common mistake, one that every ninja made when learning the technique. Noticing Hana's frustration, he made a mental note to offer some encouragement. That's a great start, he said encouragingly. You've got the basic form down. Now it's just a matter of fine-tuning your chakra control. He spent the next hour coaching her, sharing the tips and tricks he'd learned, and offering motivational boosts when frustration threatened to take over. By the session's end, her clones looked much more realistic, even if they still tended to be a bit on the small side. You're really getting the hang of it, Kagami said with a thumbs up. Just keep practicing and don't rush. You'll get there. Hana beamed at the praise, her earlier frustration melting away. Thanks, Kagami. I couldn't have done it without you. Your turn, Hana said, a hint of a smile on her face. Ready to get into some taijutsu? He grinned. Bring it on. Hana proved to be a natural instructor when it came to martial arts. She effortlessly broke down the basics, explaining the difference between hard and soft styles of combat. Most ninjas focus on the hard style, she said, demonstrating a series of punches and kicks that left the air ringing. It's all about dealing direct, physical damage to your opponent. You build up your strength and speed through constant training and sparring. As she shifted her stance, her movements became more fluid and almost dance-like. But some clans, like the Hyuga, specialize in the soft style, she continued. They target the enemy's internal organs and chakra network, using precise strikes to disable them from within. Kagami watched, captivated, as Hana demonstrated the different techniques. He could see the appeal of both styles, the raw power of the hard fist, the elegant efficiency of the soft. As he watched Hana, he nodded thoughtfully. So it's all about finding the right balance, he mused, his eyes never leaving hers. Building up your physical abilities, but also learning to channel chakra to enhance them. Hana nodded, pleased with his insight. The human body can only handle so much chakra at once, so there's a limit to how far you can push it. But with dedicated training, you can increase that limit, bit by bit. She grinned, dropping into a fighting stance. Want to give it a try? Kagami mirrored her stance, his muscles tensing as he prepared to spar. Absolutely, he said. They spent the next few hours sparring, Hana correcting his form and offering advice as they went. The training was grueling, pushing Kagami's body to its limits and beyond, but he reveled in the challenge. By the time they called a halt, both of them were drenched in sweat and breathing hard. As they lay there, watching the clouds drift lazily by, he felt a respect for Hana. She was more than just a cute face and a team of adorable ninja dogs. She was a talented ninja in her own right. He realized he was lucky to have her as a training partner, and even luckier to have her as a friend. Same time next week? He asked, turning his head to grin at her. Hana's laughter rang out, bright and carefree in the warm summer air. You can count on it. And don't think I'll go easy on you just because you helped me with my clones. He chuckled, pushing himself up to his feet and offering Hana a hand up. Wouldn't dream of it, but we still have time for another round. They continued training under the watchful eye of the sun. As they sparred, Kagami felt content. This, he thought, was what being a ninja was all about, not just the flashy moves or high-stakes missions, but the bonds forged through shared struggle and mutual respect. With friends like Hana by his side, he felt like he could tackle anything the world threw his way. And he was going to need that confidence, because the world was getting stranger and more dangerous by the day. Chapter 22, The Inuzuka Way. Kagami collapsed onto the grass, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Every muscle ached like it was on fire, and he was pretty sure he'd lost half his body weight in sweat. It is really tough, he panted, squinting up at Hana through the glare of the midday sun. I don't think one day is going to be enough to master taijutsu. She chuckled and plopped down beside him, looking annoyingly fresh and unbothered. It's not that bad, I promise, she said, nudging him with her elbow. The first time's always the toughest. It gets easier, I swear. But then she paused and looked at him. Unless you're not having fun training with me? Kagami sat up, surprised by her tone. He'd only been complaining about the difficulty, but somehow she had taken it personally. No, it's not that at all, he said quickly, waving his hands. I'm really glad to be learning from you, Hana. Honestly, I am. Her smile was so beautiful, it made his heart skip a beat. Good, she said, jumping up and offering him a hand up. Because we've still got a lot of work to do. And so they worked. Hana put Kagami through his paces, forcing him to run lap after lap around the Inuzuka training ground. Each circuit was a grueling 2 kilometers, and he had to do 10 of them, a total of 20 kilometers that seemed like an impossible feat for a 6-year-old. But he gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain. She had explained that this was the key to unlocking his chakra's potential, pushing his body to the brink, forcing it to draw on that inner well of power when his physical strength gave out. As he ran, he could feel the eyes of the Inuzuka clan members on him, curious and assessing. He was an outsider here, a rare breed in their close community. But no one challenged his presence, not with Hana vouching for him. By the 7th lap, Kagami felt it happen. One moment his legs were like lead, dragging with every step. The next, a surge of energy flowed through him, lifting him up and making him feel light as a feather. He laughed out loud, marveling at the sensation. Was this what it felt like to tap into his chakra? No wonder ninja could perform such incredible feats. With this new reserve of strength, the remaining laps flew by. By noon, Kagami had completed the full 20 kilometers, much to Hana's delight. You did it, she exclaimed, bouncing up and down on her toes. You've got the basics of taijutsu down pat. His eyes widened in surprise. Already? But I thought. Hana grinned. I could tell by watching you. The way you moved, the look on your face. You tapped more into your chakra, didn't you? She jerked her chin towards the track. Go on, give it another lap. But this time, try the ninja run. He knew the one she meant, the arms back, head down style. He'd seen the way the ninjas were running. He dropped into a crouch, feeling a goofy grin spread across his face, and took off. The difference was incredible. He flew around the track, eating up the distance in a fraction of the time it had taken him before. When he skidded to a stop in front of Hana, barely winded, she smiled at him. See? You're already channeling chakra to boost your speed and stamina. It's just a trickle right now, but that's how it starts. Kagami nodded, happy about his progress. But a question still bugged him. So why the different running styles? Wouldn't the ninja run have been better for training? Hana shook her head. The ninja run is all about minimizing air resistance and maximizing speed. Great for getting places fast, not so much for building strength and endurance. That's what the arm pumping is for. It engages your upper body, makes your whole form work harder. She reached out and gave his bicep a friendly squeeze. Trust me, you'll be grateful for it the first time you have to throw a punch. As if on cue, the adrenaline that had been keeping Kagami going chose that moment to desert him. His knees buckled, and he plopped onto his rear, suddenly aware of just how tired he really was. She was at his side in an instant, hauling him back to his feet. Oh no, you don't, she said. No sitting down just yet. You do that now, you'll regret it when we start afternoon training. He groaned, but let her pull him upright. As he stood up, he couldn't help but notice the wiry musculature of her arm, the calluses on her palm that spoke of countless hours of training. He felt a flush creep up his neck that had nothing to do with exertion. When had Hana gotten so grown up? Hana! A shout from across the field interrupted Kagami's thoughts. A woman with wild, untamed hair and a bamboo basket in one hand, and a squirming bundle in the other, was approaching. Mom! Hana exclaimed, taking the basket with a grin. This is my friend Kagami from the academy. Kagami, meet my mom, Tsume. Tsume thrust out a hand, expertly shifting the bundle, a baby, he realized, to the crook of her elbow. Good to meet you, Kagami, she said, her grip firm and calloused, just like Hana's. I've heard great things about you. Before he could respond, the baby let out a wail. Tsume bounced it, her voice a gruff "C-O-O. SHH, little one. In Yuzuka men don't cry, remember? Hana rolled her eyes and gently took the baby from her mom's arms. You're scaring him, Mom, she teased, jiggling the baby until his sobs subsided into hiccups. This is my brother, Kiba, she told Kagami, angling the baby so he could see a tuft of dark hair and chubby, tear-streaked cheeks. Isn't he cute? He nodded, though privately he thought all babies looked more or less the same. Hana handed Kiba back to Tsume, shooing her mom off with a smile. Kagami's stomach suddenly remembered it was empty, and it let out a loud rumble, sending both of them into fits of laughter. Still chuckling, they sat down to eat, and the simple food tasted better than any fancy feast after their morning's hard work. But all too soon, it was time to get back to training. The afternoon was a blur of frog jumps, with his thighs screaming in protest after 10 more laps. But he pushed through, motivated by his earlier success and Hana's constant encouragement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kagami finished his final circuit. Hana pointed to a branch overhead, her grin daring him. Jump to it, she said. He crouched low, channeling everything Hana had taught him. Then, he pushed off, feeling the chakra surge through his legs. And landed lightly on the branch, as easy as stepping over a puddle. Hana whooped and applauded, her face glowing with more than the sunset light. You did it, Kagami. A perfect landing. He wanted to thank her, but before he could get the words out, a loud siren pierced the air. The wailing sound came from the direction of the village, making his teeth ache and sending a shiver down his spine. A Chunin burst into the training ground, his face pale and sweaty above his flak jacket. Emergency! He yelled, his voice strained. Orochimaru has betrayed the village. Kagami and Hana stared at each other, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The Chunin's next words fell like a bombshell into the sudden silence. And he's stolen the scroll of seals. Chapter 23, Ninjas Honor. The Chunin's words left Kagami stunned, the implication slowly sinking in. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, had betrayed the village, and taken a priceless artifact with him. Around them, the Inuzuka compound erupted into a frenzy of activity. Clan members scrambled to follow the Hokage's orders, grabbing their Ninken partners and preparing to deploy. Kagami and Hana found themselves stuck in the middle, unsure what to do or where to go. They were just kids, barely started in their training. What could they possibly do to help in a crisis like this? Just then, an older man with a weathered, scarred face appeared beside Hana. She called him uncle, relief clear in her voice. Hana, you and your friend need to stay put, he said firmly. We don't know what's going on in the village right now. It's not safe for you to be out there. Hana protested, worry about her mother and infant brother clear in her eyes. But her uncle was firm. We'll take care of them, he promised. You two find a safe place to hide and wait for me to come get you. Got it? She nodded reluctantly, but obeyed. With a final, stern look, her uncle disappeared into the crowd of shinobi. In no time, the training ground was empty. Kagami and Hana stood alone, the sirens still wailing in their ears. We need to get out of the open, he said, scanning their surroundings with a wary eye. Let's head back to where we were training. The trees will give us some cover. Hana nodded, and they took off in a sprint, their chakra giving them a boost of speed and agility. They reached the copse in no time, scaling a leafy tree with ease. Perched on a broad branch, hidden from view by the dense canopy, he tried to wrap his head around what was happening. He'd heard of Orochimaru, a genius shinobi and one of the third Hokage's own students. The idea that someone like that would turn rogue was unthinkable. But the evidence was all around them. The blaring alarms, the scramble to organize search parties, the grim faces of the older shinobi. This wasn't a drill or a training exercise. This was the real deal. In the Hokage's meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. The village's top shinobi knelt before their leader, awaiting their orders. He briefed them on the situation. Orochimaru's betrayal is confirmed, he said. Our top priority is to capture him and retrieve the stolen scroll of seals. A murmur rippled through the assembled ninja. The scroll of seals was one of Hidden Leaf Village's most prized treasures, a collection of forbidden jutsu and secret techniques dating back to the village's founding. In the wrong hands, it could unleash unimaginable destruction. Reports indicate that Orochimaru is still within the village perimeter, he continued. We have a narrow window to cut him off before he escapes. But be warned, he is extremely dangerous. If any search team makes contact, don't engage directly. Send up a signal flare and wait for Anbu reinforcements. His gaze swept the room, his eyes hard and unyielding. Understood? The shinobi responded in unison, yes, Hokage-sama. Before disappearing in a flash, off to join the hunt. As the last of them departed, his shoulders sagged, just for an instant. Then he straightened, his expression grim. He whispered, Kakashi. I need you. A figure emerged from the darkness, dropping to one knee before the Hokage. The silver hair and masked face were unmistakable. Kakashi, one of Hidden Leaf Village's most skilled operatives. The item Orochimaru stole, the third Hokage said, his voice heavy with significance. It's not the scroll of seals. It's the statue. The one from your last mission. Kakashi's visible eye widened in surprise. But how there's more, the third Hokage cut in. Motaki has disappeared from the hospital. We believe Orochimaru took him. For a long moment, Kakashi was silent. The statue, the abduction. What was Orochimaru planning? And how had he even known about the artifact's existence, let alone its location? I suspect, the third Hokage said, as if reading Kakashi's thoughts, that Orochimaru plans to escape to the land of water. Your experience with the statue makes you the perfect person to intercept him. Head to the eastern gate and support the search teams in that area. Kakashi bowed his head. Yes, Hokage-sama. And then he was gone. Himaru. Himaru, where are you? Hana's voice echoed across the training field, high-pitched and panicked. In the chaos, she had forgotten about her faithful Ninken companions. Now, with the reality of the situation sinking in, her only thought was to find them, to make sure they were safe. Hana, wait. Kagami called after her, torn between staying hidden and going to his friend's aid. Come back. It's not safe. But Hana was already gone. He muttered a curse under his breath, scanning the area for any sign of her return. He knew he should stay put, that his limited skills would be no match for a threat like Orochimaru. But the thought of Hana out there alone, searching desperately for her dog. A flicker of movement caught Kagami's eye. A figure, darting across the open field at incredible speed. It was only visible for a heartbeat, but he felt his blood run cold. Even at a distance, even at a glance, he recognized that silhouette. The long, dark hair, the pale skin. It was Orochimaru himself, speeding directly towards Kagami's position. And towards Hana, who had no idea the danger she was in. Adrenaline surged through his veins. He had to do something, had to warn Hana, had to get her to safety. But what could he do? He was just a student, a child playing at being a ninja. Against one of the legendary Sannin, he stood no chance. Yet, he couldn't just leave Hana to face Orochimaru alone. She was his friend, his comrade. They had trained together, laughed together, pushed each other to be better than they ever thought they could be. If he abandoned her now, in her moment of greatest need, what kind of shinobi would he be? What kind of person? Kagami's fists clenched. He would not run. He'd stand and fight, even if it meant his life. For that was the way of the ninja. The way of the friend. As Orochimaru's dark form drew closer, as Hana's desperate cries echoed in his ears, Kagami leapt from his perch. He hit the ground running, chakra pumping through his legs, propelling him forward at a speed he'd never achieved before. Towards Hana. Towards danger. Towards his fate, whatever it might be. He had to try. For Hana's sake, he had to try. Chapter 24, The Web of Fate. Orochimaru fled across the plains, the alarms of Hidden Leaf Village fading into the distance behind him. A smile spread across his face as he whispered, "Until next time, Hidden Leaf Village." The wind swept his words away. He had outsmarted the village, disappearing before they even knew what was happening. Now, they had no chance of catching him. As a bonus, he'd even managed to snatch a souvenir, the Genin from the hospital, whose mind had been shattered by the statue's power. Ah, the statue. The statue. He patted the scroll at his hip, feeling a thrill of excitement. Inside, he had his greatest prize, the stolen statue. It held the key to unlocking the secrets he'd glimpsed in the Necronomicon. With it, he could unravel the mysteries of the statue's powers, which could reshape flesh and control the mind. If he could master that power, the possibilities would be endless. And if the visions granted by the statue were more than just wild fantasies, if its power was real, then the ancient beings of myth had to be real too. Cthulhu. Yog-Sothoth. The hidden secrets of the universe, the very fabric of creation itself, finally within his reach. He shivered, despite the warmth of the night. The mere thought sent a jolt of excitement through his veins. He just had to keep moving, no matter where it led. The dense forest closed in around him, blocking out the moonlight. Orochimaru moved forward, his pale form gliding through the shadows like a ghost. Suddenly, he stopped, his golden eyes narrowing. "I know you're there," he called out. "I can hear you breathing." The forest was silent, except for the sound of his own breathing. It was as if the trees themselves were watching him. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. With no sign of pursuit from the village, he could indulge in a little game. His eyes scanned the surrounding trees. His sharp ears had pinpointed the intruders, two of them, judging by their breathing patterns. One was trying too hard to be silent, their racing heart giving them away. The other breathed too loudly, a clumsy attempt at stealth. Come out, wherever you are," Orochimaru sang, his voice mocking and playful. "Don't be shy. I promise I won't bite." Yet. He slid silently to the first tree and peeked around. Nothing. A cold smile crept onto his lips as his tongue darted out, tasting the air. He flashed to the second tree, moving faster than the eye could follow. Still nothing. Only one tree remained. He readied himself to pounce just as a small metal object came flying out from behind the trunk. Reflexes screaming, he leapt back as the thing clattered to the ground at his feet. He stared down at it warily, a dark metal box, smoke beginning to seep from its seams. Then, with an ominous hiss, the box cracked open. Smoke poured out, thick and dark. Orochimaru felt his blood turn to ice. A massive spider, its bulbous body pulsing with unnatural life, emerged from the box. 8 hellish eyes blazed with alien intelligence, fixed on him. And 8 spindly legs flexed, clawed tips glinting, as the monstrous creature pulled itself from its metal cocoon. Multiple striking shadow snakes. Orochimaru's instincts took over, and he lashed out at the monstrous spider before him. Dozens of serpents erupted from his sleeves, fangs bared and hissing as they struck at the creature. But they passed right through it, as if the spider was made of nothing more than smoke and shadow. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief, mixed with the cold realization of his mistake. The snakes, still moving forward, tangled themselves in the spider's legs. And then, impossibly fast, those legs solidified into jointed, chitinous things. Their razor-sharp edges sliced through scale and sinew like a hot knife through silk. Orochimaru had only a heartbeat to register the pain, before the spider's forelegs seized his own and whipped him around, flinging him like a rag doll into the trunk of a tree. The impact knocked the breath out of him, stars exploding across his vision. He slumped to the ground, tasting copper on his tongue, feeling the warm trickle of blood down his chin. Orochimaru, the greatest genius of his generation, was stunned. A spider, smoky and solid at the same time, had bested him. It was impossible, defying all logic and the laws of nature and chakra. Yet, it was happening. Memories flashed through his mind. He recalled the Iburi clan that could transform their bodies into smoke. Their technique had seemed perfect, until he discovered their weakness, wind. A simple gust could scatter their smoky forms, erasing them from existence. If this spider shared that vulnerability. His hands moved swiftly. Wind style, great breakthrough. He shouted, unleashing a powerful gale that whipped through the trees and slammed into the spider. He was sure it would be enough. But the spider didn't flinch. The wind howled around it, through it, and it kept coming, relentless as the tide. Orochimaru's mind raced, desperate for a solution. Maybe fire could consume the creature if wind couldn't disperse it. His hands moved swiftly again, the seals coming fast and furious. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. A torrent of fire burst from his lips, a blazing inferno that engulfed the spider, setting the air ablaze. For a moment, Orochimaru dared to hope. But then, through the flames and swirling smoke, the spider emerged. Unscathed. Unhindered. And furious. It lunged at him, a blur of shadow and heat, its jaws wide open. He dodged aside, feeling the venomous sting on his cheek and the rake of a claw across his back. He rolled to his feet, his heart racing. This was no ordinary creature, no simple trick of smoke and chakra. This was something ancient and unknowable. The spider reared up, its eyes blazing with malevolent fury. As its shadow fell over him, blocking out the moon and stars, Orochimaru knew he was going to die. And for the first time in his life, he was afraid. But even as fear threatened to consume him, a spark of defiance ignited in his chest. No. He wouldn't go down like this. Not cowering in the dirt, defeated by some monstrous creature. He was Orochimaru of the Sannin, the White Snake. He hadn't come this far, sacrificed so much, to fall now. Not when the secrets of the universe were finally within his grasp. With a snarl of rage, he charged forward, his hands forming the signs of a familiar jutsu. The spider lunged, its jaws open wide, venom dripping from its fangs. Its forelegs twitched, razor-sharp claws flexing. It struck, a final, fatal blow. And Orochimaru's body burst into a mass of writhing snakes. The spider recoiled, hissing in confusion and fury as the serpents scattered in all directions. But before it could recover, the ground beneath it erupted. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, his mouth stretched wide in a grotesque grin. And from that gaping maw, the gleaming length of the Kusanagi sword extended, driven by the coiled strength of his serpentine body. The blade pierced the spider's underside, punching through its armor and into the soft flesh beneath. The creature shrieked, a sound of agony and rage that shook the stones around them. Orochimaru twisted the sword, his eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. He reveled in the spider's pain. With a final, wrenching pull, he tore the Kusanagi free, and a gout of thick, gooey liquid followed. The spider shuddered, its legs going limp, its eyes fading. And then, before his eyes, the creature began to dissolve. Its flesh melted away, sloughing off its bones in great, gloopy streams. Its exoskeleton crumbled, breaking apart into flakes of ash that drifted away on the night breeze. In moments, there was nothing left of the once mighty spider except a pile of fine, gray powder. He stood there, surrounded by the swirling ash, the Kusanagi sliding back into his throat. He had won. Because he was Orochimaru. And there was no monster, no obstacle, no power in this world or any other that could stand against his will. Chapter 25. The spider's game. Kakashi sprinted through the forest with his Ninken by his side, tracking the trail of destruction left behind by Orochimaru. The broken branches, scorched earth, and bloodstain showed that a battle had taken place, and only just been won. But who had come out on top? Who was strong enough to contend against Orochimaru? These questions burned in his mind as he burst into a small clearing. What he found there stopped him in his tracks. Orochimaru, wounded and leaning against a tree, was a shocking sight. But there was no sign of his attacker. Kakashi approached cautiously, his senses on high alert for any sign of an ambush. But all was quiet, except for the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. His ragged breathing was the only other sound. As he drew closer, Orochimaru's head snapped around, his eyes widening in recognition. "You!" he hissed, his voice rough with pain. Kakashi didn't respond. He just stared, taking in the sight of the man who had once been a respected ninja, now broken and defeated. A small part of him, the part that remembered the man the Sannin used to be, felt a pang of pity. But that was all it was, a small part. The man before him was a monster, and he needed to be stopped for the good of the village, for the good of the world. Without a word, he charged, his chidori flashing to life, casting sharp shadows across his mask. But Orochimaru was ready, even in his wounded state. He gritted his teeth, wincing inwardly as he grabbed Kakashi's forearm. Using the Kapi ninja's momentum against him, he launched himself into the air, twisting like a snake to land in a crouch behind him. His arms transformed into a mass of snakes, which shot forward like whips. Kakashi leapt back, his Sharingan tracking the snakes as he slashed at them with his kunai, keeping them at bay. Just as he was busy with the snakes, two more snake-like arms burst from the ground, snatching his ankles and holding him in place. His eyes widened in surprise as he found himself trapped. Seeing his chance, Orochimaru struck. His head shot forward like a cobra, aiming for Kakashi's neck. Kakashi twisted his body at the last moment, and his fangs just grazed his shoulder. But Orochimaru wasn't finished. As his head retracted, his mouth opened wide, and a long, sword-like snake shot out. Kakashi, still held by the snake arms, could only bring up his kunai to block the attack. The impact was powerful, sending him flying back, and the snake arms released their grip. He crashed to the ground, scrambling to his feet. His shoulder burned where Orochimaru's fangs had scratched him, and his arms ached from the impact of the snake sword. Orochimaru retracted his snake sword, his arms and head returning to normal. A smile spread across his face. "Is that all you've got, Kakashi? I expected more from the famous copy ninja." Kakashi was stunned. He had known the Sannin was strong, but this was beyond anything he had expected. Orochimaru seemed to sense his thoughts, his eyes lingering on the Sharingan as their gazes met. Then, he turned and vanished into the trees, disappearing into the night. The copy ninja stood rooted to the spot, still trying to process what had just happened. He had just faced a Sannin in battle. And he had been thoroughly outmatched. Completely. If not for his wounds, he had no illusions about how that confrontation would have ended. He stood frozen, lost in thought, until the sound of footsteps snapped him back to reality. He spun around, hand instinctively reaching for his kunai, but relaxed as a familiar figure emerged from the trees. It was Kagami carrying an unconscious Hana and Yuzuka in his arms. "Kagami?" He blinked. "What are you doing here?" The boy shifted Hana's limp form, his face straining with effort. "We were training," he explained. "But then the alarms went off, and Hana's uncle told us to hide. We tried, but it was so dark." Hana tripped and hit her head. Kakashi frowned behind his mask. How had they managed to be here, in the middle of all that chaos and destruction, and yet remain unscathed? It seemed impossible, and yet, here they were. Hana had a bump on her head, but otherwise, they were okay. He couldn't help but wonder. There was something that didn't quite add up about the story. But that was a mystery for another time. Right now, he had a duty to perform. "The village is safe now," he told Kagami, bending down to scoop Hana into his arms. "Orochimaru's gone. I'll take you both home." The boy looked up at him, his dark eyes wide and innocent. "You promise? It's really over?" Kakashi nodded, trying to sound reassuring. "I promise. You were very brave, Kagami. Both of you. Now let's get you back where you belong." He tucked Hana close to his chest and set off through the trees, Kagami clinging to his back like a little monkey. They made an odd sight, but he didn't mind. There was something comforting about the weight of them, the warmth of their breath on his neck. A reminder of what he fought for, of the innocence he strove to protect. Even if, in Kagami's case, that innocence wasn't entirely genuine. They dropped Hana off first, leaving her in the care of her frantic mother. Then it was on to the Gecko compound, where a pale and anxious Hyate was waiting at the gate. "Kagami." Hyate's voice was filled with relief as he swept his brother into a tight hug. "Where have you been? I was so worried." Kagami wrapped his arms around his brother. "Sorry. We were training at the Inuzuka compound, and we lost track of time. It won't happen again, I promise." Hyate held him tighter. Over Kagami's shoulder, he met Kakashi's gaze, gratitude written all over his face. "Thank you," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Thank you for bringing him home." Kakashi nodded, feeling a sudden lump in his throat. "It was my pleasure," he said softly. "You have a very special brother, Hyate. Take good care of him." With that, he leapt onto the nearest rooftop, leaving the Gecko brothers to their reunion. But even as he raced across the village, his mind was racing faster still, turning over the events of the night. As he walked away, he replayed the events of the night in his mind. Orochimaru's escape, the mysterious battle in the woods, the strange feeling he got whenever he looked into Kagami's eyes. It was all connected, he was sure of it. He just didn't know how. Not yet. But he would find out. One way or another, he would uncover the truth behind this night's events. In his room, Kagami stood before his terrarium, a grim smile spreading across his face. The spider inside scurried forward. "Well done," he murmured, reaching out to stroke one leg with a gentle finger. "You did well tonight." "Very well indeed." The spider seemed to enjoy his touch, its mandibles clicking in what might have been pleasure. Or hunger. "Rest now," he whispered. "There will be more work for you soon enough." With that, he turned away, leaving the spider to its own thoughts. Chapter 26, A Web of Lies. After Orochimaru's escape, the Hidden Leaf Village was abuzz with activity. Search parties scoured every corner of the Land of Fire, but the Snake Sannin had vanished into thin air, taking his stolen goods with him. With the immediate danger past, the village turned its attention to figuring out how the breach had happened in the first place. The Hokage's advisors worked around the clock, interviewing witnesses and poring over security logs to reconstruct the events leading up to the theft. Their top suspect was Danzō, the old war hawk with a known association with Orochimaru. His knowledge of the Cthulhu statue made him the prime suspect for the leak. When the third Hokage summoned him for questioning, Even the normally unflappable old man seemed on edge. The third Hokage's piercing stare locked onto Danzō as the old warhawk entered his office. "Danzō," he said, his voice firm but controlled. "I'm sure you know why I called you in." Danzō met his gaze head-on. "I have a pretty good idea, Hiruzen. This is about Orochimaru, isn't it?" The third Hokage leaned forward, his hands clasped together on his desk. "That's right. We've got evidence that suggests you shared classified information about the statue with him. Information he then used to steal the artifact." Danzō's expression remained impassive. "I won't deny discussing the statue with Orochimaru. But I had no idea he planned to steal it, and I certainly didn't help him." The third Hokage's frown deepened. "And yet, you didn't think to mention these discussions to me? You know as well as I do how dangerous Orochimaru has become. Any interaction with him is a threat to village security." Danzō's posture subtly shifted. "I thought I could bring Orochimaru back on track by keeping the lines of communication open. I was wrong." The third Hokage shook his head. "Your intentions might have been good, but that doesn't excuse the damage you've done. You put village security at risk and helped a traitor." Danzō bowed his head, accepting the criticism. "I take full responsibility for my mistake, Hiruzen. It won't happen again." The third Hokage leaned back in his chair, his gaze still firm. "See that it doesn't. I'm giving you a second chance, old friend. But I'll be keeping a close eye on you. One more mistake, and I won't be so forgiving." Danzō nodded, recognizing the dismissal. As he turned to leave, the third Hokage's voice stopped him. "Danzō, one more thing. If you have any information about Orochimaru, no matter how small, I expect you to bring it to me right away. No more secrets between us." He paused at the door. "You have my word, Hiruzen." With that, he left, the door closing softly behind him. The third Hokage watched him go, his expression troubled. He knew Danzō's loyalty to the village was firm. But his methods, his secrets thought they were becoming a liability. Next, the village turned its attention to Orochimaru's associates within the village. Mitarashi Anko, his former student, was at the top of the list. Kagami overheard his brother discussing Anko's case with some fellow genin. "I heard the Anbu took her in for questioning as soon as she got back from her mission," Hyate said, his voice low and worried. "They kept her for 3 days straight. When Anko finally emerged, her face was pale and her eyes haunted. But if she knew anything about her mentor's plans, she kept it to herself." As the investigation dragged on, the village's frustration grew. The focus shifted to Orochimaru's rumored network of hidden laboratories, which had long been suspected but never confirmed. Teams of shinobi combed through the forests surrounding the village, searching every hidden glen and twisting cavern. Within days, they uncovered 8 secret facilities, each one a disturbing example of his twisted experiments. But whispers persisted of a 9th lab, one that had somehow evaded detection. Rumors spread like wildfire about monstrous experiments and forbidden jutsu, about horrors that defied imagination. Kagami, always on the lookout for information, soaked up every scrap he could find. He had his own reasons for wanting to find this hidden lab, reasons that had nothing to do with village security. His constant companion, the spider, was outgrowing its terrarium. It needed a new home, a place where it could continue to grow and evolve. And what better place than a laboratory built for just such purposes? But he was patient. He knew the risks of moving too soon. For now, he would bide his time and watch the situation unfold. Besides, he had other matters to attend to. The chaos of Orochimaru's defection had created unexpected opportunities, chances to further his own training and growth. With the academy closed for a week and the teachers called away to assist in the search, Kagami saw his chance to sneak into the senior offices. It wasn't hard to find what he was looking for. A single sheet of chakra paper, the special material used to test elemental affinity. Back in the safety of his room, he held the paper between his fingers, feeling excited. This was a crucial moment, one that could shape the course of his entire shinobi career. He took a deep breath, focused his chakra, and let it flow into the paper. The reaction was instantaneous. The paper turned to dirt and crumbled to dust, falling away like sand through an hourglass. Earth. His affinity was earth. For a moment, he just stared at the remnants of the paper, his mind reeling. He had expected water, like his brother. Or perhaps fire, like so many in the leaf. But earth. Earth was a surprise. As he contemplated this new information, Kagami felt a bit disappointed. Earth wasn't a flashy element, not like the roaring flames of the Uchiha or the crackling lightning of Kakashi. It was solid, dependable, unyielding. But perhaps a bit dull. But then, a thought struck him. Earth was the element of endurance. In that moment, Kagami's perspective shifted. He saw his affinity not as a limitation, but as a reflection of his own nature. He had endured so much, had weathered hardships that would have broken lesser men. And he had emerged stronger for it, like a diamond forged in the heart of the mountain. Yes, Earth would suit him well. Now he just needed to find a teacher, someone who could help him unlock its full potential. His first thought was the third Hokage, the legendary professor who was said to have mastered all 5 elements. But the Hokage's time was valuable, and he was not known for taking on private students. Kakashi, the copy ninja, was another possibility. With his Sharingan, he could use any element with ease. But Kagami knew that true mastery came from understanding, not just imitation. No, if he wanted to truly excel, he would need to seek out a specialist. Someone who had dedicated their life to the study and application of earth jutsu. The problem was, there were no such specialists in Hidden Leaf Village. The village prided itself on its balanced approach, producing well-rounded shinobi rather than narrow experts. If he wanted to find an earth master, he would have to look beyond the village walls. He would need to search the other great shinobi nations, where the secrets of the elements were guarded and passed down through generations. Kagami knew it wouldn't be easy. He was young, untested, and lacked a great clan name or political connections to open doors. But he had never been one to shy away from a challenge. He would find a way, even if it meant carving his own path. That was his nature. With a small smile, he tucked the remnants of the chakra paper away and turned his gaze to the future. Chapter 27, A Slab of Promise. In the heart of Hidden Stones Village, a small group assembled on the training field, surrounded by towering stone spires. At the center of the gathering stood an unassuming figure, an elderly man with a triangular beard and a mustache. But don't be fooled by his appearance. This was no ordinary old man. This was Onoki the fence-sitter, the third Sushi Kage and the oldest of the current 5 Kage. A living legend, he was a master of the shinobi arts and a cunning politician. Before him stood 2 children, as different as night and day. One was tall and sturdy, with a round, friendly face and an easy-going smile. The other was small and lean, with a messy blonde mop of hair. These were Akatsuchi and Deidara, Onoki's newest disciples, handpicked for their potential. Well, let's see what you've learned, he said. Akatsuchi, you're up first. The larger boy stepped forward, his face set in concentration as he knelt down and started forming hand seals. His fingers, still a bit chubby, moved slowly and carefully through the sequence. Earth style, Terra Shield. He slammed his palm against the ground. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a loud rumble, a massive stone slab burst out of the earth, towering over the boy's kneeling form. I did it! Akatsuchi exclaimed, his face splitting into a huge grin. I really did, but his celebration was short-lived. The slab, apparently unable to handle his excitement, crumbled into rubble. Onoki let out a deep sigh and shook his head. A shinobi needs to be solid, like a rock. That. He gestured to the pile of rocks. Isn't exactly what I had in mind. Akatsuchi looked down. I'm sorry, Sushi Kage-sama. I'll do better, I promise. The old man's expression softened, just a fraction. I know you will, my boy. Hidden Stones Village wasn't built in a day. It takes time to master Earth style. It's not something you can rush. He turned to the other child, who had been watching with an intense gaze. Deidara, you're up next. The blonde boy stepped forward. He knelt down, his hands moving quickly and precisely as he formed the seals. Earth style, Terra Shield. He slapped his palm against the ground, and another slab of stone rose up, identical in size and shape to Akatsuchi's. But while the other boy's creation had been rough and unstable, Deidara's was smooth and solid, with crisp, clean edges. Onoki walked over to examine the stone slab, running his hand over its surface. A few flakes crumbled off at his touch, but the structure held steady. Impressive, the Sushi Kage said, his voice thoughtful. And you used fewer seals than Akatsuchi, I noticed. Deidara shrugged, trying to look casual, but Onoki caught a glimpse of pride in his eye. As he looked at the boy, he felt a spark of something he hadn't felt in a long time, hope. Hope for the future of his village, for the legacy he would one day leave behind. Could it be? Could this boy, the son of humble artisans, be the genius Hidden Stones Village had been waiting for? The one who would lead them into a new era of strength and prosperity? Only time would tell. But for now, he let himself dream. Just as Onoki was lost in thought, a messenger shinobi arrived, kneeling before him with a serious expression. Sushi Kage-sama, the man said, his tone urgent. We've received news. Orochimaru has defected from Hidden Leaf Village. Onoki's bushy eyebrows shot up. Orochimaru? That's unexpected. He fell silent. Orochimaru was a powerful shinobi, and his defection could tip the balance of power among the nations. Do we know why he left? Onoki asked, his tone sharp. The messenger shook his head. No, Sushi Kage-sama. But our sources say he was last seen heading towards the land of water. The bloody mist, Onoki muttered. What could he want there? It was a question with no easy answer. The land of water was notoriously secretive, and ever since the rise of the fourth Mizukage and the brutal graduation ritual, information out of Hidden Mist Village had been scarce. One thing was certain, though. Whatever Orochimaru was planning, it didn't bode well for the other villages. For the world. Onoki dismissed the messenger with a wave of his hand, his expression grim. He needed to gather his advisors to discuss this development and its potential consequences. But first, he had to finish the lesson at hand. He turned back to Akatsuchi and Deidara, who had been watching the exchange with curious eyes. Listen up, both of you, he began, his voice heavy with experience and authority. Being a shinobi is a tough road, full of surprises and dangers. Friends can turn against you in an instant, and even the strongest among us can get corrupted by power. He looked each boy straight in the eye. That's why we need to stay on our toes and keep our skills and willpower sharp. For the sake of our village, and everyone we care about. Akatsuchi nodded seriously. Deidara, on the other hand, tilted his head, a sly smile playing on his lips. It was as if Onoki's words were a challenge. He let out a deep sigh. Young people were always so eager, so convinced they were invincible. He could only hope that the lessons he taught them now would stick, would guide them through the tough times ahead. Keep practicing, he said, turning to leave. Focus on the Earth-style Terra Shield. A strong defense is the foundation of everything else. With that, he walked away. Akatsuchi and Deidara exchanged a glance before setting off to find a new spot to practice their skills. They found Kurotsuchi in her usual spot, surrounded by a miniature city of sandcastles. Her face lit up when she saw her two favorite playmates. Akatsuchi. Deidara. She called out, waving them over. Come see what I made. Akatsuchi crouched down to admire the intricate structures. These are amazing, Kurotsuchi, he said, his voice warm with affection. You have a real gift for art. Yuri, but before he could finish, Deidara slammed his palm into the ground, using the Terra Shield jutsu to raise a slab of stone right in the middle of Kurotsuchi's sand village. The girl's joyful expression crumbled, tears welling up in her eyes as she watched her creations tumble and break. Deidara, why? She wailed, her small hands balling into fists. Why did you do that? Akatsuchi's face turned red with anger. What's wrong with you? He demanded. Apologize to Kurotsuchi, right now. But Deidara wasn't listening. He was staring at the ruined sandcastles. At that moment, something shifted inside the young boy. A truth dawned on him, one that would shape his entire life. Art wasn't about creating something that would last forever. It wasn't about making something that would stand the test of time. No, true art was fleeting, a brief flash of beauty and destruction. Art was an explosion, and Deidara felt it in his bones as he stood in the ruins of Kurotsuchi's sand village. A grin spread across his face. He had found his calling, his purpose. Nothing could deter him now, not the tears of a girl, not the disapproval of his peers. He was Deidara, the mad artist of Hidden Stones Village, and his art would change the world. As he stood there, thinking about his future, he noticed a tiny movement near his feet. A small spider, no bigger than his thumbnail, scuttled across rocky ground. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and brought it down hard, crushing the creature beneath his sandal. Chapter 28, The Weight of Ambition. As the Hidden Leaf Village returned to normal, the Ninja Academy students settled back into their classrooms. The unexpected week-long break, a welcome surprise after Orochimaru's betrayal, had been a treat for most. I can't believe we're back already, grumbled one boy, his face still tan from long days spent playing in the sun. 7 whole days of no school, no homework. It was paradise. His seatmate nodded vigorously. I know, right? If only every week could be like that. Similar conversations buzzed around them as the kids swapped stories of their impromptu vacation. For most, Orochimaru's name meant little. The adult world's intrigue and politics were a distant concern, far removed from the simple joys of childhood. But for Kagami, the past week had been a far cry from carefree. While most of his classmates had spent their days lounging in the sun, he'd dedicated himself to intense training. His focus was mastering the Terra Shield. This C-rank jutsu was a defensive move, challenging but within reach for a talented young ninja like himself. His chakra reserves, honed through meditation, surpassed those of his peers. All he needed was guidance and drive. Luckily, he had both. With Hyuga now a full-fledged Genin, busy with missions from dawn till dusk, Kagami had the training grounds to himself. He spent every waking moment perfecting the hand signs, shaping his chakra, and willing the earth to obey his command. The training was brutal, leaving him exhausted and sore in muscles he never knew he had. But he thrived on the challenge, feeling himself grow stronger with each passing day. By the time the academy reopened, He'd finally mastered the jutsu. A sturdy stone slab rose at his command, capable of withstanding any attack. It was a feat that would have impressed even a Genin. For an academy student, it was nothing short of astonishing. But Kagami kept his achievement a secret, just like many other aspects of his life. Let his classmates think he was just a lazy student coasting on natural talent. It made it easier to observe, to learn, and to build his own strength. As he settled into his seat, he couldn't help but overhear the chatter surrounding a certain dark-haired Uchiha. "Itachi, it's been ages." One girl gushed, her eyes shining with admiration. "I missed seeing you every day." Her friend nodded enthusiastically. "I know, right? I heard someone spotted him at the dango shop the other day." "No way. You think he has a sweet tooth?" "Who knows? Maybe he was just." The conversation faded into background noise as Kagami tuned it out, his mind already drifting to more important things. Itachi's popularity was a given, as predictable as the sunrise. With his exceptional talent and aristocratic hair, he naturally drew admirers. It didn't hurt that Kaigo and his friends had become his personal fan club. The three boys now trailed behind him everywhere, singing his praises to anyone who would listen. To outsiders, Itachi's popularity might have seemed like a coveted position of power and influence. But he noticed the subtle signs of annoyance. He saw how Itachi's jaw tightened ever so slightly when his fans approached, and how his eyes flickered with irritation before his mask of polite indifference slipped back into place. Itachi wasn't a boy who sought attention, but he handled it with ease, just like he handled everything else that came with his family name and exceptional talent. In contrast, Kagami found himself lower on the social ladder. He wasn't disliked, per se, but his perpetually listless expression, a genetic quirk that gave him a permanent air of bored detachment, didn't exactly win him friends. Classmates would often ask, with varying degrees of tact, if he was feeling unwell. Some even whispered that he might be sickly, like Hyuga. If only they knew the truth, that behind those dead fish eyes, as his brother jokingly called them, lay a mind as sharp and hungry as any predator. But Kagami was happy to let them underestimate him. It made it easier to fly under the radar, to gather the skills and secrets that would one day make him a powerhouse. Of course, his relative anonymity didn't shield him from all the drama and politics that came with being in a classroom. Kaigo and his friends, still smarting from their failed attempt at retaliation, had made it their mission to spread rumors about the creepy loner kid. And then there was Izumi and her clique of Itachi fans. Ever since that first sparring match, when Kagami's fist had come close to Izumi's face, they had viewed him with hostility. In their eyes, he was the bad guy, the brute who had dared to raise a hand against their beloved idol. Never mind that it had been a sanctioned match, or that Itachi himself had shown no hard feelings over the incident. In the world of high school drama, perception was everything. But Kagami didn't let them get to him. He had more important things to focus on, like his taijutsu training with Hana. The Inuzuka girl was refreshingly uninterested in the petty squabbles and rivalries that consumed their classmates. All she cared about was getting stronger, pushing herself to be the best kunoichi she could be. In that, at least, they were on the same page. As Daiko-sensei called the class to order, he cracked a small, sly grin. Let the others have their popularity contests and schoolyard dramas. He had his eyes fixed on a higher prize. The future was a blank slate, and he intended to leave his mark on it. One jutsu, one secret, one small step at a time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kagami trudged home from another grueling day of training. His muscles screamed in protest, and his chakra reserves were running on fumes, but he felt a deep sense of satisfaction in his exhaustion. Today had been a breakthrough. He'd felt the earth respond to his will, trembling and shifting beneath his feet like an eager servant. It was as if the land itself recognized him as its master. As he approached the gecko compound, he spotted a familiar figure waiting by the gate. Hyuga, still dressed in his mission gear, looked worn out, but his eyes lit up with a warm welcome. "Kagami." Hyuga called out, raising a hand in greeting. "You're running late. Been training again?" He nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "Yeah. I think I'm finally getting the hang of that Terra shield." Hyuga's eyebrows shot up, surprise and pride flickering across his face. "Already? That's incredible. Most Genins would struggle with a technique like that." He reached out, ruffling Kagami's hair with a calloused hand. "You never cease to amaze me, little brother. Keep this up, and you'll be giving me a run for my money before long." Kagami ducked away from the affectionate gesture, his smile spreading into a grin. "You better watch out, bro. I'm coming for that top spot." They laughed together, the sound echoing off the compound walls and filling the evening air with warmth. For a moment, all the cares and burdens of the shinobi life fell away, leaving only the simple, perfect joy of brotherhood. As they turned to go inside, Kagami felt a shiver of unease. It was a vague feeling, but it was insistent, A sense that this peaceful moment was just a brief calm before the storm. He knew, deep down, that his path wouldn't be easy. The power he sought would come at a cost. But he was willing to pay it, no matter what. For power was the only thing that mattered. It was the only way to protect what he cared about and shape the world to his will. He vowed to himself, in the secret places of his heart, that he would get that power, no matter the cost. His brother might not understand, but he was determined. In the shadows of his room, the spider in its cage stirred, its eyes glinting with a hungry light. It was as if it too sensed the path ahead, and the darkness that waited at the end. That darkness called to Kagami, like a siren song. He knew that in that darkness lay his destiny, his truth. And the truth, as they said, would set him free, even if it destroyed him in the process. Chapter 29, A Bond of Trust. The first period of the day was ninjutsu class with Daiko, and as usual, it began with a round of questions to test the students' knowledge. His gaze swept the room, settling on the group led by Kaigo. Those guys had a reputation for slacking off, and the teacher expected them to struggle with the answers. But to his surprise, Kaigo was ready. He answered each question confidently. When he finished, he returned to his seat with a swagger, shooting a proud glance at Kagami. The other boy, however, was lost in his own world. His nose was buried in his textbook, his eyes scanning the pages with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Daiko shook his head, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Those two were always at odds, always trying to one-up each other. It was a rivalry that could push them to great heights. Or lead them down a dangerous path. Only time would tell which it would be. Daiko cleared his throat to get the class's attention. Today, we begin our study of ninjutsu in earnest. And we start with one of the most fundamental techniques, the transformation jutsu. He stepped out from behind his podium, his hands moving through a series of signs almost too fast to follow. The transformation jutsu lets an interchange their appearance, taking on someone else's form. Like this. With a puff of smoke, he vanished. In his place stood Itachi, his dark eyes scanning the room with a cool, appraising gaze. As you can see, he said, his voice a perfect imitation of the young prodigies, the transformation is complete. Not just in looks, but in mannerisms and speech too. The class erupted into excited chatter, the students marveling at the sudden appearance of their classmate at the front of the room. But for Kagami and the real Itachi, this was old news. They had mastered the transformation jutsu ages ago, along with the other two basic techniques. The textbook in Kagami's hands was open to the final pages, the sections on advanced ninjutsu that were still years beyond their classmates' grasp. He glanced over at Itachi, wondering if the Uchiha heir was as bored as he was. But his gaze was distant, his eyes fixed on some point beyond the classroom window. Daydreaming, Kagami thought. Even a genius could get lost in his own thoughts, it seemed. A rustle of paper caught his attention. A note had appeared on his desk, slipped there by the person sitting in front of him. He unfolded the paper, his eyebrows rising as he read the short message. Meet me in the woods by the school's west gate after class. There was no signature, but he had a pretty good idea who had sent it. Hana, the only person in class who regularly talked to him. But why the secrecy? Why the need to meet in private? His mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle. And then it hit him. The day of Orochimaru's escape. They had been in the forest together. And when the alarms had sounded, when the danger had become clear, he had knocked Hana out cold. A single, precise blow to the back of the head, just enough to knock her out without causing lasting harm. He had told her she had fallen, that she must have hit her head in the chaos. But Hana was no fool. She knew she had been struck from behind, and with Kagami the only other person in the woods. The note wasn't an invitation or a confession. It was a confrontation. A demand for answers. He sighed, slipping the paper into his pocket. It seemed his peaceful school life was about to get a lot more complicated. Should have come up with a better excuse. He thought to himself. The woods were quiet, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Kagami made his way to the clearing, his footsteps silent on the mossy ground. Hana was already there, sitting on a worn wooden bench. She looked up as he approached, her eyes dark and serious. Kagami, she said, her voice low. Hana, he replied, his tone equally quiet. They stood there for a moment, the silence between them thick and heavy. Then Hana patted the bench beside her. Join me? She asked, her voice soft and gentle. Please. He hesitated, then nodded. He took a seat, keeping a small distance between them. Hana took a deep breath, her hands fidgeting in her lap. I wanted to talk to you about that day, she said. Last weekend. His face remained calm, but his eyes gave away his unease. You knocked me out, didn't you? Hana asked, her words direct. After the alarms went off, and we realized something was wrong. You hit me from behind. He searched for a way out. A lie, an excuse, anything to deflect the truth. But before he could speak, Hana continued. My mom told me what happened. About the rogue ninja who defected from the village. He passed right by the Onitsuka training grounds. Hana's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Kagami. You did it to protect me, didn't you? She whispered. You knocked me out so you could lure him away, so you could face the danger alone. Kagami's eyes widened, caught off guard by Hana's words. He hadn't expected this conversation to take this turn. Hana, He started, but his words trailed off. He didn't know what to say. But she wasn't finished. Tears streamed down her face, leaving shiny trails on her cheeks. Promise me, Hana urged, her voice shaking but firm. Promise you won't put yourself in danger like that again. Not for me, not for anyone. She reached out and grasped his hand, her fingers wrapping tightly around his. Promise me, Kagami. Please, she whispered. He looked at Hana, at the girl who had become his friend. She cared for him, not for his skills or potential, but for who he was. Just him. Okay, he said, his own voice rougher than he would have liked. I promise, Hana. Hana's face broke into a smile as she scrubbed at her cheeks with her free hand, wiping away the tears. Good, she said, giving his hand a final squeeze before letting go. Because if you ever do something like that again, I'll kick your butt myself. Kagami couldn't help but laugh, a real, genuine laugh that he rarely allowed himself. I don't doubt it, he said, grinning. You're kind of scary when you're mad. Hana's giggles echoed through the quiet woods. She stood up, brushing off her pants, and held out a hand to him. Come on, she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Let's grab lunch together. Kagami-kun. He groaned at the honorific, but he took Hana's hand anyway, letting her pull him to his feet. As they strolled back towards the school, their shoulders bumping companionably, he felt a strange warmth spreading through his chest. It was an unfamiliar feeling, but not an unpleasant one. In the forest shadows, a figure lurked, hidden from the two children. It was a massive spider, unlike any natural creature. 8 beady eyes followed the boy and girl as they made their way back to the academy. The spider had been watching for a long time. Watching, and waiting. For now, it would continue to observe, biding its time. And when the time was right, when the moment came, it would. For the spider served a purpose beyond human understanding, and the boy was the key to it all. The key to a future of darkness and terror, of madness and despair. The old ones would rise again, and the spider's twisted mandibles curled into a grotesque smile. It could afford to wait. It had all the time in the world. Chapter 30, The Summoner's Quest in the Damp Hideout. Orochimaru hunched over a worn, leather-bound book. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on his pale face as he pored over the ancient text. The Necronomicon, a tome that had consumed him, lay open before him. At first glance, it seemed like he was deeply engrossed in study, his eyes scanning the cramped script with an intensity that bordered on obsession. But the truth was, he had long since memorized every word, every syllable. For him, reading the Necronomicon had become a ritual, a reaffirmation of the path he had chosen. He'd read it over a dozen times, yet each time, he discovered new insights, new connections, and a deeper understanding of the forbidden knowledge within. A large black cloth bag sat beside the book, its contents known only to Orochimaru. He ignored it, his focus fixed on the secrets laid out before him. As he delved deeper into the Necronomicon, he realized that the book in his possession was only a fragment of a much larger whole. The gaps in the story hinted at the existence of other volumes, scattered across the world. Even incomplete, the Necronomicon was a treasure trove of knowledge. Its pages revealed tales of beings beyond human understanding, ancient gods and monsters from the farthest reaches of space and time. Alongside these cosmic horrors, the book detailed the rituals to summon them. The so-called spells were unlike anything Orochimaru had learned in his ninja training. They were divided into elemental magic, fire, wind, water, and earth, each corresponding to one of the old ones. But unlike the precise hand signs and chakra manipulation of ninjutsu, these magics relied on ancient incantations, chanting words in long-forgotten tongues. The prospect was incredibly enticing. A new path to power, one that could potentially surpass the limits of chakra. His blood raced with excitement at the thought of unlocking this secret. But what really got his heart racing was the promise of summoning. The Necronomicon revealed ways to call forth creatures from beyond, bringing them into the world of flesh and blood. There were 2 types of summoning jutsu in the ninja world. One involved signing a blood contract with a summoning beast, allowing the beast to be summoned when needed. The other was a non-blood contract summoning, which only summoned inanimate objects, merely transporting items from elsewhere. However, this magic was different. It didn't rely on pre-existing contracts and blood pacts like the summoning jutsu. Instead, It could reach into the unknown, pulling beings from their cosmic realms without their consent. Orochimaru knew the risks. The creatures that could be summoned were not tame or loyal servants. They were ancient, unknowable beings with motives beyond human understanding. Summoning such a being was to invite madness, risking one's own mind and soul being consumed by the very power one sought to control. His mind drifts to Manda, his own unruly summon. Despite their blood contract, the giant snake dares to speak to him with disrespect. But with the magic of the Necronomicon, he could summon beings far more powerful and far more obedient. The methods of summoning vary greatly. Some require complex magic circles inscribed with runes, while others demand sacrifices to appease the summoned beings. But there are also magical tools that can facilitate the summoning process. The Necronomicon mentions the Byaki, a servant of Haster. This hybrid creature, resembling a raven, vulture, and decayed human corpse, can be summoned by blowing a special whistle made of meteoric iron under an open night sky. Orochimaru was drawn to this master servant summoning method. With the right magical tool, he could summon powerful beings without the need for complex incantations or alien deity relationships. And he had an edge. The Silver Key and the Necronomicon were in his possession. According to the book, the Silver Key could unlock the Gate of Truth, revealing the avatar of Yog-Sothoth himself, the deity who held all knowledge within his grasp. With such a being as his ally, his guide, what secrets could he uncover? What power could he achieve? His mind raced with the possibilities, with visions of a future where he attained immortality. But even as Orochimaru indulged in these fantasies, his mind drifted back to that fateful night, when his grand ambitions had nearly been ruined. He remembered the forest, the strange atmosphere, and the mysterious box that had been thrown at his feet by an unseen hand. And then, there was the creature that had emerged from it. The spider-like being, with a form that was both solid and ghostly, like something that didn't quite belong in this world. That creature had been incredibly powerful, in a way that defied reason and spat in the face of every law of nature and chakra that Orochimaru had ever known. He, one of the legendary Sannin, the greatest of his generation, had been nearly brought low by a mere moment in its presence. He was convinced, the box was a tool, a means of summoning, just like those described in the Necronomicon. And it had been in the hands of someone in Hidden Leaf Village, someone who'd been in those woods that night. A cold, terrible smile spread across Orochimaru's face. I remember that place, he mused to himself. The Inuzuka clan's training ground. Hidden Leaf Village. He whispered. I'll be back. Someone in Hidden Leaf Village held the key to unimaginable power, and Orochimaru would stop at nothing to claim it. No matter the cost. Orochimaru-sama. Just then, a muffled voice echoed through the cavern, breaking into his thoughts. It was Giran, his loyal subordinate. I've brought the test subjects you requested, Orochimaru-sama, she called out, her voice respectful. A diverse group, just as you specified, men, women, children. Orochimaru's smile grew wider. Giran had done her job well, as always. With these new subjects, he could finally delve deeper into the Necronomicon's secrets. Excellent work, Giran, he purred, his voice smooth as silk. Bring them in. We have much to do. He rose from his seat, his movements smooth and snake-like. The flickering candlelight highlighted his sharp features, the angular cheekbones, the slitted golden eyes, and the cruel curve of his mouth. At that moment, he looked every inch the monster he had become. A creature of darkness and shadow, driven by insatiable hunger and ambition. As he strode out to greet his new test subjects, the screams that echoed through the cavern were music to his ears. A promise of the horrors to come. Chapter 31, The Darkness That Bind Us. Deep in a cave, 10 villagers huddled together, the flickering candles casting an eerie glow on the walls. They had abandoned their struggling village, lured by the promise of untold wealth. As they ventured into the dimly lit inner chamber, 2 figures emerged from the darkness. Their faces remained hidden, shrouded in shadow. Giran stepped forward, bowing slightly. Orochimaru-sama, here they are, she said, before stepping back into the darkness. The villagers huddled together, their anxious whispers filling the air. They all came from the same poor village nearby, where every day was a struggle to survive. One of the villagers, a middle-aged man, spoke up, his voice shaking. What's going on? Why did they bring us here? I heard they're going to pay us a fortune, a young woman replied, her eyes wide with hope. An elderly woman frowned, her brow furrowed. But why us? What do they want from us? Who cares? A brash young man interjected. If they're offering money, I say we take it and don't ask questions. The chief, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally spoke up. Let's not be too hasty. We need to be careful. Giran is a powerful kunoichi, and her offer might come with hidden dangers. When Giran first approached the chief with her unusual offer, he was skeptical. She promised to give their village a life-changing sum of money, but only if they brought 10 villagers of various ages to this location. It sounded too good to be true. The chief knew their small village didn't have much to offer, except for the labor of its people. And her specific request for a diverse group raised his suspicions. But the chance to alleviate his people's suffering was too tempting to resist. Moreover, Giran had recently helped their village by killing a monstrous wild boar that threatened their food supply. Although she claimed it was a coincidence, her incredible strength and unintentional act of kindness didn't go unnoticed. In the end, the chief decided to trust her, despite his reservations. He wasn't naive enough to think he could refuse her suggestion anyway, given her overwhelming power. Whether driven by desperation, gratitude, or greed, he took the risk. But now, standing before her even more intimidating master, the chief's unease grew. The mysterious figure's presence sent a chill down his spine. The chief took a deep breath and stepped forward, addressing the man. Ninja-sama, as requested, we've brought 10 villagers of different ages. The room fell silent for a long moment, before a low, rasping chuckle echoed through the cave, like the sound of scales scraping against stone. Excellent, Orochimaru said. You have done well to come here, all of you. Your courage will be rewarded. The package on the table caught everyone's attention. It was tall and cylindrical, wrapped in black cloth. Could it be filled with gold coins? He pushed the bundle across the table, towards the flickering light. Your payment, he said. Take it, and go with my blessing. The villagers crowded around the table, their eyes fixed on the package. The chief, the young boy, and everyone in between stood mesmerized, unaware of Giran and her master slipping away into the shadows. This is it, the brash young man said, rubbing his hands together. Our ticket out of poverty. Imagine what we could do with that money. The young woman's eyes grew distant as she sighed. In their minds, they could already see the gold coins changing their lives forever. The chief's hands trembled as he slowly unwrapped the package. The others watched, holding their breath, as he peeled away the layers one by one. They were all on edge, wondering what was inside. The villagers leaned in, their hearts racing, as the chief unwrapped the final layer. And then, with a sudden tug, the last of the fabric fell away. They recoiled in horror, their faces twisted in disgust. It wasn't gold that glittered in the candlelight. It wasn't the promise of wealth and prosperity. Instead, a twisted, grotesque statue seemed to pulse with a sickening life of its own. Its bloated body was curled in on itself, an octopus head grafted onto a humanoid torso, with deformed wings protruding from its neck. What is this? The middle-aged man's face twisted in disgust. It's hideous, the elderly woman whispered, unable to tear her gaze away. The young boy inched closer, morbidly fascinated. It looks alive. As they gazed at the statue, it seemed to grow more lifelike by the second. Its slimy green skin pulsed with a sickening rhythm, like a mass of mucus. The bulges on its body moved up and down, as if it were breathing. The villagers' disgust turned to fear as they realized the statue wasn't just grotesque, it seemed to be alive. The tentacles dangling from its octopus-like head began to squirm, slowly at first, then with increasing urgency. They reached out, their ghostly tendrils wrapping around the villagers' minds, trapping them in the statue's grasp. The only thing that didn't change was the idol's eyes, two dark, bottomless pits that stared back with an ancient, timeless gaze. The malformed wings twitched, as if testing long-dormant joints. They unfolded slowly, unleashing a storm that swept through the onlookers' very souls. Deep in their minds, a city began to take shape, hidden beneath the sea. The city's massive green stones formed impossible structures that defied logic, with distorted spaces and dimensions that made their heads spin and their stomachs turn. This was Relia, the city of nightmares. And its master was Cthulhu, the monster from the depths. The villagers' minds soaked up this revelation like a sponge, and they caught glimpses of their own twisted reflections in the rising bubbles. Their faces contorted, resembling flounders, with empty fish-like eyes surrounding two central nostrils. Human features melted away, leaving only two flat holes and a dark slit. Their pale skin pulsed with sickly blue and green veins. The villagers' screams of wrought terror echoed through the cavern as they flailed about in panic. In their frenzy, they knocked over the candle, plunging the cavern into darkness. What have I done? The chief whispered, his voice swallowed by the shadows. What have I unleashed? But there was no answer, only the echo of their own ragged breaths and the phantom sensation of tentacles caressing their minds. In the village, miles away, the chief's wife stood at the window, staring out into the gathering dusk. Her husband and the others had been gone for hours, much longer than they should have been. A shiver ran down her spine as a sense of unease settled in. She had pleaded with her husband not to go, to forget the ninja's promise of wealth and stay with their family, where he belonged. But he had not listened. None of them had. And now, as night fell and the shadows grew longer, she could not help but fear the worst. For in the darkness, something was coming. Something that would change their village, their world, forever. And there was nothing, nothing at all, that any of them could do to stop it. Chapter 32, The Price of Devotion. The cave was plunged into darkness, the only sound a faint rustling in the blackness. Suddenly, slow and clumsy footsteps echoed off the stone walls, accompanied by a villager's terrified scream. As the villager approached the mysterious black bundle, Giran and Orochimaru sprang into action, hanging upside down from the cave ceiling like monstrous bats. His instructions were clear: keep your eyes closed, no matter what, until I say otherwise. She obeyed without hesitation. Since he had rescued her from the chaos of war, she had dedicated her life and body to him. His words were law, not to be questioned. Despite her intense curiosity, she kept her eyes shut tight, even as a large creature moved through the air beside her and a hissing of snakes filled the cavern. Multiple striking shadow snakes. His jutsu echoed through the cave, followed by the sickening sound of flesh being pierced and strangled. The villager's scream reached a fever pitch, then abruptly stopped, replaced by a wet gurgling noise. Something heavy hit the ground with a dull thud, and then silence. Giran's heart raced as she imagined the horrors unfolding beneath her. But she kept her eyes closed, trusting Orochimaru's commands. Minutes ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity, until he spoke again. Use your crystal style to seal everyone below. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, she replied. Though she couldn't see, she pinpointed each target by their frantic footsteps. She took a deep breath, focusing her chakra. Crystal style, crystal prison. She shouted. Her crystals surged outward, encasing the villagers in their sparkling, unbreakable prisms. There were shrieks of surprise and fear, quickly muffled as the crystals formed, trapping their victims. One by one, the footsteps fell silent, until the only sound was the soft chime of the crystals and her ragged breathing. Come down, Orochimaru commanded, leaping to the ground. She followed, still keeping her eyes closed. He lit the oil lamps, bathing the cave in flickering light. Open your eyes. She obeyed, blinking as her vision adjusted. What she saw left her breathless. 10 pink crystals stood before her, each containing a deformed, fish-like creature with smooth skin and bulging eyes. They were a far cry from the villagers who had entered the cave. What is this? She stammered, shocked. Are those the villagers? He ignored Giran, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he approached the crystals. This power. It's all real. He circled the prisons, examining each mutated figure with a scientist's curiosity. Some were more transformed than others, their features almost unrecognizable. But all bore the unmistakable mark of the Old One's influence. Magnificent, he breathed. Absolutely magnificent. Giran could only stare, her thoughts consumed by the horror before her. She had seen many atrocities in her service to Orochimaru, but this was something else entirely. Orochimaru-sama, she ventured, what happened to them? The Sannin turned to her, his eyes alight with excitement. Evolution, my dear Giran. These villagers have been elevated to a higher form of life. They've transcended their mortal limits and become something more. He gestured to the statue, now concealed within his writhing mass of snakes. This is the power of the Old Ones, the true gods of our world. With this power, there will be no limit to what I can achieve. She shivered, both awed and terrified by the mad glint in her master's eye. She had always known his ambitions were vast, but this was beyond anything she had ever imagined. What will you do with them? Giran asked, nodding towards the crystals. I'll study them, Orochimaru replied, already sealing the prisons into scrolls. Unlock the secrets of their transformation. And then? He smiled, a cold, cruel smile that sent a chill down her spine. I'll create an army of these evolved beings. An unstoppable force that will reshape the world. Her mouth went dry. An army of those things? The thought was terrifying. But she knew better than to question his vision. He was a genius, a true pioneer in the shinobi arts. If anyone could harness this power, it was him. Giran, he said, snapping her out of her thoughts. While I'm away, I have 3 tasks for you. She straightened, pushing aside her doubts and fears. Anything, Orochimaru-sama. First, investigate any cults named Cthulhu and gather information about water deities. Second, track down the missing ninja from Kiri. I suspect he's hiding around the land of water. And third. He paused, his lips curling into a wicked grin. Develop a powerful ninja force for me. The stronger, the better. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. She knelt, bowing her head. I won't let you down. See that you don't, he said, his voice cold as ice. I have high expectations for you, Giran. Fail me, and, well, I think you know the consequences. Her heart skipped a beat, but she kept her face steady. I understand, Orochimaru-sama. I won't fail. Good. He turned to leave, his form already melting into the shadows. I'm heading north. I have an old friend to visit, someone who can help me with my experiments. She bit her lip, a flash of jealousy surging through her. She wanted to be the one at his side, aiding him in his grand ambitions. But she knew her place. She was a tool, a weapon to be wielded at her master's command. And she would fulfill that role to the best of her abilities, no matter the cost. Safe travels, Orochimaru-sama, she said, bowing low. I'll be waiting for your return. The Sannin paused, glancing back over his shoulder. For a moment, his eyes seemed to soften, a hint of something almost like affection flickering in his golden eyes. But it vanished, replaced by the cold, calculating stare she knew all too well. Remember, Giran, he said. Your life, your loyalty, they belong to me. Never forget that. With that, he disappeared into the darkness, leaving her kneeling and breathless. His words echoed in her mind, a promise and a threat rolled into one. Her life, her very existence, was his to command. And she'd gladly give it up, 1,000 times over, just to stay by his side. She rose to her feet, casting one last glance at the cave. The crystals, once holding living, breathing people, now lay empty. People who'd been twisted and transformed by a power beyond human understanding. A power Orochimaru now wielded. A shiver ran down Giran's spine, a mix of fear and excitement. She could feel it in her bones, the world was on the brink of change. And she'd be right there, standing by her master's side as he reshaped reality itself. No matter the cost. No matter the sacrifice. For Orochimaru, she'd do anything. Even walk into the depths of madness itself. Chapter 33, The Struggle for Survival. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with warm hues of orange and red, the fishing boats began to return to Jero Island's harbor. The island's small harbor was bustling with activity, as the local villagers relied on the daily catch to make a living. One of the boats chugged into view, and a rugged, suntanned man in a bamboo hat and straw raincoat jumped onto the dock, waving enthusiastically. I'm back. He called out, his voice carrying across the water. On the shore, a young woman in a simple gray dress stood with a little girl, her short purple hair blowing in the sea breeze. The child's face lit up at the sight of her father, and she broke free from her mother's grasp, running towards him with outstretched arms. Daddy! She squealed. The man scooped her up in a tight hug, lifting her high into the air as she giggled with delight. Toka, did you behave for Mom today? Yes. The little girl nodded eagerly, her smile as bright as the setting sun. The woman approached, her eyes shining with affection. Welcome home, dear. The man set Toka down and wrapped his arms around his wife, pulling her close for a warm kiss. The little girl covered her eyes with a giggle. Mommy and Daddy are kissing. The woman smiled, her cheeks flushing, as the man whispered something in her ear, making her blush even more. Let's head back, the man said, settling Toka onto his broad shoulders. I'm starving. Together, the happy family made their way towards the village, looking like they didn't have a care in the world, despite the hardships that plagued their simple life. Kyuzen, Tanimai, and Toka were just one of the many families that called the fishing village on Jero Island their home. Kyuzen had named his daughter with a special meaning in mind. He hoped she'd bring him good luck on his fishing trips and guide him safely back to shore. As they walked into their cozy home, the delicious smell of dinner greeted them. The table was set with a warm fish soup, some vegetables, and a small salted fish for each of them, accompanied by steaming bowls of rice. It was a simple meal, but the love and laughter they shared filled the room. You could see how much they cared for each other in every gesture and word. After dinner, Kyuzen called his daughter over and kneeled down to her level. Mom and I need to go out for a bit. Can you stay here by yourself and be a big girl? Toka bobbed her head, her expression serious. I'll be good, Daddy. With a kiss on her forehead, Kyuzen and Tanimai headed out into the dark night, making their way back to the harbor under the starry sky. The couple climbed aboard their small fishing boat, the torchlight flickering as Kyuzen lifted the lid of the central hold. The meager catch, just 3 small, unremarkable fish, was a harsh reminder of their struggles. The waters near shore are almost empty, he said, his shoulders sagging as he sat on the boat's edge, surrounded by the few fish they'd caught. It's the same for everyone. Tanimai sat beside him, her hand finding his in a comforting squeeze. She knew that if the catches kept dwindling, their family would soon be in trouble. The island's salty soil made farming impossible, leaving the villagers dependent on the sea for their livelihood. The women could only watch as their husbands returned day after day with emptier nets and heavier hearts. A storm's coming tomorrow, he muttered, his fist thudding against the weathered boat. Another day without fishing. On an island like theirs, even a small storm could be disastrous for the tiny boats. Tanimai's mind raced, searching for a way out of their predicament. What if we moved to the main island? She suggested, her voice hesitant. Maybe we'd find more opportunities there. Kyuzen shook his head, his face grim. The main island is already overcrowded. The Lord would never allow it. He gazed out at the dark sea, his eyes distant. Many have tried to leave Jiro over the years. Only one person ever made it out, Mashiro. There was a hint of admiration in his voice as he spoke the name. Mashiro was a local legend, a boy from their humble village who had risen through the ranks of the Gado Company, a prominent shipping enterprise. Now, he commanded his own merchant vessel, trading with the maritime nations surrounding the land of water. They call him Captain Mashiro these days, he said, a wistful smile on his lips. If I'd followed him when he left, maybe. He trailed off, the unspoken regrets hanging in the air. Tanami leaned her head on his shoulder, her voice soft and reassuring. Don't dwell on the past, love. We'll get through this, together. She gazed up at the cloudy sky, an idea striking her. Since we can't fish tomorrow, why don't we visit the temple? The whole village will be there, praying for the sea god's favor. He nodded slowly, drawing strength from his wife's steady faith. All right. Maybe the gods will hear us this time. The next day was gray and ominous, with strong winds blowing across the harbor and rain pounding the decks of the moored fishing boats. Not a single fisherman dared to venture out into the rough sea, their vessels creaking and swaying in the growing storm. But the villagers didn't stay hidden in their homes, waiting for the storm to pass. Instead, they gathered in the temple at the heart of the village, seeking comfort and hope in the face of their struggles. The temple was a simple building, but it was the largest structure in the village, big enough to fit the entire community. Over 100 villagers knelt before the statue of the sea god, their heads bowed, and their backs bent in prayer. The offering plate at the deity's feet was empty, a sign of the village's poverty. They had nothing to give but their prayers and their pleas. The village chief led the congregation, his voice rising above the howling wind outside. Great sea god, we beg of you. Bless us with abundant catches. As one, the villagers bowed, their foreheads touching the worn wooden floor. Great sea god, we beg of you. Calm the raging seas. Another bow, another fervent prayer. But just as the villagers straightened up, a loud crack of thunder shook the temple, lightning flashing through the high windows. The storm, it seemed, was only getting stronger. The temple doors burst open with a loud bang, and a sturdy figure stood in the entrance, outlined against the stormy sky. The villagers turned, their eyes wide with fear and surprise. The stranger walked into the temple, his steps confident and purposeful. Some of the men near the entrance moved to stop him, but as they saw his face, they froze, recognition dawning in their eyes. Mashiro? One of them whispered, hardly daring to believe it. He's back. Another exclaimed, joy and disbelief mixing in their voice. Mashiro has returned. As the news spread through the crowd, the villagers parted, making way for the man who had once been one of their own, the boy who had dared to dream of a life beyond their small island. Mashiro had finally come home. Chapter 34, The Fisherman's Bargain. As the villagers gathered around, their voices erupted in a joyful chorus. Mashiro's back. They exclaimed, thrilled to see him. He's finally returned. Years had passed since Mashiro left their small fishing village, but he'd built a reputation for himself as a trader on ships that sailed the coast and visited island towns. To the villagers, his homecoming was like a hero's return. Kyuzen stood up, a broad smile on his face, ready to welcome him back. But his wife, Tanami, tugged on his sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. She nodded toward their young daughter who trembled in her lap, intimidated by Mashiro's imposing figure. Kyuzen's smile faltered as he sat back down, comforting his child. But his eyes stayed fixed on Mashiro, a mix of envy and awe in his gaze. The black raincoat Mashiro wore was a luxury they could only dream of. It was a harsh reminder of how different their lives were. Mashiro looked more robust than Kyuzen, despite being older. His face was smoother, without the deep lines that had formed on his face from years of hardship. But what really fueled Kyuzen's jealousy was the implication of Mashiro's arrival. To have braved the raging storm, he must have come in a large merchant ship, a vessel that could weather the fury of the sea. It was a dream that Kyuzen, and every other fisherman on Jiro Island, had long since given up on. As Mashiro walked down the center aisle, the villagers parted to let him through. The chief felt a knot in his stomach as he watched him approach. He was angry, resentful, and more than a little envious. When Mashiro had first said he was leaving the island, he had been against it. But now, as Mashiro returned in triumph, he could only marvel at the twist of fate that had left his village struggling while Mashiro thrived. Mashiro ignored the chief, his eyes fixed on the statue of the sea god at the far end of the temple. With a scornful sneer, he spat on the ground in front of the statue. What's the point of worshipping this thing? He sneered, his finger jabbing at the statue. You call this faith? Groveling before a chunk of stone? The villagers recoiled, shock and outrage written all over their faces. The village chief jumped to his feet, his voice shaking with anger. Shut up! He bellowed. How dare you disrespect the sea god? But Mashiro ignored him. Has your precious sea god ever helped you out? He taunted. Has your faith made your lives any better? Look around. You're still struggling to survive, still scraping by on whatever the sea gives you. He shook his head, his laughter harsh and mocking. The sea god doesn't care if you live or die. He is happy to let you suffer, to let you starve. But I know a god who can really make things happen. He raised his hands to the heavens, his voice rising to a fevered pitch. Follow me. He yelled. Believe in the true god of the sea. He's the one who can give you endless fish and limitless gold. He's the one who can make you his chosen people, destined for his kingdom. And in his kingdom, eternal life awaits the faithful. As if in answer to his call, a bolt of lightning split the sky, bathing the temple in an eerie purple glow. At that moment, the villagers saw Mashiro's face transformed, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, his grin twisted into a mad, grotesque smile. Children screamed, burying their faces in their mothers' skirts. The village chief, shaken from his stupor, pointed a trembling finger at Mashiro. Get this heretic out of here! He bellowed. He's lost his mind. The villagers rushed at Mashiro, grabbing his arms, trying to drag him away. But he shook them off, his laughter echoing into the heavy rain. If you don't believe me, come to the harbor tonight. He shouted as they forced him towards the door. I'll show you the power of the true god. Then you'll see who really rules the waves. His words were swallowed by the storm as the temple doors slammed shut behind him. The chief turned to the frightened villagers. The ceremony is over, he said, his voice hollow. Go home, all of you. And pray for our deliverance from this madness. In the warmth of their humble home, Tanami soothed little Toka, singing softly until the child's eyelids grew heavy. Kyuzen sat at the table, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. When his wife joined him, her eyes were soft with understanding. You're thinking about what happened, aren't you? She asked gently. He nodded, his fingers drumming a restless beat on the worn tabletop. The village chief says Mashiro is a heretic, brainwashed by some cult. He wants us to stay away, to cast him out at dawn. Tanami's hand came to rest on Kyuzen's, stilling his nervous motion. I know, she said. But our village has struggled for so long. We've prayed to the sea god, begged for his aid, but nothing ever changes. He sighed, the weight of their hardship heavy on his shoulders. Every time I go out to sea, I ask for just one good catch. Just enough to keep us from starving. But the sea god is silent. If he doesn't hear our prayers soon. He trailed off, unable to voice the fear that haunted his every waking moment. Tanami drew him close, holding him tight. If you feel you must go to the harbor tonight, then go, she whispered. See for yourself what Mashiro's god can offer. Maybe it will ease your mind. Kyuzen held her tight, feeling grateful for her support. He knew she was right. He needed to confront this unease, or it would consume him. He hugged her one last time, then let her go, his eyes glinting with determination in the flickering candlelight. I'll go, he said, his voice steady. I'll pray that I find the answers we need. The storm had passed, leaving behind only the sound of waves washing over the shore. On the path to the harbor, figures emerged from the darkness, their footsteps muffled by the soft sand. 9 men, their faces gaunt and exhausted, gathered at the water's edge. Among them stood Kyuzen, his eyes fixed on the massive ship bobbing just beyond the reef. It was Mashiro's vessel, too large to dock at the shallow harbor, a towering behemoth of wood and iron that promised untold riches. Mashiro greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome, friends, he said. Let me show you the power of the true god. He led them to a small boat, his crew standing silently at the oars. As they pushed off from the shore, Kyuzen studied the sailors, feeling a bit uneasy. Though they wore ordinary sailors' garb, their faces were hidden behind high collars and dark glasses, their movements stiff and robotic. When one of the villagers tried to strike up a conversation, the sailors remained silent, their gazes fixed straight ahead. Suddenly, the boat lurched violently, throwing the passengers off balance. It's all right. Mashiro called out, his voice cutting through the startled cries. Just a bit of reef. Nothing to worry about. As the boat righted itself, Kyuzen caught a glimpse of one sailor's hand. The skin was mottled and bumpy, the fingers webbed like some grotesque parody of a human hand. Kyuzen blinked, wondering if he'd really seen it. He kept his eyes downcast for the rest of the journey. One of the villagers spoke up, his voice high and thin with fear. Why have you brought us here? You promised to show us your ship, your fish and gold. This is just a deserted rock. Mashiro's laughter sent shivers down Kyuzen's spine, like the rustling of dry leaves. Patience, my friends, he chided. I brought you here to prove not what I have, but what you can gain by believing in the true God. Follow me, and I'll show you how to claim the riches that are your birthright. The villagers huddled together, their whispers buzzing like angry insects as they followed Mashiro up a winding path. At the top of a rocky hill, he turned to face them, a strange golden amulet glinting in his hand. "Behold!" he cried. "The sign of the true god, he who rules the waves and all that swims beneath." Mashiro began to chant. As his voice grew louder, the wind whipped into a frenzy, howling around them like a wounded beast. Kyuzen felt terror seize his chest, his hairs standing on end. He wanted to run, to flee this accursed place and the madman who had brought them here. But his legs remained rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on the amulet that burned like a miniature sun in Mashiro's grasp. Mashiro's voice reached a fever pitch. And then, from the waters below, came a sound that froze the blood in Kyuzen's veins. A bubbling, hissing noise, like the breath of some monstrous creature rising from the deep. The villagers panicked, dropping their torches as they scrambled back from the edge. The flames sputtered out as they hit the water, plunging the scene into darkness. But Mashiro's voice still rang out, wild and uncontrolled, summoning something from the depths. As dawn broke over Jiro Island, the sun's gentle light exposed the chaos on the shore. The village chief, flanked by a crowd of angry villagers, marched towards the harbor, set on driving Mashiro and his heresy from their community. But Mashiro's response was not one of fear or apology. Instead, he flashed a cold, savage grin that left the villagers breathless. Just then, someone shouted, "Look!" and pointed to the shallows. "The tide's gone out. And there, in the rocks. It's fish. More fish than I've ever seen." The villagers surged forward, their anger forgotten as they splashed into the receding waters. Everywhere they looked, there were fish. Kyuzen was among them, scooping up the wriggling creatures into his shirt, hardly daring to believe his eyes. But as he reached for another, his hand closed around something cold and hard, buried in the sand. He pulled it free, his breath catching in his throat. It was a golden amulet, identical to the one Mashiro had wielded the night before. The surface was etched with strange symbols, depicting a creature that was half man, half fish, its features twisted in a grin. "Gold!" Kyuzen shouted, his voice trembling with wonder. "I found gold!" The villagers swarmed around him, their eyes aglow with greed. And then, like a fever breaking, the cries began to echo up and down the shore. "More gold, over here! I found a piece, too! The true god has blessed us!" Kyuzen clutched the amulet to his chest, the events of the previous night fading like a half-remembered dream. All that mattered was the treasure in his hands, the promise of a life free from worry. As the villagers scrambled in the sand, lost to their gold lust, only little Toka remained on the shore, her eyes fixed on the lone figure by the harbor. Mashiro stood at the water's edge, his lips moving silently. And there, bobbing gently in the waves, was a dark green shape. Chapter 35, A Hidden Leaf Village Spy's Mission, Infiltration. The old mountain path wound its way through the foggy hills, its stones worn smooth by generations of travelers. A trading caravan crawled along, the creaking of wagon wheels and a steady clip-clop of horses breaking the silence. "Next hill and we'll see Kiri," the lead driver yelled back. "Let's move, folks. We need to reach the village before nightfall." He cracked his whip, and the horses picked up their pace. The wagons behind lurched forward. On one of them, a sandy-haired man in porter's clothes looked up at the sky with a frown. The fog had gotten thicker since they'd entered Hidden Mist Village territory. It wasn't enough to block the path completely, but it made it hard to see what was around them. The man, whose name was Kumaid, felt uneasy. But he wasn't really a porter. He was actually a special jonin from Hidden Leaf Village on a secret mission. Just over a month ago, the third Hokage had called him in and given him a job that brought him all the way out here to the Land of Water. He could still picture the Hokage's serious face, wrinkled with worry as he puffed on his pipe. "Kumaid," the old man had said quietly, "I've got a mission for you. I need you to sneak into Hidden Mist Village and gather information. In other words, I need you to be a spy." Kumaid's stomach had dropped. He knew exactly how dangerous spy work was. Going into enemy territory alone, trying to get information while always at risk of being caught. It was the kind of job you did on your own, with no backup. And if you got caught, you were on your own end too. Everyone knew spies were dealt with harshly, no matter who sent them. It was the most dangerous job a ninja could get. And Kiri, the village of the Bloody Mist, was one of the most dangerous places to do it. A couple weeks ago, the Hokage had continued, "Orochimaru betrayed us and ran off toward the Land of Water. I don't think it's likely, but I need you to find out if he's made contact with Kiri, or if they're working together at all." "Yes, sir." Despite how scary the job was, Kumaid had agreed right away. It wasn't his place to say no. As he'd turned to leave, the Hokage's voice stopped him. "One more thing, Kumaid." The Hokage's eyes locked onto his, ensuring he had his full attention. We've heard rumors about a cult in the Land of Water that worships something called Cthulhu. Kumade's interest was piqued, but the Hokage's tone made it clear this was secondary to his main mission. If you can, try to gather information about this group. But your primary objective takes priority. I understand. Kumade had bowed. Whatever the Hokage asked, he'd get it done. That's what being a Hidden Leaf Village ninja was all about. Now, weeks later, he found himself at the end of his journey, pretending to be part of a trading caravan. It was the only way to get into Kiri, which didn't let many outsiders in. Even a secretive place like the Village of the Bloody Mist had to trade sometimes. So after a lot of planning and hard work to set up his cover story, Kumade had managed to join one of the few caravans allowed to do business in Kiri. As they got close to the village gate, the caravan leader turned to the group. "Kiri's just ahead," he said in a low voice. "Keep your heads down and don't talk. I'll handle the guards." Kumade pulled his hat down low, copying what the other porters did. But he snuck a quick look at the high walls in front of them. Hidden Mist Village ninjas were everywhere on those walls, their sharp eyes scanning the misty countryside for any sign of trouble. There were easily 7 or 8 times more guards than you'd see in Hidden Leaf Village. He felt a grim satisfaction. He'd been right not to try sneaking in on his own. At the gate, the caravan leader talked with the guards for what felt like forever while everyone else waited nervously. After searching everything for what seemed like hours, the Hidden Mist Village ninja finally let them through. But Kumade's relief didn't last long. Instead of being allowed to go wherever they wanted in the village, the caravan was immediately taken to a small inn far from the center of town. It was clear they'd be watched closely and wouldn't be allowed to talk to many locals. After the leader reminded them sternly not to leave the inn, the tired travelers settled in for the night. Over a simple dinner, Kumade listened as some of the more experienced porters swapped stories about their previous trips to Kiri. "I used to think this place was the scariest in all the lands," one man said, shaking his head. "But after that last village we visited, Hidden Mist Village seems almost welcoming in comparison." The others nodded, looking grim. "I've never seen a place buy up our stuff so fast," another porter added. "Usually, it takes us days to sell everything. But this time, it's as if the entire town suddenly struck gold. I'm just glad we got out of there quick. That place gave me the creeps." Kumade leaned forward, interested. "What village are you talking about?" The men looked at him in surprise. "Oh right, you're new. You joined up with us after we left there, didn't you?" When Kumade nodded, the first porter explained, it was some little town in the Land of Waves. "Never seen anything like it." The people there had this weird look in their eyes. Like they were seeing something the rest of us couldn't. He shivered, even though the room was warm. "I'm telling you, there's something not right going on in that place. Something best left alone." As the others agreed, Kumade sat back. The Land of Waves. Could this have something to do with the cult the Hokage mentioned? The timing of the village's sudden wealth, coming so soon after Orochimaru's betrayal, seemed like more than just chance. But he couldn't let himself get distracted. His job was to find out if there were any connections between the traitor and Kiri. The rest, no matter how interesting, would have to wait. Still, as he got ready for bed that night, Kumade couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the edge of something big. Something that, once he found out about it, he'd never be able to forget. In the darkness of the inn, with the muffled sounds of the village coming through the walls, he closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Tomorrow, his real work would begin. And he had a feeling that before it was done, he'd understand all too well the fear he'd seen in his fellow travelers' eyes. Because in a place where even the mist seemed to hold secrets, nothing was what it seemed. And the truth, when it came out, might be more than anyone was meant to know. The next morning, Kumade woke early. He needed to find a way to move around the village without arousing suspicion. As he dressed in his porter's clothes, he overheard 2 of his fellow travelers talking in hushed tones. "Did you hear? One of the wagons needs repairs," the first man said. "Boss is looking for volunteers to help out." The second man snorted. "Fat chance. I'm not lifting a finger more than I have to in this creepy place." Kumade saw his opportunity. He approached the caravan leader, offering to help with the repairs. The man eyed him suspiciously at first, but eventually nodded his approval. "All right, but stick close to the inn. And be back before sundown, you hear?" Kumade nodded, trying to hide his excitement. This was exactly what he needed, a chance to move around and observe without drawing attention. As he worked on the wagon throughout the day, Kumade kept his eyes and ears open. He noticed how the villagers of Hidden Mist Village moved quickly and quietly, their eyes always darting around as if expecting danger. Even the children seemed subdued, playing their games in whispers. During a break, he struck up a conversation with a local carpenter who'd been called to help with the more complex repairs. "Quiet place you've got here," Kumade remarked casually. The carpenter grunted. "That's how we like it. Keeps trouble away." Must be hard on business though, Kumaid pressed. Not many outsiders allowed in, right? The man's eyes narrowed. We get by. Don't need outsiders poking their noses where they don't belong. Kumaid raised his hands in a placating gesture. No offense meant. Just curious, is all. Heard some strange stories on the way here. Talk of cults and such in the land of waves. You hear anything about that? For a moment, fear flashed across the carpenter's face. Then his expression hardened. Listen, stranger. If you know what's good for you, you'll forget about those stories. Some things are best left alone. Before Kumaid could respond, the man gathered his tools and walked away quickly, leaving the spy with more questions than answers. As the day wore on, Kumaid managed to overhear snippets of conversation from passing villagers. Most of it was mundane, but a few words caught his attention, whispered mentions of the transformed. Each time, the speakers would glance around nervously, as if afraid of being overheard. By the time the sun began to set, his mind was whirling with possibilities. He hadn't found any concrete proof of Orochimaru's connection to Kiri, but the village was thick with an undercurrent of fear and secrecy. It was clear that something significant was brewing, something that didn't want to be seen. As he made his way back to the inn, Kumaid's sharp ears caught the sound of raised voices coming from a nearby alley. Cautiously, he peered around the corner. 2 hidden mist village ninjas were confronting a trembling villager. Even in the fading light, he could see the man's face was pale with terror. We know you've been talking to outsiders, one of the ninja growled. Spreading stories you shouldn't. And no, I swear. The villager stammered. I haven't said anything. The second ninja grabbed the man by the collar. Lying won't help you. You know the penalty for betraying village secrets. Kumaid's heart raced. He knew he should walk away, that getting involved could blow his cover. But as the first ninja raised a kunai, he found he couldn't stand by and watch an innocent villager be attacked. I'm no spy material, he muttered to himself, a wry smile flickering on his lips. In a flash, he was moving. He grabbed a nearby bucket and threw it down the alley, the loud clang startling the ninja. In the moment of confusion, he darted forward, grabbed the villager, and fled. They ran through the misty streets, the shouts of the pursuing ninjas echoing behind them. His mind raced, trying to come up with a plan. He couldn't go back to the inn, that would endanger the entire caravan. But where else could they hide? Suddenly, the villager tugged on his arm. This way! He gasped. I know a place. Against his better judgment, he followed. They ducked through narrow alleys and winding streets until they came to a small, run-down shrine. The villager pushed open the door and they stumbled inside. As they caught their breath, Kumaid turned to the man he'd rescued. Are you all right? The villager nodded, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and gratitude. Thank you. I thought I was done for. What did they want from you? He asked quietly. The man hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. You risked your life for me. You deserve to know. He took a deep breath. There's something happening in Kiri. Something terrible. Kumaid leaned forward. Tell me everything. Chapter 36, A Hidden Leave Village Spy's Mission, Revelations. Kumaid tossed and turned on his tatami mat. Then, his eyes snapped open. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was. Then it all came flooding back, the chase through Kiri's misty streets, and the small, run-down shrine where he and the villager he'd rescued had taken refuge. He sat up slowly. The villager was still asleep, curled up in a corner. Kumaid watched him for a moment, remembering their conversation from the night before. Why did you help me? The villager had asked, his voice trembling. You don't even know me. Kumaid had shrugged. It was the right thing to do. Now, can you tell me what's going on here? The villager had taken a deep breath, his eyes darting nervously to the shrine's entrance. As he had begun to speak, the atmosphere in the small shrine had seemed to change, growing heavier, more oppressive. It was a night much like this, the villager had begun, his voice low and hushed. The mist was thick, clinging to everything like a second skin. My sister's husband had just returned from a trip to the land of waves. I'd never seen a man so shaken. He spoke of a journey that began like any other. Kumaid had leaned forward, drawn in by the villager's story. But as they neared the land of waves, everything changed. The stench hit them first. Rotting fish, he said, but worse. So strong it made hardened sailors retch over the side of the ship. And the fog. It rolled in from nowhere, thick as soup and cold as death. On a clear day, mind you. The villager's hands had trembled as he had reached into his pocket. But that wasn't the worst of it. No, the true horror came when they docked. He had pulled out a small object and held it out to Kumaid. In the dim light, a gold coin had glinted. Kumaid had taken it, his breath catching as he had examined it closely. The coin had been exquisitely crafted, more a work of art than currency. Strange symbols had run along its edge, And in the center had been an image, a grotesque creature with bulging eyes that had seemed to stare right at him. The locals bought everything they had, the villager had whispered. Paid with coins like this. More gold than my sister's husband had ever seen. But the people. Their eyes were wrong. Empty. And some of them. He had shuddered, unable to continue for a moment. When he had spoken again, his voice had been barely audible. Some of them weren't quite human anymore. Green skin, webbed fingers, eyes like dead fish. They'd been trading with monsters and didn't even know it. Kumail had handed the coin back. The villager had closed his fist around the coin, knuckles white. My sister and her husband. They invited me to go with them. Said they'd found something wonderful, a chance for a new life. But I couldn't. The air in the shrine had seemed to grow even heavier as the villager had continued. The next day, they were gone. Just vanished. No explanation, no trace. And I did nothing. I was too afraid to ask questions, too scared to draw attention to myself. He had taken a shaky breath before continuing. That's when I started noticing the changes. More people disappearing, others acting strangely. The mist. It feels alive now. Hungry. It's like it's watching us, waiting to swallow us whole. Kumail had frowned. And you stayed? Why not leave? The villager had shaken his head. Where would I go? Hidden mist villages. It's home. It's where I was born, where my parents are buried. Even now, with all this madness. It's still home. Kumail had felt a pang in his chest at those words. He had understood that feeling all too well. Home isn't just a place, the villager had continued, his voice soft. It's memories, it's people. Even when those people change, even when the place becomes unrecognizable. There's still a part of you that belongs there. He had looked directly at Kumail, his gaze intense. I know I'm a coward. I should have done something when my sister vanished. I should have tried to find her, to get answers. But I was too afraid. And now it feels like it's too late. I know Hidden Mist Village is sick, he had continued. And this sickness. It's changing everything. But how do you leave a sick friend? How do you turn your back on the place that made you who you are? Kumail had sat in silence, absorbing the villager's words. He had understood all too well the pull of home, the invisible threads that tied a person to a place. A dangerous thought had begun to form in his mind. It feels like Kirai's own will of fire, he had muttered, more to himself than to the villager. As the memory faded, Kumail found himself staring into the darkness beyond the shrine's entrance. The mist swirled outside, and for a moment, he thought he saw shapes moving within it, twisted, inhuman forms that vanished when he blinked. He had a mission to complete, information to gather. But now, more than ever, he felt like he was standing on the edge of something far bigger and more terrifying than he'd ever imagined. Silently, he rose and gathered his gear. As much as he sympathized with the villager, he couldn't let personal feelings interfere with his duty. With one last look at the sleeping man, he slipped out of the shrine. The morning air was thick with mist, perfect cover for what he needed to do. Forming a hand seal, he whispered, transformation jutsu. In a puff of smoke, his appearance changed. Now he looked like just another Hidden Mist Village villager, unremarkable and easily overlooked. It wasn't foolproof, a skilled ninja might see through the illusion, but it was better than nothing. He made his way through the waking village, ears open for any useful information. He wandered into a small market area, where a few vendors were setting up their stalls. As he browsed, pretending to be interested in their wares, a ragged voice called out to him. You there? Yes, you with the sandy hair. I see a great destiny surrounding you. Kumail turned to see an old man sitting cross-legged on a worn mat. His clothes were patched and faded, but his eyes were sharp and alert. I'm a fortune teller, good sir, the old man said. For a small fee, I can reveal what fate has in store for you. Kumail shook his head, trying to move on. Sorry, not interested. But the fortune teller was persistent. He scrambled to his feet, following Kumail. Please, kind sir. I haven't eaten in days. Just a few coins for my service? Kumail sighed, reaching into his pocket. He didn't believe in fortune telling, but he couldn't ignore someone in need. He handed the old man a few coins. Here, he said. Get yourself something to eat. The fortune teller's eyes widened in surprise. He clutched Kumail's arm suddenly, his grip surprisingly strong. Wait, he said, his voice trembling. I must tell you something. Kumail tried to pull away, but the old man held on. You must leave this place, the fortune teller whispered urgently. Now, while you still can. If you stay. His voice broke, and to Kumail's shock, tears began to form in the old man's eyes. You're a kind soul. I don't want to see you come to harm. What are you talking about? Kumail asked, unnerved by the man's intensity. The fortune teller leaned in close. I see darkness. And mist. And in that mist. Oh, merciful gods. He shuddered. You will lose your head if you remain. Please, heed my warning. Kumail finally managed to pull his arm free. He forced a laugh, trying to shake off the chill that had run down his spine. I think I see why you're not making much money as a fortune teller, he said lightly. Thanks for the entertainment, old man. As Kumail walked away, the fortune teller called after him. Flee while you can. Before it's too late. Kumail quickened his pace, the old man's words echoing in his mind. It was nonsense, of course. Just the ramblings of a half-starved old fool. And yet, shaking off his unease, he refocused on his mission. But as he looked around the bustling market, he realized that attempting to infiltrate the Mizukage's office in broad daylight would be foolish. He needed to wait for nightfall. With a sigh, he purchased some food from a nearby vendor and made his way back to the shrine, careful to avoid detection. The mist seemed to cling to him, as if trying to slow his progress, but he ignored this strange feeling. Back at the shrine, Kumail found the villager awake and pacing nervously. The man's face lit up with relief when he saw his savior. You're back. I was worried. Kumail handed him some of the food. Eat. We need to keep our strength up. As they shared the simple meal, his eyes darted frequently to the shrine's entrance. The villager seemed to notice his restlessness. What will you do now? He asked softly. Kumail paused, his hand tightening briefly around his chopsticks. I think it's time for me to leave Kiri. This place. It's not safe anymore. I have family in a small village near the border. I'll head there tonight. The villager's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. He nodded slowly. I see. Yes, perhaps that's for the best. Hidden Mist Village has changed so much. His fingers drummed lightly on his knee as he spoke again. You know, there's a trading post about a day's journey from here. They're always looking for strong, capable people. It's not much, but it's honest work, away from all this. Kumail's eyebrows raised slightly. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. They lapsed into silence, the only sound the soft patter of mist against the shrine's roof. As the day wore on, Kumail busied himself with packing his few belongings, his movements deliberate and unhurried. When the last light faded from the sky and the mist thickened outside, Kumail rose, shouldering his small pack. The villager stood as well, his hands clasping and unclasping at his sides. Be careful out there, he whispered. The roads can be dangerous, especially at night. Kumail nodded, adjusting the straps on his pack. Thank you for everything. I hope things get better here. The villager's lips curved into a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. So do I. Safe travels, friend. As Kumail stepped out into the night, he felt the villager's gaze on his back. He didn't turn around, his steps steady as he disappeared into the mist. Once the sound of the footsteps had faded, the villager moved to the shrine's entrance. His weathered hand gripped the door frame tightly. His voice, when it came, was barely a whisper, carried away by the damp night air. May your blade be sharp enough to cut through Kiri's mist, shinobi. He stood there for a long moment, staring out into the darkness, before slowly sliding the door shut. The streets were eerily quiet, the mist muffling what few sounds remained. Shaking off his unease, Kumail refocused on his mission. He made his way towards the center of the village, where the important building stood. As he approached the Mizukage's office, his unease grew. Something was off. The guard patrols were too sparse, the streets too empty. For a village known for its brutal and paranoid ninja, Hidden Mist Village seemed almost vulnerable. At the entrance to the Mizukage's building, he noticed two guards. But something was wrong. Their postures were slack, their eyes unfocused. It was as if they were sleepwalking. Too easy, Kumail muttered to himself. Every instinct screamed that this was a trap, but he had no choice. He had to complete his mission. Taking advantage of their inattention, Kumail slipped past them, entering the building through an open window on the second floor. The air inside was heavy and damp, carrying a faint, unpleasant odor. As Kumail made his way through the dark hallways, the smell grew stronger. It reminded him of the villager's description of the land of waves, rotting fish. In the Mizukage's office, he quickly rifled through the papers on the desk. Most were mundane, trade reports, civilian complaints. But then he found something that made his blood run cold. It was a letter, written in a shaky hand. The ink had an odd greenish tint in the moonlight. Kumail read it quickly, his heart pounding. Lord Mizukage, the experiments with the statue continue to yield fascinating results. The transformation process is becoming more stable, but we still struggle with control. Subject 27 showed remarkable physical enhancements but became violent and attacked the researchers. We were forced to terminate it. However, we've made a breakthrough. By refining the process, We believe we can create soldiers of unparalleled strength and resilience. Imagine an army that feels no pain, that can regenerate from almost any injury. There are still risks, of course. The transformed subjects seem to attack anyone who isn't like them. But with further research, we're confident we can overcome this obstacle. We await your decision on whether to proceed with larger-scale trials. For the glory of Kiri, Chief Researcher Yagami Kumade's hands shook as he set the letter down. This was worse than he'd imagined. Hidden Mist Village was experimenting on its own people, creating monsters they couldn't control. He had to get this information back to Hidden Lee Village immediately. But as he turned to leave, he heard a sound that froze him in place. A wet, slapping noise. Like something slimy dragging itself across the floor. Slowly, he turned around. In the doorway stood a figure that might once have been human. But now, its skin was a sickly green, covered in scales. Its eyes were huge and bulging, like a fish's. And its mouth. Kumade fought back the urge to vomit as he saw the rows of needle-sharp teeth. Intruder, the thing gurgled, its voice bubbling like it was underwater. Must eliminate? Kumade didn't hesitate. He threw a smoke bomb and dashed for the window. Glass shattered as he leaped into the air. But as he landed and started to run, Kumade realized his mistake. The mist was rising all around him, thicker than ever. And from that mist came sounds, croaking, gurgling, the slap of webbed feet on stone. The entire village seemed to be waking up. And it was coming for him. He ran faster. He had to get out, had to warn Hidden Lee Village. But with each step, the mist grew thicker. The sounds grew closer. As Kumade raced through the streets of Kiri, fighting for his life, the fortune teller's words echoed in his mind. He should have listened. He should have run when he had the chance. But it was too late now. The hunt was on. Chapter 37, A Hidden Lee Village Spy's Mission, Confrontation. Kumade's lungs were on fire as he sprinted through the misty streets of Kiri. The creepy sounds of pursuit echoed behind him, weird, guttural noises that made his skin crawl. He'd trained for every scenario imaginable, but nothing could have prepared him for this living nightmare. As he turned a corner, the mist suddenly thickened, swirling around him like a living thing. Kumade skidded to a halt, his instincts screaming danger. And then, out of the fog, a massive figure emerged. Wrapped in bandages, with a sword as long as the man himself strapped to his back, he seemed to materialize from the mist itself. His eyes, the only part of his face visible. Going somewhere, Hidden Lee Village spy? His gravelly voice cut through the silence. Kumade's heart raced. He knew this shinobi from the bingo book, Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. This was very, very bad. Look, he said, trying to keep his voice steady, we don't have to fight. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. You're right. We don't. Then, he drew his massive blade. This won't be a fight. It'll be an execution. The blade whistled through the air, and Kumade barely got his kunai up in time. The impact sent shockwaves through his arms, nearly ripping the weapon from his grip. He leaped back, putting distance between them. His hands flashed through seals. Shadow clone jutsu. 3 identical copies of himself appeared, surrounding Zabuza. The mist ninja sneered. Hidden Lee Village parlor tricks. His own hands blurred. Water clone jutsu. 4 Zabuzas now stood in the street. They attacked in perfect sync, massive swords slicing through the air. Kumade and his clones scattered. One shadow clone wasn't fast enough, vanishing in a puff of smoke as a blade bisected it. He used the momentary distraction to fling a barrage of shuriken, forcing the Zabuzas to defend. He didn't wait to see the result, diving through an open window into an abandoned shop. His eyes darted around the room, scanning the room for potential weapons. Broken furniture, shattered glass, dust-covered merchandise. Just then, a water clone burst through the wall, sending splinters flying everywhere. Kumade rolled out of the way, grabbing a heavy candlestick as he moved, and threw it at the clone's face. It connected with a satisfying crack, the clone collapsing into a puddle. But there was no time to celebrate. The real Zabuza crashed through the ceiling, bringing a rain of debris down with him. Kumade dove for cover, feeling the whoosh of air as the massive sword passed inches from his head. Zabuza growled as he kicked a fallen shelf out of his way. Kumade saw his chance and dropped to the ground, scooping up a handful of dirt and flinging it at the mist ninja's face. Zabuza snarled, momentarily blinded. Kumade seized the opening, darting past him and snatching up a loose board from the scaffolding. He spun, swinging the makeshift weapon at Zabuza's head. The mist ninja ducked, but Kumade had anticipated this. He dropped the board and, in the same motion, threw a barrage of shuriken. Zabuza deflected most with his massive sword, but one found its mark, burying itself in his shoulder. He grunted in pain, but his rage only intensified. Enough games. He shouted, his hands blurring through seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A dragon made of water rose behind him, its eyes fixed on Kumail like a predator sizing up its prey. The air shook with the dragon's deafening roar as it lunged forward. Kumail dove to the side, feeling the rush of water as it passed inches from his face. He rolled to his feet, only to find Zabuza already upon him. The massive sword flashed through the air, and Kumail twisted out of the way, but not quite fast enough. The blade sank deep into his side, sending a wave of agony through him that left him gasping for air. Stumbling backward, he clutched at his side, blood soaking his vest. He pressed his hand to the wound, trying to stem the flow. His mind raced, searching for a way out. He couldn't match Zabuza in raw power or Kenjutsu skill. His only hope was to outwit him. His hand started to his scroll, unfurling it in an instant. A puff of smoke appeared, and a barrel of oil materialized. He swiftly spread it across the floor, his hands moving rapidly through the necessary seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He shouted, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, igniting the oil and engulfing the store in flames. The wall of fire separated him from Zabuza, and he used the smoke as cover to create another shadow clone, sending it fleeing out the back door while he circled around. As the flames crackled and popped, he heard Zabuza's curse, followed by the hiss of water as he extinguished the fire. Kumail burst from the smoke, kunai at the ready, aiming for Zabuza's exposed back. But the mist ninja was prepared, spinning around with his sword. He felt a searing pain across his chest as the blade sliced open a deep gash from shoulder to hip. Momentarily off balance, he stumbled back. Zabuza sensed his weakness and pressed his advantage. Kumail parried desperately, each impact sending jolts of agony through his wounded torso. In a split second, his foot slipped on his own blood. Zabuza didn't miss a beat, unleashing a vicious kick. Kumail raised his right arm to block, but the force of the blow was too much. He felt his forearm snap beneath the impact, the bones cracking audibly. The kick sent him flying, crashing through another wooden storefront. He landed hard among broken shelves and scattered merchandise, struggling to his feet as he spat blood. His right arm hung limp and useless, the wrist visibly deformed and already swelling from the fracture. Outside, Kumail could hear the mist ninja's heavy footsteps echoing through the mist-shrouded street, getting closer and closer. He knew he had to change the dynamics of this fight, and fast. Focus, damn it. You're a Hidden Leaf Village Jonin. Act like one, he thought, trying to steady his shaking hands. As Zabuza's massive silhouette appeared in the shattered storefront, Kumail was ready. His left hand flew to his scroll. With a quick flick and a puff of smoke, a metal rod materialized in his grasp. His left hand went through one-handed seals. It was a technique he'd been working on, but it wasn't yet perfected. Lightning style, thunder spear. He shouted, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Electricity crackled to life around the rod, forming a jagged spearhead. Immediately, he felt immense pain shoot up his arm. The imperfect jutsu was tearing at his nerves, the electricity arcing wildly and burning his skin. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he threw the spear with all his strength, aiming for Zabuza. Please hit. Please, please hit. Time seemed to slow. For a heartbeat, Kumail thought he'd succeeded. But Zabuza moved with inhuman speed, snatching the spear mid-flight. Electricity surged around him, scorching his skin, but the mist ninja didn't flinch. Impressive, he said, his voice tight with what might have been pain, or excitement. But not good enough. Before Kumail could react, Zabuza hurled the spear back. It struck with terrifying accuracy, piercing through Kumail's left shoulder and slamming him against the wall. The impact knocked the wind out of him. He screamed as lightning coursed through his body. The pain was beyond anything he'd ever felt. The smell of his own burning flesh filled his nostrils. He knew he had to move. Staying pinned was a death sentence. With trembling legs, Kumail planted his feet against the wall and took a deep, ragged breath. This is gonna hurt like hell. Gritting his teeth, he pushed off hard, throwing his body forward. The spear tore free from his shoulder with a sickening sound. Kumail hit the floor hard, gasping and coughing. Blood soaked his vest, spreading in a never-widening stain. As he struggled to stand up again, he stumbled back, crashing into a shelf. Glass vials shattered around him, their contents spilling across the floor. Through the haze of pain, his analytical mind kicked in. He recognized the acrid smell of corrosive chemicals. Wait. I can use this. A desperate plan formed in his mind. As the mist shinobi advanced, Kumail scooped up a handful of the chemicals with his right hand, wincing in pain. He flung them at Zabuza's face, aiming for his eyes. The mist ninja growled as the caustic liquid splashed across his face. He clawed at his eyes, stumbling backward. Kumail didn't hesitate, charging forward and tackling Zabuza with all his remaining strength. They crashed through the shop's front window, a shower of glass raining down around them. They hit the street hard, Kumail on top. He drove his knee into his enemy's solar plexus, trying to keep him down. But Zabuza was too strong. The mist ninja threw him off with a violent heave. Kumail hit the ground hard, feeling a rib crack beneath the impact. He tried to rise, but his body wouldn't respond fast enough. Zabuza was on him in an instant, his massive hands wrapping around his throat. His vision began to blur as he struggled for air. With his right arm, he clawed at Zabuza's face, trying to gouge his eyes. Zabuza snarled and slammed Kumail against the wall. He crashed hard, his head slamming against the stone. Through the haze of pain, he saw Zabuza charging, sword raised high. Kumail tried to dodge, but his battered body was too slow. The blade sliced through his right arm just below the shoulder, severing it from his body. The limb fell away, a crimson spray painting the walls. He screamed, collapsing to the ground. But his enemy wasn't finished. His blade came down again, this time in a horizontal slash. Kumail rolled to the side, feeling the whoosh of air as the massive blade embedded itself in the ground where he'd been a second before. He struggled to his feet, blood pouring from his shoulder. The loss of his arm threw off his balance, his movements clumsy and uncoordinated. He knew he was in trouble. But he was a Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, and he wouldn't go down without a fight. Kumail stood on shaky legs, his remaining hand fumbling for his shuriken. He knew it was a futile effort, but he refused to just lie down and die. With a grunt of pain and frustration, he threw the shuriken, watching helplessly as they fell short, not even reaching Zabuza's feet. Each throw was weaker than the last, the projectiles falling short of their target, but still. He persisted. Zabuza laughed as he began to walk slowly towards Kumail, his sword resting casually on his shoulder. Is this what passes for a Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village these days? He mocked. A one-armed cripple who can't even throw a shuriken straight? Kumail didn't respond, his focus fixed on the next shuriken, the next throw. Even as his arm trembled with exhaustion and pain, even as his vision blurred and his breaths came in ragged gasps, he kept going. Zabuza shook his head, stopping just inches from Kumail. I've got to hand it to you, he said, his tone almost conversational. You've got spirit. Stupid, pointless spirit, but spirit nonetheless. I've always wondered about this will of fire you leaf ninjas are so proud of, he mused. What good is it now? Kumail's hand closed around another shuriken, but as he tried to throw, his arm finally gave out. The shuriken slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground at his feet. He stared at it, feeling a sense of defeat wash over him. And there it is, Zabuza said, a note of triumph in his voice. The famous will of fire, snuffed out like a candle in the wind. He raised his sword. Any last words, Leaf Ninja? Kumail looked up, meeting Zabuza's gaze. For a moment, he saw beyond the pain and fear. He saw his village, his friends, and everything he'd fought for. He saw the people he'd sworn to protect, the people who believed in him. The will of fire will never die, he said weakly. Even if I fall, others will take my place. That's the strength of Hidden Leaf Village, the strength of our bond. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. Pretty words, he snarled. Let's see if they're true. As Zabuza's sword came down, Kumail ducked under the first swing, but Zabuza quickly reversed his grip and brought the blade back in a horizontal slash. Kumail saw it coming but was not fast enough to dodge completely. He twisted his head to the side, but the sword's edge caught him, slicing off his left ear and gouging deep into his cheek and eye socket. Blood and clear fluid poured down his face as his left eye burst. Impressive, Zabuza said, genuine surprise coloring his tone. Perhaps there's more to you Hidden Leaf Village ninjas than I thought. Chapter 38, A Hidden Leaf Village Spy's Mission, Sacrifice. Kumail lay on the cold, damp cobblestones, his body racked with pain. His world had narrowed to a red haze of agony. He could taste his own blood in his mouth, metallic and bitter. It ran down his throat, choking him. His vision blurred, the mist-shrouded buildings of Hidden Mist Village tilting crazily around him like a ship in a storm. The shadows seemed to reach out to him like grasping fingers. Every breath was a struggle. His shattered ribcage sent shards of pain through his chest with each inhale. His left arm, now a charred stump, throbbed with a deep, pulsing agony that felt like it was eating into his bones. The right side of his face was numb, but he knew the pain would come soon enough. Zabuza stood over him, his massive sword dripping blood onto the stones. You put up a good fight, he said, his voice cold and mocking, but with a hint of admiration. Most Hidden Leaf Village ninja don't last a minute. But in the end, you're just another dead leaf, fallen far from its tree. Through his one remaining eye, Kumail watched as Zabuza pulled out a scroll and summoned something. A severed head. The face was pale and slack in death, but he recognized it instantly. It was the villager who had helped him, who had shared his fears about Carrie. The man whose name he had never asked. Why? Kumail gasped. The single word felt like it was tearing his throat apart, tasting of blood. Zabuza's red, irritated eyes gleamed with cold amusement. He was weak, a traitor, he spat, his words venomous. We can't tolerate disloyalty in our village. Not anymore. He tossed the head at Kumade's feet, where it landed with a sickening thud that echoed through the misty street. The lifeless eyes stared up at him, accusing him. This is what happens to those who defy Kiri's new order, Zabuza continued, his sword gesturing at the head. This is the fate of the weak. As a shinobi, you should know that. This is the world we live in, the reality we face every day. Rage surged through Kumade, momentarily overriding his pain. With a massive effort, he struggled to his knees, blood pouring from his ruined shoulders and face. He was trying to protect his home. He shouted. Home? Zabuza scoffed. There's no place for that in the shinobi world. We are tools, weapons to be used and discarded. Sentiment is a luxury we can't afford. The words hit Kumade like a punch to the gut, leaving him breathless. In that moment, he saw himself reflected in the villagers' lifeless eyes, someone fighting to protect what they believe in, no matter the cost. His own village, Hidden Leaf Village, seemed so far away now. He realized he wasn't so different from the villager, or even Zabuza. They were all just pawns in a much bigger game. The thought crashed over him like a wave. He was going to die here, alone in this misty street. His existence, his work, everything he'd done, it would all be forgotten. No one would ever know the truth about what was happening in Kiri, about the horrors he'd uncovered. He'd fade away, just another nameless casualty in the endless conflicts between shinobi villages. As this thought washed over him, he felt his strength drain away. Why had he wanted to become a shinobi in the first place? For recognition? For the thrill of battle? For the chance to protect his home? Now, facing death, none of that seemed to matter. The reasons felt hollow, meaningless in the face of the brutal reality before him. But then, a primal instinct surged to life within him. Was this the will of fire that the Hokage spoke of? Or was it just his own raw desire for revenge? He didn't care. He didn't care why he was driven to attack, or what fueled his rage. All he knew was that he wanted to kill the man in front of him, with every last ounce of strength he had. With a snarl, he lunged forward, biting down on Zabuza's calf with all the force he could muster. The Mist Ninja roared in pain and surprise, his composure cracking for the first time. His free hand grabbed a fistful of Kumade's blood-matted hair. Suddenly, a figure darted from behind a nearby building, Kumade's clone, the one he'd sent out during the chaos of the earlier fire jutsu. The clone's hands flashed through seals, chest swelling with chakra. Fire style, fireball. The clone shouted, unleashing a massive sphere of flames directly at Zabuza and the real Kumade. For a split second, it seemed the desperate gambit might work. But then, a piece of debris, a broken crate that had gone unnoticed in the heat of their battle, suddenly transformed. In its place stood a perfect copy of Zabuza, its hands already forming seals. Water style, water wall. The water clone called out. A massive barrier of water erupted between Zabuza and the oncoming fireball, easily neutralizing the attack in a hiss of steam. As the steam cleared, the water clone sprinted towards Kumade's clone with incredible speed. Before the shadow clone could react, the water clone was upon it. A swift, brutal series of punches left Kumade's clone battered and broken before it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Zabuza looked down at Kumade, his eyes narrowing. You think I wouldn't notice a clone sneaking around? He asked. I'm the demon of the hidden mist. I had my own clone in place the moment you created yours. Seeing the defiance still burning in Kumade's one remaining eye, his lips curved into a cruel smile beneath his bandages. Still got some fight in you, huh? He sneered, a hint of respect in his voice. I can fix that. With brutal force, Zabuza slammed Kumade's head against the ground. The impact sent shockwaves of agony through his skull. Again and again, Zabuza smashed his head down, each blow threatening to send him into oblivion. By the last impact, his nose and ears were bleeding, and his thoughts growing fuzzy and disjointed. But he refused to give up, clinging to his duty and his will to live. Zabuza lifted Kumade's head one last time, his face inches away. You just don't know when to quit, do you? He sneered, his hot breath on Kumade's face. Through swollen lips, tasting blood and defeat, Kumade managed a weak smile. It's the will of fire, he gasped, each word a small victory against the darkness closing in. The Mist Ninja grunted in disgust and threw him across the street. Kumade crashed into a pile of crates, wood splintering around him. As he lay there, barely conscious, he thought of his home, Hidden Leaf Village, and the people he'd sworn to protect. Had it all been for nothing? Or was there a meaning in the struggle itself, in the willingness to keep fighting against impossible odds? Zabuza's heavy footsteps approached, each one like a countdown to Kumade's final moment. Through his one good eye, now swollen nearly shut, he could see the Mist Ninja's sandals, stained dark with blood, his blood. Any last words? Zabuza asked, raising his sword. The massive blade promising a quick end. Kumade's mouth opened, but only blood came out. He thought of the mission he'd failed, the mysteries he'd never solve, and the truths that would die with him. And he thought of the nameless villager, whose simple kindness had touched him more deeply than he'd realized. With bitter irony, he realized he'd never even asked the villager's name. Too focused on the mission, on being the perfect shinobi, he'd overlooked the human element, the very thing he was fighting to protect. And now he was dying for that same nameless cause, another faceless casualty in an endless cycle of violence. Zabuza's sword was already falling, its blade mere inches from his neck, when a soft fluttering caught his attention. A messenger bird native to Kiri circled overhead. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. The Mizukage was summoning him. With a grunt of annoyance, he lowered his sword. "Looks like it's your lucky day," he said. "You get to live a little longer." He turned and walked away, his sword slung over his shoulder. "But don't worry," he called back, his tone almost jovial. "I'll be back to finish the job." Kumail lay on the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps, hardly daring to believe he was still alive. Through his one remaining eye, he watched Zabuza's retreating form. Perhaps this was fate. He struggled to sit up, every movement sending fresh waves of agony through his broken body. But he had to get back to Hidden Leaf Village, had to report what he'd learned. The Hokage needed to know about the horrors in Kiri. But just as he managed to get to his knees, he heard Zabuza's footsteps stop. Slowly, he raised his head. Zabuza had turned back, a smile spreading across his bandaged face. "Hope," he said, his voice almost gentle. "It's a wonderful thing, isn't it? The way it makes you believe, even in the darkest moments, that there's a chance." He began to walk back towards Kumail, his steps slow and deliberate. "But that's the thing about hope," he continued. "It's just an illusion, a lie we tell ourselves to make the world bearable." Kumail felt his hope wither, like a flame in a cold wind. He knew, with a certainty that went beyond thought or reason, that he was going to die here. That Zabuza had never intended to let him live. The mist shinobi stopped before him. "In the end," he said softly, almost regretfully, "hope is just another weakness. And in this world, the weak don't survive." The sword rose. Kumail closed his eye, a strange sense of peace settling over him.